This meeting is being recorded.
And okay, we're ready when you are, Asier. So go forward. If you need something, just tell me. I will be here on this
Okay.
side. Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to start.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Asier. I'm for Sevilla University. Thanks for accept my propose. And the title of this propose is Graffiti as an urban territorial and identity tool for branding. In this presentation, I will speak about theoretical framework, methodology, graffiti in advertising awards, results, and conclusions. The purpose of this investigation is investigate the appropriation of this artistic and social manifestation technique by advertisers for commercial purpose. I watch that brands choose graffiti or another artistic technique for communicate commercial message. So is very singular this option, and I think that is interesting investigate and know for the reasons and motivations for this option. A theoretical framework. I divide theoretical framework in seven parts. The first is about gentrification. Gentrification, okay, we can see that gentrification revitalize an urban area by attracting tourists or higher social classes, but sometimes this purchase is no working, and original residents drives out. So original residents use graffiti as a cultural element to attract and to manifest the disappointment with gentrification. Another theoretical framework, governance. With governance, politicians and citizens consensus of all parties, and by citizens, by politicians can govern, can organize the city, but if citizens think that politicians no do this organization according ideas or according global ideas, can use graffiti to make their demands known. Another theoretical framework is territory, and when respect disappears, respect in territory disappears, urban graffiti uses as a cultural element to symbolize territorial power disputes. The graffiti uses a symbol to difference space in the city and to difference the people who live in each of these spaces. So if we walk around the city, we can see graffitis, and some graffitis communicate an space or communicate who people live in this space. Another point is citizens space, and it's very interesting this point because during a day are a lot of space that are used by different people. and each person attributes a meaning to a space, so the space is polysemic. In the morning, a square or a street can significate A, and at night this space can significate B, or at night one street can significate another the meaning is different in E group, B group, C group. So urban identity is composed by gentrification, governance, territory, individual and social meanings, experience, and space. So those elements will or configure people's urban identity. Urban landscape, it is composed of form, line, color, texture, dimension, scale, space, and spatial configuration. And those elements, configuration again, identity. All of these are basic visual elements that help the observer to generate a particular image of the landscape. And this image uses a enterprise for design marketing action in space urban. And finally, graffiti. This artistic technique is part of the discipline known as street art. There are many different artistic techniques used in urban space to create artistic work, but this work, this investigation, is about graffiti. And in generally, graffiti is used to reappropriate lost spaces, to report a social situation, or to communicate who is the owner of a given city space. The methodology combines content.
Asier, just
Yes.
to say you are more or less in the middle of your time, okay? Just to.
Okay. Content analysis and case study. Case study. I have studied marketing actions in urban space and articles about this term. So graffiti is used in urban space for report, mark territory, communicate personal or brand identity, communicate urban root territory, to promote the identity, report unequal municipal treatments, to eliminate the bad image, to ask for help. Results. I have studied 814 actions, but only 16 are made with graffiti. One of them win a grand prize, 4 gold, 4 silver, and 7 bronze. All of them percentage is very small, but is important this technique. So percentage is small, but is important. Okay, results. Advertisers that use graffiti are institutions, general brands, trade associations, group defending a cause. And occasionally, a brand can use graffiti to communicate all of citizens. Okay. So, conclusions. Using graffiti in marketing removes its vandalic stigma. 2. Graffiti marks territory for a brand. A specific urban territory to place the graffiti addresses the message to urban target. By studying the original functions of graffiti, brands can use graffiti better in their campaign. 5. The brand making a graffiti becomes another graffiti artist and another member of the community, so its messages and proportional are not perceived as imposed. 6. The graffiti territory increases engagement and the relevance of territory, message, and brand. If you allow users yourself to participate in the creation of graffiti, your link with the brand is stronger. The message succeeds when the person takes a graffiti photo, personalize that photo, and share in social on internet, social, Facebook, LinkedIn. And finally, the words reflect that the sector values graffiti highlight. So thank you. And I think if you want to make a question, perfect. And
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Asier. We have a little bit of time that you remained possible for making some questions. So, because you are leaving before the end of the panel, maybe we can do that. I don't know if you have any, because of course, then regarding the submitted paper, you will get reviews, proper reviews to the paper and so on. But now here in the conference, we can comment and can in a live voice try to help or try to just make you questions in your work. I don't know if you have any comment or you have Isabel? Yeah, and I have one that I can advance now, but you can. Maybe it's the same. No, come Isabel. Come Isabel. First kid. Sorry.
Hi.
hi.
Ah,
Oh yeah, there's like a translator.
it's for him.
Okay.
Sound
It's the AI.
is good.
So
Sound.
Isabel speaks Spanish, so maybe you can.
Do you prefer if I ask the question in Spanish?
If you want,
Vai,
the
vai,
sound.
español.
Sí, ok. Te pregunto en español, ¿vale? A ver, necesito saber cómo voy a formular la pregunta. Hablas todo el tiempo como desde la perspectiva de la marca, ¿no? Y cómo el graffiti puede ayudar a la marca y luego cómo el graffiti puede ser destigmatizado a través de las marcas. Pero ¿has encontrado algunos escritores de graffiti que no estén de acuerdo con esta visión, que sientan como que eso es una apropiación de una subcultura desde el capitalismo, ¿no? ¿Cuál es tu experiencia con esto? Espera, te pregunto esto, te hago otro comentario y después ya te dejo hablar, ¿vale? El otro comentario es que, bueno, estamos aquí en el congreso 3 personas que somos de Indague, no sé si conoces, somos la Asociación Española para la Investigación del Graffiti y el Arte Urbano, un poco de publicidad, por si quieres echar un ojo a la web y conocernos.
Vale.
Era eso, gracias.
De nada. Vale. La primera pregunta, por lo que me comentas, es sobre si hay alguien que digamos, perdón. What?
Sí, sí,
Center.
sí, has encontrado también como resistencia dentro del mundo del graffiti, escritores que sienten que el trabajo de las marcas no es tan beneficioso porque lo que
Vale.
hacen también es como apropiarse de una subcultura.
Vale. Sí, la verdad, o sea, la verdad es que la literatura que más he encontrado es una literatura que dice que el graffiti se utiliza por las minorías sociales para denunciar, pues bueno, lo que ellos consideran situaciones que no son justas o situaciones de abuso. Entonces, esa línea y, digamos, los seguidores que estarían dentro de esa línea no contemplan bien que las marcas empleen el graffiti, porque dicen que se apropian de un elemento que, que no es suyo y que se apropian de él por interés. O sea, y a lo largo de la explicación que he dado, lo que vengo a decir es que las marcas utilizan el graffiti porque saben que pueden vender sus productos a grupos que no encajan tanto, podamos decir, de la dinámica consumista y que para hacerse pasar por uno de ellos, o sea, para que la marca se haga pasar como una, vamos a decir, persona como una persona de ese grupo que no le gustan ciertas dinámicas, se apropia el graffiti para decir, oye, mira, que yo uso el graffiti, que rompo las líneas, rompo las normas, soy como tú, pienso como tú, consúmeme. O sea, que sí que hay una crítica a que se use el graffiti con una función o un objetivo de consumo, porque su verdadero objetivo es utilizarlo para reclamar derechos o denunciar irregularidades o para mostrar la identidad de grupos que no tienen presencia pues en medios de comunicación o grupos a los que la sociedad rechaza.
Ok, gracias.
Gracias, Asier. I will continue in English just
Okay.
because there are several um, many people here that they are from other places and don't speak Spanish.
Okay.
But thank you so much for your contribution. I personally, the remark that I would like to do is that I felt a bit in a certain slide there. I felt one of the big discussions we have here is about the difference. We are seeing your screen. I don't know. Ah. Um,
Okay.
one of the yes, one of the big differences that we discuss here is between, for instance, graffiti and the street art.
Okay.
And,
Yes.
and I felt that you are not, let's say, clarifying this relation so much. And sometimes that's relevant to identify also the illegal aspects and how when, for instance, for branding purposes, you are using the illegal part or you are working with the legal part, and just that part it's important too. But I don't want to take so much time. We already are on our track. And as I said, there will be comments on the written paper, and because I feel that you also are not, at least speaking, you are not so much comfortable with the English. If you don't want to reply or to give sequence to my comment, you are okay to do it.
Okay. Yes. street art, in street art, I can find a lot of techniques or a lot of elements, and graffiti is one of them.
Yeah, that's problematic, this vision. Totally problematic, because it's they have as terms, they have totally different histories of usage. So graffiti have an history of being used as a word, long history, and street art have another history of usage as a word.
Yes.
And they intersect, but not like you are saying. So there are, for instance, people that do graffiti and also do street art. But one thing it's not inside the other. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to be very.
Okay.
But don't worry. I think you are. The thing is, I think you are very interested in the topic. You are knocking at. We have these discussions since like 12 years. So it's natural that we are like hyper specialized on this thing. But we are a very welcoming group. So we'll do the comments on your paper, and you will be in good hands to be guided on this research you are doing. Okay, Asier?
Okay, thanks. Okay. One minute. Okay, your vision is okay. And when I am reading and and doing the configuration of article, I thought that it's good to introduce graffiti into the street art, but if you think that it's better,
They are different worlds, okay? They are different.
okay.
Although there's a moment of contact because of some people that do the two things, and there are, okay, there's not a frontier there. There are people that are exploring the frontier, but it's not that one thing it's inside the other. That for sure, you know.
Okay.
So, and if
Thank you.
it's one thing it's inside the other, it's more the graffiti came first and comes first as a concept, and street art after. But even that, I think it's wrong. So, but it's a personal take. Maybe I'm opening here a possible dialogue. But yes, but I think one thing it's not inside the other. That's the best way to, Isabel.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Pedro. Okay.
Another is that you were talking about graffiti as political graffiti, saying that graffiti was used for like minorities to express their views and their needs on the walls and so on. But then I think aesthetically, the brand's appropriation of graffiti, I think you are referring to American graffiti, like, which is more like style writing. So that is, I think that's also a distinction that it would be interesting to do in the future.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, saludos para Sevilla, ¿vale?
Gracias.
Adiós.
Saludos. Gracias.
So we will move on to Adaiah.
Yes, hi.
Yeah, you can stop us here. You are sharing your screen. You can stop. And so Adaiah Lopez, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Let me see. Asier, can you stop the sharing of? Thank you. So maybe you can, Adaiah Lopez, she's she or he, sorry, I don't. I
She.
don't want
Hi.
to, she, yeah,
Don't worry.
sorry, because could be. So it's going to present Latine urban ecologies, asserting place, transforming space, time. So if you, yeah, we are seeing your screen, it's already full screen. So you can,
Great.
if you would like to make a short presentation of yourself, you can do also, and we are good to go.
Okay, great. I will get started then. And I'll keep my camera off for now, but I'm happy to turn my camera on during the Q&A portion of this. So my name is Adaiah Hudgins-Lopez, and I'm a PhD candidate in social anthropology at the University. Go ahead.
Sorry, Adaiah. Can we try to improve a bit the sound, because it's very.
It's
If you
what?
are using a microphone or something, it's not working very well, I think.
Okay. I can turn off. Let me see. Hold on a second. Is this better?
Much better. Hello, Adaiah. Hello.
Hi. Okay, so my name is Adaiah Hudgins-Lopez, and I'm a PhD candidate in social anthropology at the University of Cambridge. And this presentation is coming out of one portion of the fieldwork I conducted between the years 2023 and the end of 2024. So 15 months of fieldwork. So I'm going to start with a few scenes and then move into the paper. So after a sunny morning of pruning and weeding herbs at Nuestra Urban Garden, I gingerly sit in my car and let a wave of exhaustion wash over my muscles. The walk through the surrounding fence back to the car was always a jarring shift from leafy green to concrete. The reality of the city nestles back into place while dislodging the sense of freshness and rootedness from the garden. Turning on the car, I glance around carefully before beginning the drive home through the neighborhood. Normally, my attention remains solely on the road, but on this particular day, a mural catches my eye. The mural brings intricately connected plants to the facade of an older building, a welcome burst of color and life in an otherwise gray area reminiscent of Detroit's post-industrial past. Scene 2. Walking out of the front door of the Detroit Shelter for Newcomers, I walk down the porch steps and wave to a few Black and Latine migrant residents playing football on the large, slightly overgrown lawn. The path from the porch leads to a wide sidewalk along which all shelter employees park their vehicles. At the end of the curb and onto the next block sits a month-old, ever-amassing pile of garbage bags and other debris. I continue to walk to the car, which is parked on the other side of the road, and just beyond the car, I welcome the mural, visible just behind an extensive overgrown plot adjacent to the train tracks. Pinto flores así no mueren, it reads. I paint flowers, so they will not die. This is a variation of Frida Kahlo's Pinto flores para que así no mueran. I paint flowers so that they will not die. The flowers on the mural seem to sit atop the overgrown bushes, like a continuous plant fusing infrastructure with soil against the backdrop of the post-industrial aesthetic. The mural's proximity to the shelter and to the pile of garbage allows the message to take on a dual meaning, where the life of plants like flowers becomes entangled with the realities of Detroit's abandonment and decay. Scene 3. A dull rumbling of noise from museum goers ebbs in and out of my awareness as I focus my senses on trying to absorb the mural. Just outside conscious thought, a vague memory of walking through this hall as a child while grasping my aunt's hand as my fingers brush the side of her jeans. The vibrant, rich colors of Diego Rivera's Detroit industry murals span the surrounding walls nearly floor to ceiling. Scenes of industrial labor alongside the invasive surveillance of men in suits are positioned below the forms of women of different phenotypes and skin tones, Indigenous American descended, Afro descended, Indian descended, and European descended women, lounging nude beside each other. This image means something new in the backdrop of my burgeoning knowledge of Latine history in Detroit, a reality shaded differently in the hubbub of visitors from everywhere, and the Black Detroiters working at the corners of each corridor to serve patrons. This racialized disjuncture of space and time is overwhelming, and it prickles at the back of my neck. So this paper begins with visually striking moments of realization where urban nature and aesthetics and race and racialization morph into one continuous mode of refashioning. Anand Pandian writes that there is more to the field of experience than what is actually present, a generative excess that may be evoked in its fullness without being fully articulated. This is certainly the case here, where these facades appear so entangled with and in conversation with plant life and the post-industrial that they melt together through this excess. The excess, in fact, drips with the unarticulatable dimensions of space-time, where memory, life, and futuring co-create and remake our understanding of urban ecologies. However, I attempt to ground this excess from experience with urban ecologies in Latine community building, where the assertion of Latine presence in the city of Detroit's space-time remains an affective struggle against attempted erasure, omission, and removal in the aspirational post-industrial city. Detroit is understood today as a post-human, post-apocalyptic city coming back from the brink of full capitalist ruin. Here I point to the work of Dora Appel and Jerry Herron. It is a simple vision of Detroit as a black and poor city, following the rupturing of industrial and economic progress with the steady exodus of the auto industry and white flight to suburban areas following the Detroit uprising of 1967. It is an urban space that spiraled into decay due to abandonment, violence, and post-industry. And while I do not have the time to discuss the way Black Detroit has emerged since the 1970s up to the mid-2010s, it is important to acknowledge the simultaneity of this description of urban decay and post-industry alongside this racialization of the city. At the community organizing level, groups and individuals in Detroit engage in projects designed to assert their presences historically and now, to establish economic self-sustainability, and to imagine futures that reflect the lives of residents more explicitly. This is happening all over the city. However, Detroit's Latina community in particular struggles to assert its presence in a city considered through a white, Black racialized lens, and beyond its collective economic value and its strategic infrastructural border with Canada. So the majority of the city's Latina community is located in the area colloquially known as Southwest, but that term really encompasses many of the Southwest Detroit neighborhoods, which you can see outlined in red here, as well as multiple towns in the Detroit Downriver area, which are kind of indicated with the green circles around them in this map. The Ambassador Bridge, the busiest cross-border trade route between the US and Canada, connects Canada directly with Southwest, and a new cross-border international bridge project, the Gordie Howe International Bridge, is being finished right now, which also connects Canada with the Southwest neighborhood. So what does it mean for this Latina community to sit directly on an international border between the US and Canada, where the frontier logics of the US-Mexican border inform how the state polices, profiles, and surveils the Latina community in Detroit? And what does it mean for both the economic implications of proximity to Canada and the potential for state violence on the border to shape everyday life in Southwest, when many in the city of Detroit don't even acknowledge the presence of the Latina community? So my research has found that intentional assertions of Latina place in Southwest and in other areas of the city through urban gardening, mural creation, graffiti writing, and other architectural aestheticization allows them to transform space and therefore assert their place in the city's history, present, and future. So a large part of my fieldwork was spent with Nuestra Urban Garden, where I volunteered my time 3 times a week for entire mornings or afternoons. In addition to getting to know the staff at the garden, my back muscles and hands became familiar with the practice of kneading soil, pulling weeds, pruning herbs, watering parched plants, all parts of bringing life to this little oasis in the middle of Southwest. While the garden itself has existed since the 2010s, its tremendous growth this past decade or so has meant it now produces over 2 tons of food each season. All of that food is given to the community for free. And if you ask my interlocutors what the most important or impactful part of gardening here was, they would undoubtedly indicate their ability to address Detroit's food deserts and nutritional gaps by providing fresh food to the Latina and other surrounding communities. And this perspective holds ground. However, I would like to push the garden and its significance a bit more into the realm of affect. Kathleen Stewart discusses ordinary affects as, quote, public feelings that begin and end in broad circulation, as, quote, the stuff that seemingly intimate lives are made of, as, quote, an animate circuit that conducts force and maps connections, roots into structures, and as, quote, a problem or a question emergent in disparate scenes in incommensurate forms and registers, a tangle of potential connections. Nuestra Urban Garden sits in a repurposed former GM or General Motors parking lot, catty-cornered to a company that still produces steel products and ships them between the US and Canada. Its aesthetics play on this with painted tires and parking rails. Its produce is grown in hundreds of former shipping containers donated by GM, which used to carry auto parts all over the United States. These crates are repurposed to hold tomatillo, cilantro, lechugas, chiles, calabazas, calendulas, among other things, which are then distributed to families that might not know where their next meal will come from. The soft spots in the concrete are carved into rounded shapes, covered with soil and scattered with seeds to produce vibrant pollinator gardens filled with Michigan's wildflowers and other native plants. Alessia Montgomery writes about the subtle power struggles within the negotiations of outsiders funding and organizing urban gardens in the city of Detroit, engaging Detroit's Black community in democratic deliberation about how such spaces were created and used has been an afterthought. So, quote, greening has been an uneven development in the city. Nuestra Urban Garden came into being during this complex greening of the city of Detroit. However, the collaboration between the nonprofit that started the garden and the community it served, the gardeners being members of the immediate community and the produce being given away for free, ensure a kind of balanced development. Its operation counters the beneficent government that Montgomery argues exists across neighborhoods that treats the larger Black community as people without the capacity to decide their future. At Nuestra, self-determination and community need has transformed post-industrial space into a distinctly Latine garden, literally breaking through the concrete to nurture soil into producing what is needed for the Southwest community. One of the distinct architectural features of Southwest is its distinct mural culture, often attributed to the legacy of the Rivera murals that I spoke about earlier. Driving down the main streets of the neighborhood, the bursts of color against the grays and tans of buildings with crumbling facades. The murals are often painted by the same group of artists, commissioned by local shopkeepers, organizations, or the city of Detroit to cover up deteriorating structures. These muralists then work with the commissioners to come up with a design that aligns with their expectations. Often these murals assert Latine identity in place, almost marking the space of the neighborhood as the place where Latina community lives and creates. Sometimes this looks like a calavera, not shown here, but these are the representations of skeletons that are associated with Dia de los Muertos. And they're often dressed in a sombrero or a serape, which is like a poncho. Other times this looks like the face of a local boxer, Eric de Leon, seen when walking through an overpass. It is the face of a well-known Mexican actor and singer, Pedro Infante, on the side of a restaurant, or the dreamy depiction of a low-riding caddy or Cadillac drifting through the streets of Southwest, or a view of the Ambassador Bridge over to Windsor, Canada, as seen from the southwest side of the border. These murals say, we are here and we see too. We are a part of Detroit's Motor City. We are part of the international border with Canada. We are here. So these murals work and feel different to graffiti writing culture of Southwest, right? While graffiti writing happens all over the city of Detroit and all over Southwest, I want to focus on the area called the Viaduct. So the Viaduct is an area where unkempt nature meets the ephemerality of writing. As in the case of many cities, Detroit has waged a steady campaign to shame and criminalize graffiti writing, with reoffenses potentially landing one in prison. While spaces of graffiti writing are often quickly whitewashed, the Viaduct is one space of writing that the city has left virtually untouched in Southwest. Just outside Michigan Central Station, which is a refurbished train station turned tech campus, the Viaduct sits at the border of the Southwest and the rapidly gentrified neighborhood of Corktown. A long stretch of wall is adjacent to an old parking lot, which is surrounded by walls on two sides. This is an area of improvisation, conversation, and contestation where writers come to talk to each other, where tags and signatures sit alongside messages, sit alongside artistic renderings of people, animals, places, and things, and where there does not need to be a clear message, just vibes. Here I want to point to Raphael Schachter's recent argument about graffiti. Rejecting the perlocutionary visuality of the corporate city, the impersonal imperatives of the state, the reductive monologue of the linguistic landscape, it pronounces the possibility of a speech going beyond the instrumental, a speech speaking for speech's sake. Nicole Trujillo Pagan writes at length about how Latina youth writing graffiti in Southwest compete with a variety of agents to access and use space in order to make a place for themselves. Here, writing and rendering can be in conversation with the overgrown lots and decaying post-industrial space it sits within or atop. There's enough room and freedom that when something is painted over, a writer can return to the walls, to the conversation, and respond. As one of my interlocutors, Mira, said, the Viaduct they'll never have control of. My work with Adaiah, a local artist collective, allowed me to understand the balance of the mural and graffiti worlds, Whereas Trujillo Pagan argues murals are deemed acceptable artistic representations and endeavors, while graffiti is criminalized. Eva from El Taller reminded me that most muralists in Detroit got their start in graffiti writing, that the impulse and desire to transform the walls in the neighborhood decaying around them was first remedied with the writing, a kind of DIY urbanism discussed by Kimberly Kinder. Only in the mid-2010s were murals popularized as the preferred method of reworking facade and the reclamation of nature in abandoned buildings and homes. Murals were state-controlled, or at least community-sanctioned, carefully planned for longevity and sustainability. Murals as well are a mechanism of capitalism, where artists fight for funding and commission money. Hold on just one second. Okay, let me continue. Murals were state-controlled, or at least community-sanctioned, carefully planned for longevity and sustainability. Murals as well are a mechanism of capitalism, where artists fight for funding or commissioned money to make a living doing art in sanctioned ways. Here I've added images of a mural project El Taller created with youth after a summer of learning Educación Popular, or popular education, where they encourage students to engage in intentional knowledge production about their place in the world and in Detroit, mediated through art and capitalism. In the middle of the mural they created next to Michigan's Central Station, a hop skip away from the viaduct, a character developed by a student asserts graffiti is Detroit history. And you can see that in the middle of this slide. So I'm gonna wrap up now. So there's so much more I could say about the other distinctive architectural choices that echo Latine diasporic heritage and mark it as a distinct place from the rest of the city, or about recent infrastructural development projects and their relationships to murals and graffiti writing. However, I'd like to end by describing where my research is now. So there's something about the refashioning of post-industrial space that requires attention to the relationships between racialized space, soil, flora, and plant life, and building facade. Currently, I'm thinking with Bettina Stowitzer's rural ecologies, but I want to expand her thinking beyond just how power structures relations in landscapes, but also to consider how resistance does too. I too explore how, quote, people, plants, animals, and their environments connect and get entangled, end quote, in political projects. But my interlocutors have made it vital to incorporate attention to resistance, assertion, and community building efforts, in this case as mediated through urban gardening, murals, graffiti writing, and other architectural aesthetics. I call this Latine urban ecologies because these interventions are happening within the Latine community in Detroit and involve a range of ecological post-industrial transformation. And this phenomenon is more than just Latino urbanism, which is discussed in the work of A.K. Sandoval-Strauss, because of the connection with the ecological transformation of the space alongside the aesthetic assertion of identity. The affect that these forms of resistance create outlines in excess where soil, plant, and facade enmesh with people to create a new way of understanding Latine place in space. This excess is in conversation with larger considerations of how Latino community is understood within Detroit, and currently Detroit's space-time renders the Latino community an excess in its black-white spatial logics and requires them to affirm their presence through the creation of a new space-time. So my interlocutors make their presence known affectively, assertively conjuring a Latine space-time in Detroit and disrupting the city's space-time limit. Their interventions are carving themselves in a place that fundamentally contests and reimagines the city of Detroit by nurturing color, creativity, and life in opposition to narratives of abandonment and decay. And that's that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we have time to make questions immediately after each presenter. So in this morning, we can do this. And there's a comment already in the, hello, Adaiah. There's already a comment in the chat. No, it sounds good. It was, yeah. So I don't know if here, I have some idea to ask already, Adaiah, but I don't know if you are thinking of something, but if you think, please tell me. Really interesting presentation, Adaiah. Thank you for this. I'm quite curious if I know that you are really deep on this, framework that you are using specifically in that community in Detroit. The focus it's perfect in the sense when you are doing a research, you really need a focus so you can extract the correct data and so on and so forth. but I'm as a lateral idea. Did you thought about expanding this notion of relation between the with yourself urbanism and also the relation with mural making with ecology, with the, let's say, do-it-yourself gardening and this kind of grow your own food thing, to other geographies, to other places where this connection may be happening. I'm thinking, for instance, Berlin. You have Berlin also, these kind of links there, and many of the other places there are connections, but they are not assumed or at least so visible. I would like to know if you are thinking on evolving on more broadly asserting this aspect of connection between these topics.
Yeah, that's a great question. Bettina Stoitzer's work, who I start to mention at the end, is based in Berlin. So in writing kind of a longer paper, the longer chapter of my dissertation, I am gonna for sure engage with her particular ethnography. And her ethnography, I think, is really interesting because it directly incorporates questions of migration and the histories of kind of like race and racialization in Berlin, alongside these kinds of this urban gardening, these kinds of ecological transformations in the post-industrial kind of spaces that exist in Berlin. So there's definitely a lot going on in her work and other places in Germany, as well as other kind of actual post-industrial spaces in the United States, and also in places in the UK. That I'm thinking with alongside my work, which is kind of, but the kind of intervention I think that my work is pushing me towards is to also think with how resistance or how resistance can be exercised through things like mural making or graffiti writing or urban gardening, alongside kind of just the ways in which they also present like the presence of people, right? So not just that their existence happens, but also that like in putting these things up on walls and doing the gardening, there is a kind of assertion of presence that pushes against their kind of omission from kind of historical renderings of the city. So yes, I am thinking with folks writing more broadly. I don't know that I'll write about those things in my own research, right? But just, yeah, I am engaging with them.
Okay. Okay. I imagine you are getting the context from that overall dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't know if someone wants to make some question or comment to Adaiah at this point. No. Okay. So Adaiah, thank you so much again for your presentation. We will then, as I said to the previous speaker, we will then make the proper review for the submission, and also some comments, other kind of comments come from there. So I think, thank you so much. Great contribution. And thank you for your work and good work in the continuation. Okay, so we'll keep in touch. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
So we now move to Mattia. Mattia is here. It will be a local presentation, but I will also share in Zoom. Yeah, makes sense, right? So I will just give space here for opening the file. Ecco. Share. Isso. Ah, queres ver com as notas? Sim. Consigo, consigo. Não, não há problema. Consigo. Tenho que fazer aqui umas. Morning. Não, não, não há problema nenhum. Tá. Claro. Temos tempo. Tenho que terminar aqui. Peraí. Aqui também. Ir aqui. E Yeah. No, I'm there. The I think this way we can.
Yeah. This.
Yeah. I think now it's working, and I think I can share the part of the Zoom only for that other screen. Let's see. Choose one. Okay. Let me just do a test. Can someone online can confirm if the slide is changing, please? I think now I'm sharing only the full screen. Yes. So I just need Adaiah is still there? Sorry. No, there's no one online. So if there's no one online, no problem. Right. But and it's recording, so it's okay. So you have this one and that one there. I think it's perfect. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Are you hearing? Yeah. Hello, I'm Mattia. I'm animator and PhD student in design at the University of Porto, and I have some background in graffiti writing and animation. And both things I love since my childhood. Today I will share how animation could revolutionize the way we preserve and communicate writing and street art culture and practices. My research explored the convergence of urban and digital territories and how animation could be a documentation tool, but also a translating and disseminating solution for ephemeral complex practices. But I think everyone knows the first more known characteristic of urban expression is its ephemerality, and in especially graffiti writing practices are frequently misunderstood by outsider or oversimplified. Traditional documentation methods as photography and video, books, or film in real image capture aesthetic, creative processes, and real authentic moments. But they could miss something crucial, that is the representation of memory and the emotion behind the actions. That is what gives meaning to the practice and maybe can help to explain to outsider the motivation and the perspective from the practitioners. My research journey started in Italy. I developed my first research, the beginning of the research in the province of Ferrara, and I developed an animation strategy to document graffiti writing, especially by defining a methodology for character design, a methodology that consent to deconstruct the style from specific writer and then use that style to create the character that represent that writer. So I was thinking we solved two problems. That is the anonymization, I don't know the right word to maintain the anonymity. Yeah. And in some way include its style that is part of its personality. in his representation of the character. But now in my PhD research that is called Graph-Emotion, my research continue in Porto, and I'm searching for the adaptation of the same method or the definition of a new one that could be more functional depending on the sociocultural context and specificities of the scene in Porto. But the main question that are driving my work are if animation can capture what traditional media cannot, as I said, video and photo, and if animation can bridge the gap between physical urban spaces and digital circulation. And I think is the most important if make it sense to communicate with a wider general audience. Yesterday also I was speaking about it with Boris. But trying to find some answer, today I'll show 5 different approaches from the state of the art of my research. And each one represents different ways that artists or filmmakers are using animation to preserve, disseminate, and transform urban art. Each offer unique insight into the convergence of urban and digital territories. Starting with time compression, in 2013, filmmaker Selina Miles collaborated with Softless, creating 2 time-lapse projects that in some way are not revolutionary, but cinematographic. Sorry. But it's not just about compressing the time. What I feel is that the short film, especially Limitless, intrinsically portray the community collaboration and the filmmaker with the writer working together, interacting between themselves and also with the environment, and playing with space and the video techniques and also the expression through graffiti. And in a few minutes, she shown what not all the dynamics, but some dynamics that are common in graffiti community. That is the collaboration and the search for new techniques and ways to express. A different approach is from the Spanish Maria Lorenzo that use stop motion, creating an archive during a year from Valencia, taking photos of stencil and other kind of intervention in Valencia. And with this archive, she create GIFs that then transform and merge in an animation short film. But while the first example portray in a creative way, visual and processes from expression in urban space, this example raises a question that is like, while we are preserving this work digitally, in some ways we can decontextualize them, depending on the narrative that we create with them. Third example is Biofa, and is the only one that since I started my research, I found that use 2D frame-by-frame animation as a documentation tool. And in this case, they used an hybrid approach, since there are real-life interview footage with animation to recreate the memories from the writer. And this this project follows the framework from the theorist, animated documentary theorist Annabelle Hones-Rowe, that say that animation can help recreating and representing memories or events that we don't have any record about it. So this is a well-known example from Blue that in some way revolutionized the merge of the intersection of animation techniques with wall painting, the intervention in urban space. But while these techniques from 2008 were characterized by the destruction of each painting to create the next one, after a decade in 2022, he returned to wall painted animation, but with a new method that I'm calling persistent frame, since he's painting each frame to compose a mural, and then photographing each one, he composed and sequenced them, creating the animation. And as we can see in the upper right image, the work continue existing in real life, in urban space, and also is expanded its dissemination in the digital space. But since Blue introduction to the wall painted animation and the intersection of street art with animation, other artists have used the basing in this technique and using other not innovation but strategies like GIF as INSA. But an artist that I consider a game changer is Train Writer Triple, since he's used various strategies as optical illusion and conditional graffiti to expand his communication with a strategic communication in social medias. But since the research is focusing in animation, he also employ stop motion in train writing. That is a complete different environment from large urban painting in sometimes free walls or with permissions. And this make the work really different, since he managed to create animation with few frames and considering all the characteristics of the yards. So with this approach, expand the dissemination of his work, and maybe is reaching a general audience because he intersects with a simple communication, sometimes with a few words in the post explaining why he's making this kind of animation. Like, for example, in this one, watching my name scroll by refer to a documentary, Watching My Name Pass By, roll by, I don't remember correctly, but it's a documentary about train writing. And this could represent an evolution in graffiti dissemination, but also a way to speak with outsiders. So these case studies propose 5 main categories for animation-based urban art documentation, that are the collaborative process documentation, that I think is fundamental between a researcher and the subject of the research. The conceptual replication and integration of characteristic of the subject portrait, like the characteristic of collaboration and technical aesthetic innovation that Selina employ in his work. The archive animated as a visual reconstruction, and also the animation to recreate and sometimes simplify memories or sensation that could be difficult to represent through a real image. Those are the key findings from this little analysis. And thank you. I'm done. Please. For this one, I don't know if it work. If I is it yes. That doesn't work. No, I just need to be in front of the. Okay, but I find it's not connected.
No, thank you. This is
Thank you.
fantastic. But I have a couple of questions. One is a very general question. What is animation? In the sense that you show many different things that
Yeah.
some of them, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what animation is. So some of the examples, they seem intuitively very much animation. Others, they seem to be movies or something like that.
Okay. With animation, we do movies. But animation is, I try to explain, is
Sure,
through
sure,
different,
sure.
through different different techniques, is a process that we put a sequence of images to create the illusion of movement. We can do it by using photography, like a person walking. We
Sure,
can
sure.
take a photo each time span, then sequencing it, and it creates the illusion of movement.
Sure.
Also,
The moving
film,
image. Yeah.
film is the same thing.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, but while you record by video and is done automatically, with animation you have more possibilities because you can
Intervene in the
intervene,
of the
yeah.
images.
Like, for example,
Sure.
sorry.
The Selena, I mean, I think the Selena's piece is
Yeah.
what made me very confused.
Okay. Like a coach, un sofá,
Yeah.
doesn't go up
Sure.
through the space.
Sure.
So, and also in the same
Okay.
video, there is Softless flying.
No, I do understand.
This is pixelation technique that taking various photos in momenti precisi.
Precise moment, times.
Yeah. Yeah. And also the animation, sorry, is the frame by frame drawn by hand.
No,
That is the mainstream known animation.
yeah, I mean that seems very obvious. This
Yeah,
one
yeah.
a little less.
I hope to.
No, yeah, sure. No, I understand. No, the other one, I don't want to rush you, but again, I don't want to take it. No, and the other question I have is that since also you're from Ferrara, do you know Pietro Rivasi?
I
And
know
work with Pietro?
Not personally,
Oh.
but I present very.
Yeah, we this little book with Pietro, which is called Unauthorized and Commissioned, which is about the idea of exhibiting graffiti through media representations in general. So animation, I mean, I don't think there was any animation in 1984. I don't know if you've seen the exhibition, 1984 Evolution and Regeneration of Gravity.
No, I didn't see the
Evolution.
animation, but I.
No, the exhibition.
Yeah,
mostra.
sorry.
Mm.
The exhibition, I didn't saw.
Oh, because I think the Pietro, I have to say, like, this is not, it was my idea, was perhaps the first curator that explores systematically the idea of not just preserving but showing graffiti through. Well, the idea was photographs and videos, and but there were animations in your. That's one of the reasons why I asked you. There was a video by Silvio Sauri where he was following Utah and Heather, but there were animations in this technical sense. And I mean, like, I'm referring to Pietro because, of course, there is the question: how willing would you be in pushing this idea of preservation? Because, for instance, there have been criticism against Pietro's ideas in the book that is not preservation, that is documentation. E non è preservazione, è documentazione.
I know. I don't know how to respond to this because I'm still in research.
I'm done. No, in fact, I was leaving.
I don't know how with Nightingale. Yeah, I think where Nightingale with Raquel. Yeah. It's yeah.
Difficult to make at the same time keep it still, keep one frame.
Yeah, the last words. But also the smaller ones are frames. Yeah. And this right. Yeah. Well, the celebration is yeah, like I think the animation is like but is difficult thing that for Instagram for yeah. Kind of sad if we just get back with the black where bring the after lines but like train writing as I perceive it, never been to communicate with general public. Maybe generally, but yeah, but in speaking generally is cryptic, so difficult. So you're communicating with the expression, the gest, il gesto, il fatto di but the image itself not always is understandable. And this case is like a new step, like in the physical space that are in some way the outsiders of the Instagram world who face the painting doesn't understand. It's just abstract green wall.
Describing the like square. Otherwise, it is enough to the a place
Yeah.
So I think anyway, people are trying to complicate those places, but they are too much there
To
too much buying. Well,
I was saying yesterday,
Yeah.
at my 47, I will prepare market for but maybe I think the that those animations are more faithful to the cultural than I mean, graffiti is not only a piece.
Yeah.
That is only the result and we can see. But as we were saying, the other 80% is performing, going to different material.
Yeah.
Of the getting there, and you can get that with those video images, and you cannot get that flash view one purpose. So I think it's maybe more faithful to what we're writing.
Yeah.
It's as a whole, as an approach.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your comment. I don't, it's not a question, right? But yeah, but from there. And also because you are so and also like okay, is passing through your filter as a creator of animation, but at the same time you want to preserve, represent culture or stories of memory of other people. So yeah, the ethical part is really important and is deeper, and there are a lot of things, also the appropriation in some way, and there are different points of view about it, since it's in public space could be okay, I do it in public space so everything can happen, or I do it but it's mine, you cannot create starting from that image. So yeah, I know there is a lot of seas to deep in.
A way to communicate can. Well, there's a thing that is in 3D scanning, you are sketching the object that you can keep looking from the side. And it's a kind of even livelier record. Although it's not that it's a narrative, but at the same time it's a physical mapping of some particular pieces, right? Or and this can fictional, but in there I see some parallels between animation and what we are. Of course, graffiti is about there, but the medium, I really feel that it's I kind of potential to explore the relation about context and with graffiti as a medium for exploring development context. So thank you for your work, and we already talked about that, and I had my own experience in animation also. There are many others with the relation. It has a broad potential to evolve. The problem with animation, it's the same problem with publishing papers, but either yes, it's very exciting because I imagine that it's not something that can do the right line with pigment. It's also among a energy in product, and the work that Cameron talked about is he said the these but and one of the things that I'm would like to sort of you know is maybe global things there were over the period of time. One project that did only was that they're even doing research we did and this is probably is to learn it at different ways from breeds taken out of and this reason here. Children can form these traits over time. Over period, that went back to it. But what we needed to do with the animation was pass the camera through where the trees were. And Shangge was up there. So you actually
ringraziare anyway intervention. And then you if it means brilliant tonight. Probably share both. But the piece of the story of the piece of architecture. It doesn't give you anything back for experience. But we can use time-based techniques. Need that experience.
Yeah, I think it's underused skill, and it could, it's a beautiful skill, yeah. And so it's just because I it's more from everyone, but technology can help. So technology is evolving, so can. Okay.
We almost don't need any human to do animation right now.
Sorry.
With artificial intelligence, we don't need any human drawing. Yeah, but there is methods to get faster.
It's even. I thank you so much. I don't know if anyone else does. Like you go ahead again.
Thank you.
Yeah, they talked about writing on with wall, and to try to tell any Chinese with the kind of right? But it's like tell why you are with
Sure, of course. No, of course.
all that.
No.
Just okay. And so presentation.
No, it's a South 24.
You will be presenting alone or?
I'll be presenting alone, but I'll make the relevant.
They needed. You don't need notes.
I don't know.
Can be like this. Let me just share in Zoom. Hey, here. Oh, she's here.
She's here. Shangge, but she's because she's busy, like she's rehearsing something. Yeah.
You're okay. This will disappear.
Yeah, it's fine.
You can also move these to.
Sure. Yes.
I don't know where.
If I can see myself a little bit, like yeah.
Yeah.
$4. Okay.
This is not the objective. Sorry. Yeah.
It's fine. You can make it disappear.
Just one second. I will. Nah,
Yeah.
it's all bullshit.
Put it down. Put it down.
Okay.
Okay. Well, first, I'm very happy to be here. Actually, we were talking with Pedro before the beginning of the conference. I can't believe it's been 6 years since I've been here in person last time. Actually, I was with the I just saw one moment showed up in my Facebook, and I was presenting with Enrico on copyright. So my name is Andrea Baldini, and I'm Shangge professor at the School of Arts at Peking University in Beijing. And I'm very happy to present this work, which has been created with absolute crucial contribution of one of my former very brilliant students, Shangge LI, who's actually connected at the moment, but she has unfortunately something to do. And Shangge is going to, she's basically enrolled in programming at the Faculty of History at Oxford University. And Shangge, as you will see,
she graduated actually in law, and she gave me, she provided an incredible amount of help in looking into the details. That's her. She's one of the joys of being a professor. I mean, if you've ever been a professor, I think there is nothing more inspiring than meeting young, brilliant minds. So I'll start by saying that I think that there are two types of papers that you write: the ones you want to write and the ones you, so to say, have to write. I mean, for those of you who don't know me, I've been working in China for a long time, with a couple of years of interruption in the middle, but I never wrote about graffiti in China for a series of reasons. One of the reasons is that, as you might guess, I'm not Chinese. And I'm also not an anthropologist, I'm not a sociologist, I'm not even a historian. I mean, I'm a philosopher by training and trade, so I'm much more at ease with concepts than with, let's say, empirical evidence. But through the years, I found that there were stories that weren't told. Now, as I will discuss most of the scholarship that has been written on Chinese graffiti or graffiti in China. And what I found is basically that there is a part that is completely missing. I mean, this is not to criticize the work that, I mean, Minna Valiaca, Adriana Iezzi, Martina Merenda, and I'm forgetting, and Martina Bisceglia have been doing, among others. Those are fantastic works, but it's fantastic scholarship, but there is something missing. And the missing part is, so to say, the radical part of the graffiti movement in China. So to put it very simply, if you read the work, I mean, there is a beautiful book just published both in Italian and in English, which is called Graffiti in China. And the first author, I think it's Adriana Iezzi. The book is freely available at 10AA press.it website. It's one of the publishing houses of the University of Bologna, so you can read it, and it's a fantastic book. But what they did in that book is echoing what Minna has been saying since at least 2011. I think the first paper that she publishes on Chinese graffiti is from 2011. The story goes that Chinese graffiti is non-subversive, is apolitical, is largely tolerated, and it's as developed as art, not as vandalism. Now, I'd like to challenge this idea, and what I'd like to show is that graffiti in China, so not Chinese graffiti, so they are graffiti made in China. They are not different in essence. They still have a constitutive relationship with the law, and in a sense, they are still subversive. So here is what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to give you a little bit of a literature review. Then I'm going to introduce a methodological criticism. And then I'll delve into some details. I'll tell you what I call for hidden transcripts. And then we will get to an analysis of an actual judicial case. It's a bit complicated, but I'll explain it. I'll try to explain it to the best of my abilities towards the end of the talk. So a question we might want to start with, as usual, is what is graffiti? Now, here I'm just using in a very, let's say, very specific sense. I'm interested in what usually is called style writing or graffiti writing, subway art, whatever you want to call it. So it's basically the trajectory that started in northeastern metropolises of the United States of America in the late 1960s, primarily Philadelphia, New York. And it's largely based on stylized calligraphic signature or pseudonyms. And so this actually sets them apart from what usually you can call latrinalia, so these bathrooms graffiti or political graffiti. So everything that doesn't come from that trajectory and doesn't embody that practice. Because I think that here there is an important distinction between a phenomenon and a practice. So urban creativity is a phenomenon, you might say. So everything that happens in public space, in the urban space, that has to do with a creative expression, it's a phenomenon of urban creativity. I think graffiti is a practice insofar as it has a specific teleological nature. So there are certain values and principles that people revolve around. So the practice is not, let's say, just a phenomenon that's spontaneously organized, but it's a practice that is organized in a certain way. Now, if you want, I hope this is not controversial. If you want to talk about it later, it's fine. So one of the main aspects of graffiti writing, for instance, is that its life revolves around crews, and crews are, small groups of people where there is form of mentoring, among other things, and of course in camaraderie. Now, within graffiti writing, peer recognition is a key motivator amongst the members of crews. Now, peer recognition comes primarily from two things. So there are two criteria to evaluate graffiti writers: bombing, so the quantity, and style, that is quality. Now, how these two things relate, we're not going to get into that, but what is important to say is that without bombing, you're not a king. 10 foot is a king because it's everywhere. It's fantastic. I found him. I mean, I've been traveling a little bit in Europe. It's just marvelous to see him everywhere. And so bombing has a relationship with the law. This is one of the reasons why I claim that graffiti has a constitutive relationship with the law. And to put it with the words of Andrea Lorenzo, illegality represents the 0 degree of the practice of graffiti. That is, if you don't have, put it very simply, if you don't have an illegal part, you don't have graffiti. Okay? In the traditional sense. Now, the point is that scholarship on Chinese graffiti have been questioning whether the account that I just gave you can adapt to Chinese graffiti. And the answer generally has been no. Now, of course, aesthetically, Chinese graffiti is very, very similar, if not identical. Maybe it's too much, but of course it has a very deep stylistic and aesthetic continuity with its counterpart in the Western world. If you want to say in a technical way, in a fancy way, which usually I don't like, it's a diasporic movement, where some elements go into another culture, then they get adapted, but there is visual continuity. So if you go in China, if you come to Beijing and you see graffiti, they look like graffiti a bit everywhere in the world. Now, what is significantly different is that Chinese graffiti is not subversive. So as Minna says, the primary aim is beautification of the urban space, not rebellion. Also, its legal status seems to be different. People have been arguing that graffiti in China is semi-legal, whatever that means. So here you see Minna once again writes, whether graffiti is illegal is actually an unclear issue. In practice, there are no harsh punishments against graffiti in China. Last but not least, this is a story that graffiti is born in China as a form of art. So as a purely aesthetic practice, and not for, let's say, I use this term aesthetic political, but again, as a practice that has an element of vandalism. So I'm here, for instance, from Adriana's book, you can read the following passage. Chinese graffiti writing has been emptied of its underground nature. As it is not considered an act of vandalism, graffiti in China appears as a pure form of artistic expressions, primarily in the eyes of the writers. Now, again, read all the stuff that they wrote because it's fantastic and it's super accurate. You get a very good sense of the history of graffiti in China, which I'm not going to give it to you because I'm not an historian. But there is a huge problem. I mean, big problem, I think, or at least something significant that is missing. What I found, living in China for a long time and getting to know many of the protagonists that both me and Adriana, Marta, and so forth and so on have been interviewing, is that there is what you can call a hidden transcript. So some stories that contradict what you can read there. And also there are legal cases that once again contradict what you can find written there. And again, if one is a horror history, the other one is hardcore legal fact. Now, if you're not familiar with what is a hidden transcript, I'll give you a, let's say a crash course in it. It comes from the work of Scott. For me, Scott's work, what is hidden transcripts in the art of resistance, I think it's the title, has been crucial because what Scott realized is that when people, they are disempowered, talk among themselves, they will not say what they say in front of others. Now, this, in general, my criticism against interviews. I know that it's very popular, but the point is that I profoundly distrust what people say when they are interviewed by academics, especially in official setting. Again, if you, I'm going to put it with a boutade. If you ask Putin whether he's against war, it will tell you that he, of course, he's against it. But that, to me, doesn't mean really anything. And again, like, Mattia had this very well rehearsed, for instance, I'm going to use you as an example, answer to the question, what's the audience of graffiti? Now, in my career, I think the 99% of writers I've met tell me I don't want to talk to the public. I want to talk to writers, which is exactly the sort of cookie cutter answer that you find in Style Wars. Where who's the writer? I forgot. Is there with his mother and his. Skip, yes, and his mother says, "Well, he does to be famous." He said, "No, I do it for my friends," and that, I think that's where that answer comes from, because there is recognition that that is the correct answer. But anyway, so here I'm going to tell you the story. So when I told you that these are stories that I had to tell, a story that I had to tell, not that I really wanted to tell, is because these are things that I've heard from the people I'm friends with people I spend most of my days. Now, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to mention any name. I'm not going to mention any city. I'm not going to mention any details that could actually help anyone, any institution to trace back what I'm saying to the people I'm talking about. Because once again, contrary to current scholarship, there are significant legal risks in doing graffiti in China. Now, here is, again, one of the first stories that led to the creation, to the writing, starting of this project. So this writer based in a major Chinese metropolis, and he runs a design business. Again, when I met him the first times, he always tells me this story that, graffiti in China is just art. And then we're having lunch, we're just chilling, and then he tells me the story when he started writing. And the story was like this, I used to, paint, and by looking at videos from YouTube or wherever, and then I met this guy, Roy. Roy is the only one I'm gonna mention because he's too old and he hasn't been writing for a while, so he said it's fine that I mention his name. So he meets Roy in another city, where he lives right now. And Roy actually was an international Chinese student in Japan, where he learned how to do graffiti. At the time, he was working at a bank in the same city where this writer was living. So he told him, I'll teach you how to do graffiti, let's meet tonight. So they get to a place, Roy changes his bank clothes, put them in a bag, and they go bombing. And at some point, a policeman, like a police officer, shows up, and then a series are, they start running, and a series of them chasing them. So at the end of, as you probably know, one of these stories, this writer says, well, I was so scared, I was, running out of breath, but at some point, we lost them. And there is the story that actually Roy, the story finishes with him saying, well, and Roy told me, welcome to graffiti. Now, of course, this is, I think, very significant. And as a hidden transcript, it seems to contradict the story that I've read in all the books that I've been able to, they have been written. So that, again, the subversive dimension emerges through the lived experience of the writer, not, let's say, not the stories that he tells in public. And once again, it's very significant that he recognizes this moment as the moment where he starts to do graffiti. He was painting even before. Now, the comment that we gave to the first presentation, I think one of the things that we might say is that graffiti might be many things. We might not be sure exactly what it is, but surely it's not just a technique. It's not just a style. And this writer recognizes that maybe he was painting in that style, but he wasn't doing graffiti because graffiti is a practice that has this element of appropriation, let's say, of public space. Even transcript 2, same lunch, after he says this story, and all these stories are unprompted. I don't ask any questions. I didn't ask any questions. He tells me another story. So at some point, these crews had this beef with another crew in the same city, and the rivals, they arrive at the place where they used to hang out all together, and they just spray paint the whole place, the windows, the walls, with silver spray paint. Now that attracted the attention of the police, so that they came and they started to investigate. We did that, and they didn't want to tell who did that. Not because they want to actually, well, probably there was also an aspect they didn't want to rat out the other crew, but they were actually terrified that the police officer will start to investigate their own tags. So they say, we don't know. China is a very special place. If they want to find you, they find you. So they pick up the cameras, they find everyone, and they go knock at their doors. Now, for an accident of luck, they were at home, they were traveling. So what was it initially basically an attempt at arresting these people, trying to very little, so nothing really happened. But again, what is important is that the activity is not risk-free, it's not legal, it's not semi-legal. So writers to still navigate the legal landscape in ways that are similar to what happens in other contexts, though of course different because the laws are different, the country is different. So it's not to say that it's exactly the same. Nowhere is exactly the same, or even diachronically. But once again, the central idea is that illicit aspect, the illegality is constitutive of what they do. It's not something they don't think about. Hidden transcript 3. So here it's another die. Actually, this is the moment where I tell this writer that I was going to write this piece. So that Shangge, we were working on this idea. And so it's very interesting because once again, his first replies, this is the public transcript, is, well, Andrea, but I don't know if that makes lots of sense, because, Chinese graffiti is just art, it's not subversive, it's not illegal, it's tolerated, blah, blah, blah. And then, I'm there with a bunch of friends and with my kids are playing. And then at some point, I asked him, but you don't bump at all? And then he says, well, actually, I still do it. So it's very interesting because he has tag that nobody knows about. And and then he starts to show me pictures. Now, one of the things that's very peculiar about Chinese writing, and I hope that I will address these at some point, is that they tend to post everything and anything on social media. But that, of course, it doesn't. It doesn't post those things. And one of the things that he does, a tactical adaptation, if some of you are familiar with the work of Kurt Iveson on the theme of graffiti, so it's a tactical adaptation. The fact that he doesn't tag in the place where he lives, he goes to another city, he goes to places that he regards as lower risk, again, spot theory, Jeff Farrell. But he still does it. And I asked him, why do you do it? Now, here is another problem that I have, and I've been for many years a bit reluctant to do this work, is that my proficiency in Chinese is very basic. So there are moments where I struggle to understand what we struggle to understand each other. So he told me something and he said, I don't know how to say in English. And I said, well, I don't know, let's use the translator. So the first thing he told me, you see, it's 40-20, it's dopamine. And I don't know, then we're talking, I'm asking something, why do you think it's important, the dopamine? And then the next thing that he wrote to me is the spirit of resistance. Now, this is a classic example of what hidden transcript is. He had his very well rehearsed reply when we first started talking about this, and then the more informal, the more friendly, and the less threatened and on a pedestal he felt, things started to get different, and for me, more interesting. This is the last transcript that I'm going to show you. This is a different writer from a different city, still a big city in China. Now, we've been knowing each other for a very long time. So I just not published, but it just got accepted a paper of mine on the journal Aesthetic Education, which is called, I think, graffiti writing is dirty aesthetic education. So I wanted to put the picture you see there. As you can see, is actually there are a few throw-ups on a sanctioned piece. I don't know if you can see it. So we're talking about our things, and what's street art, what's graffiti, blah blah blah. That's how we entertain ourselves. And again, there are different terms in Chinese, and tuya is usually what they use among graffiti writers to call graffiti, and street art is it's an issue. I forgot the first part. Anyway, so it tells me to be precise. I deleted all the information in Chinese. This is WeChat because, of course, from the Chinese they can go back to our conversation. So you're going to see only the translation. The translation is done by the. Oh yeah, mine I should have well, mine is less problematic. So it's the translation from WeChat. If you know how to use it, that's where it comes from. So it tells me, to be precise, this shouldn't be classified as street art, but rather as graffiti. Is this yours? And I tell him that he's right. I think this is graffiti in Australia. The shoulda, like, yes, it's in reply to his first comment. And he tells me where he is. It's been a lie, a while. I no longer draw through up scenes like that. And then he laughs because that actually they're better what those it does today. And then I tell him, like, I'm writing an article, can I use the picture? And he says, no problem. And then he tells me, just don't reveal too much about us though. So if you find the picture in my article, if you read my article by accident, you're not going to see any. I know all of them, and I know where they are, I know the name of the crew, but if there isn't, because he asked me not to tell, this is actually a picture from 2016. It's our picture that is done yesterday. And it tells me I'm currently dealing with quite a few issues. Here, it's a problem of the translation of WeChat. There was no subject in his sentence. You know, in Chinese, it's like in Italian or other languages. If it's obvious from the context, you can drop the subject. So it's I was in jail for graffiti. These are the stories that we never heard. Now, and to close this story of the radical graffiti in China, I want to align some technical aspects about the legal dimension in a very strict sense in China. Now, many of the researchers that have been working on this issue, they've been rather I would say unconcerned with these legal aspects. You know, that you can't find any legal analysis, and you can't find any judicial cases cited. And one of the reasons why you don't is not because they didn't do their due diligence, is because basically all of them are sealed. There's no public evidence. So it's very, very difficult to gather information. And this is something that's been missing from the other, let's say from previous scholarship. To go to jail in China is a social stigma of a relevance that you might not be familiar with. So all of these people went, and many of them have gone, they don't want people to know it. Things are sealed and they just don't want to talk about it. So it's very difficult to gather information. It is true, as you have read at the beginning, that there is no ad hoc graffiti, anti-graffiti law. But actually that was very common across many different legislation. It's something that happened for many decades. Like first graffiti laws in New York appear in the 1970s. In Italy, they appeared in the 1990s, even later. Now, that doesn't mean that graffiti is semi-legal or legal. Now, the notion, also I would like to emphasize something technical. Maybe I'm very small-minded, but the point is that semi-legal means very little to me. Now, it might be a sociological notion. I don't know what kind of notion it is. But in legal theory, there is a binary logic. Something is either legal or illegal. There is nothing in between. Now, this might come from the, let's say informal ways in which we talk about what is legal and what is illegal. But technically, what is legal and what is illegal is decided by a judge. And the judge will never end like a due process by saying, I think this is semi-legal. He is going to say this is legal, this is illegal. Okay? Now, and as I said, most writers I know actually have been to jail in one way or another, for some time or another. Now, my wonderful co-author, Shangge, actually was able to find secondhand evidence of one of the few cases that have come to public attention. And it was probably the first case in China where graffiti writers were persecuted with Article 293. Graffiti writer's surname is Lin and O, 21 and 25 years old male, who tagged over 10 public locations in Latine, in Guangdong. Guangdong is the region southwest, where close to Hong Kong, where you might know Guangzhou or Shenzhen. Now, initially they were charged with Article 275. It has to do with intentional destruction of property. That would have been much better. But then the case was reclassified under Article 293, picking quarrels and provoking trouble. Now, Article 293 is infamous because it's what is used to prosecute whatever they want to prosecute, because it's so ambiguous that you can use it for anything. So disorderly conduct, if you're drunk on the street and you're acting erratically, you'll be charged with Article 293. Now, the estimated economic damage that the port had was 5,628 renminbi, which is roughly 700 euros. Now, the defense argued that there were aesthetic motives and no harm to function or public order. So they said, well, you know, this is just artistic expression. But actually, the court didn't buy into that, and the prosecution emphasized that these were forms of public provocation and symbolic disorder. Now, we gathered this information through newspapers because, once again, the record is sealed. The record is not public. So one of the things we're going to try to do, but that is, it's going to be very, very complicated, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be successful, is to ask writers to share their records if they want to. But again, that is something I don't know if I'll be successful. So what I would like to emphasize is that, interesting enough, graffiti in this case were not criminalized for the material damage, but for disrupting symbolic order. And this case reveals quite effectively that even in China, the law is repressing unsanctioned creativity, just like it happens a little bit everywhere. So I'm going to the conclusion. So what I try to tell you is that Chinese graffiti is a form of hidden transcript. So writers performed compliance in public. They tell you a story that they think it's safe enough, but they maintain this the illicit aspect of the practice, the bombing side, in private. And these stories emerge, quite often when we are, just hanging out. Never through interviews, over meals, across the shared space, usually some drinks, but some of them don't drink. Anyway. Now, what I would like to emphasize from what I just said is that there is an important role for the law in shaping the practice. Now, of course, it's true there is no explicit law, but there is still pervasive control of the uses of public spaces. There have been articles of criminal law, which again is no joke, like Article 293, that have been used in the attempt of sanitize a space and to regulate space in ways that sometimes they appear discretionary. And if one thing you could say that is distinctly different is that though it might be, let's say, too much of an exaggeration, the ways in which the conditions under which you're prosecuted in China might be less clear. So since there is not a law against graffiti, let's say if you have the authorization of the property owner, usually they let it go. But if they decide not to, that's not a good day. So I would like to say, and in saying this, again, I would just want to thank and celebrate the people that allow me to write these things, the people that take the risks, the people that actually do not bow always to the rule of capitalism, and they are these radical graffiti writers, which still exist in spite of the illegality of the gesture and the practice in China. And let's say the very possibility for them to exist as radical graffiti writers, as I say, is that because still they're not allowed to do that. I want to emphasize once again that graffiti writing in China still entertains a constitutive relationship with the law, and its meaning is still shaped by the legal background against which we can understand and interpret the actions of the calligraphers of the spray can. And Chinese graffiti, just to conclude, is just graffiti in China. Thank you very much. So, if you want to, for those of you, these are my contacts. Yeah.
I have fun curiosity. There is there's some place or manual where we can see what is the small order so you said that the dagger that
Okay. So if there is a sure.
applying its small order. Is it available?
No.
Or
No, this is one. I mean, I think this is rather common. I mean, these are the order is negotiated. So I think it's a little bit the same in the West. I mean, you do graffiti in certain places because you know that your risks are, comparable with incompatible with what with what you are willing to accept. So one of the things that you will learn if you walk with graffiti writers is that as in the West, they read the city in a different way. They read the city in ways that are semantically informed by the law. So they will tell you, I'll never do this here. I never tag here because I know the fireman. And there is this other story. I mean, I have many stories that you can't imagine. So for instance, another story is the following one. So we walk by a wall and this friend of mine tells me, that's actually I tell him, that's your piece. Yeah. He said, cool. He said, yeah, but I come here every month or every 2 months because if I come too often, then they catch. And here it's fine, nobody tells me anything. So it's very common if you go to China that you will meet some of these writers and they will tell you where to go. So again, I'm often in their studio and it's, last maybe 3 weeks ago, a couple of graffiti writers from Brazil arrived in the studio and he said, well, I'll show you some illegal places where to bomb. So no, there is no manual, and it definitely requires a level of understanding of sensibility that I think that if you're not Chinese, it's very, very difficult. You haven't been living there for a long time. One great exception, if you're gonna ever look at the phenomenal videos, is Yuta and Adaiah. They bombed, for instance, the subway in Nanjing, which is, I think maybe they're the first and only ones. But because again, through their experience, they have this capacity of reading the city as it's orthogonally, tridimensionally in ways that are very complex, in ways in which people usually can't do. But so yeah, don't look for a manual.
what trying to be then because in spaces where well doesn't reach, but we know that there are of course. Here we talk about
Sure.
but about the with simple word.
Sure.
It becomes something over connected with at least with visual aids of design. The symbol and symbolic is so that's why it was still established law because the law we can read something.
No, but here is what I was trying to see. So of course, there is a sense in which you can act in ways that appear to be against the law, but you don't get punished. Now, I hope that we agree on this, that if you don't get punished, what you have done is not illegal in a strict sense. If I do something, you know, like this is easier when you understand like more complex cases. I'll tell you, okay, Berlusconi. Berlusconi, we've heard that for 20, 30 years that has done something illegal, but at the end of the day, he was never convicted for many of the things that he has done. So what I was trying to emphasize is that, of course, there are some instances and some occasions and some places where police enforcement is unlikely that is going to enforce a punishment. Okay? Now, that doesn't make what you do semi-legal. You are taking your risks. The risk is still there. And the point is that one of the things that we can say is that in a legislation like the Chinese one, the level of let's say, of unpredictability of the enforcement of the law is extremely high. In the sense, what you're doing today and it's fine, maybe tonight is not going to be fine. So the point is that since the law is very strange, it's, again, there is, as I said, there is no law dedicated against graffiti. So Article 265, for instance, tells you, well, you know, if you create a damage, we'll prosecute you. Now, with graffiti writing, it's very difficult to say that you're causing a damage. Trains in Rome have been running for 20 years, covered with graffiti, and functionality was not, let's say, damaged. So there was no functional damage. If I write something on a dilapidated wall and something has no commercial value, it's very difficult to say that I did something that creates damage. What happened? Why is the damage? The shift to 293 is actually to overcome that limitation, because that is a very, very broad article. Very broad, and so if something changes, if something shifts in the perception of the, you know, of the government, it's like there is a, I didn't introduce it, the notion, because I didn't want, it's called governmental ambiguity. It's a notion by Foucault. So that's the idea that in certain systems, this ambiguity is kept in order to arbitrarily enact forms. Yeah, so I think that one of the reasons why a lot of the scholarship had that sense is that in the circles they went to, and in many cases, the governmental ambiguity in Chinese policies, special politics, was such that they really didn't care. So it's not that they were saying something wrong. The point is that, let's say, here is the periodization. So graffiti in China, mainland China, likely begins in 1994, 1995 with Shangge LI. Then we get to 2008, where we have the first crews that emerge, ABC, KWS. Now, 2008, let's say 2017, 2018 is the golden age of graffiti. It was a moment where it was very unlikely that they were going to prosecute us. Still, things happened, but usually they could get away with a lot of things because people didn't understand, people couldn't read Latin letters. Now, from 2017, 2018, we have a shift in the country. I'm sure you're aware of that. So there is a tightened policy in everything. So the space becomes more controlled and things becomes much, much more complicated. So it is, I mean, I think that graffiti writers in general navigate the ambiguity of the law and whatever. I mean, these gray spaces that you said, it's not that it's not the case. But what I would like to emphasize is that, again, if you use the notion of semi-legal, as I mentioned, sociologically or anthropologically, to say that there is a space that you're not really sure what's going to happen, but that's not a legal category. Legal categories are legal and illegal, and that's the end of the game. So what I was questioning is the idea, the misunderstanding that there is a category of the semi-legal in China or anywhere. There is, people might let something slide, but if they decide that they want to punish you, it's, again, there are the legal instruments to declare that what you have done is actually illegal. And it's very risky, it's very dangerous. Writers in China are very, very cautious, much more than any other writers that I've ever met. And it's exactly because of the opposite of what has been told, is because graffiti writing is not tolerated. I mean, it's accepted under certain conditions and circumstances. But the control is such that writers very, very rarely engage in risky behaviors.
Okay, yes, we have comment or elaborate the discussion with the other scholars that are writing about this topic. And some of them are publications, so
Yeah, sure.
At least the piece that is like
Sure. No, I mean, again, they are friends of mine. I have nothing but the deepest esteem for them. I think that my position is just an accident of history. I just lived in China for a long time, and I like to party.
perfect. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Shangge, who's there maybe somewhere. Maybe we had some. Oh, it was
Here. There are questions here? Okay, I'll check. Okay, see.
Yes, and we should take a picture to the exhibition also. Maybe we can take pictures on the exhibition. No, just people saying goodbye here also online. There's a question here. Maybe you can reply to this question here, I think. This one needs to leave, but
okay. Denisa, thank you very much. I didn't want to talk about my risks. The short answer is yes. We talked also to we discussed it with Shangge. We hope that due to my privileged position and to the fact that we are trying to keep it as anonymous and safe as possible, nothing's going to really happen. I mean, I tend to destroy everything that I have. In the sense, the records that I have are records that become just my memories. I don't want traces in what I have. Now I posted the WeChat, but again, that form I keep some stuff, but not in any other form. So I tend to destroy everything that I have. For me, it's very challenging because I never thought I was going to do like sort of convict criminology. I mean, I've been reading some stuff from there how you deal with the ethical concerns, the problems, and the issues. And again, I'm trained as a philosopher. I don't know anything about. I didn't study these things, so I've been reading. So we're trying to keep it that way, and we're just aware of the risks, and we hope nothing is going to come out too bad for us. But
Yeah, she will get hopefully she's hearing. Yeah. But it's recorded anyway.
thank you, she said. Okay, she replied, thank you. Okay, so we have concluded this morning. We will start at 2 here from Lisbon online mostly. If anyone can join locally, also can join, of course, but I'm prepared to be alone here. Don't have to in your Saturday afternoon to be here, but it's because it will be only as online session. Anyway, we will have lunch. We will have 1.5 hours to lunch, and we will take some photos for the ones that are here, I think. Right. Let's go. Yeah. Thank you. I'll pause here the thing. We'll put the program in motion. So thank you so much for you already been talking, and you just made the conversation easier. But of course we have the alignment of the program, and I've said during the conference, this is the third day of conferences. It's the last chunk of day, like afternoon, that we are going to make. It's mostly online. Every presentation will be online actually, but at the same time there will be people here in the auditorium still because it's fresh and they like the conference, I think. And then no, yeah, thank you. But the thing is, it had been a long program already with 2 movies presentations, and there will be some also activities after the formal conference here. So many things are happening at the same time. But I have been saying that this panel here, for me, it's quite special in a sense that you talk about the same word, graffiti, but in a total different way and with a longer tradition that we are talking about graffiti. So I'm really delighted to have been embracing this idea of creating this journal about, let's say, historical graffiti, but maybe there are this border maybe doesn't make sense. But anyway, I'm delighted to put the conversation going between every type of scholar that devotes his work to this word and other aspects regarding urban context, but not only of today, but also more older, and also the aspects of writing and how it becomes what it is today, and all that aspects that connect with the initial prompt of graffiti, but not only, many times. So not taking too much of the time of the program, I will just say that all these 2 groups of this panel of graffiti heritage and context, the act and significance of writing, right? It's moderated by Philippa Steele from University of Cambridge, and I'm delighted to have you here, Philippa, and delighted to have been making this process with you, and very keen to hear what the group has to say, and yourself, because you are the last from this group. So go ahead, it's your floor. I'm here and some people in the auditorium. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Pedro. And thank you for getting in touch with me in the first place and making these connections, because it is really exciting to make more contacts. And this conference has been brilliant. I've learned so much. There's been areas that I just didn't know very much about at all. And yet it's all touched upon various interests I have. And it's a pleasure to be one of the speakers in our panel now amongst a group of friends that I've come to know over recent years, friends and colleagues who all have very diverse interests in writing. I'll start with a quick announcement that I'm very sorry that Chris Miller, who was due to speak as part of the panel, has had a very serious computer failure and he just is not able to take part, unfortunately. But the rest of us will do our best to entertain you and to add to what has been a very enriching and stimulating conference. Okay, I'm going to keep introductions brief so that we all try to stay on time. We're going to have 3 papers, then some questions, and then 2 papers, and then some more questions, just to break things up a little bit. Okay, and I will begin by introducing Alice Mazzilli, who is an artist, a calligrapher, does many, many things. And she is going to speak to us today about the notion of cursive graffiti and her project, Interwriting. Alice, would you like to share your screen and go ahead?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. Let me do all the sharing. Here we go. Bit of a spoiler, but here we go. Right. Are we forgetting that graffiti is writing? Are we then, as a society, forgetting what writing is? Maybe not everywhere or by everyone, but in the dominant cultural narratives of the Western culture, where writing is being reduced to utility. We're taught to think of writing as information, as data processed by machines, as silent code that flows frictionless across screens, detached from the body that once carved it. We have been trained to become efficient, to optimize, to disappear into systems that no longer ask for our presence, but only our input. Writing, in its origin and its essence, carries the weight of breath, the tremor of intention, the resistance of matter. Each mark is an act of labor, presence, struggle, and care. Graffiti remembers this. Tagging remembers this. They are not simply names scrawled on walls. They are signatures of life in a world designed to erase us. A tag is a claim, not of property, but of existence. It is a line drawn against forgetting, a shield held up to hold space in a landscape of disappearance. I am here. They are disciplines. They are cursive. Letters, rhythm, play. What plays through letters is not just meaning, but being. A rhythm before the word. This is interwriting. Every line you trace is a door back to the world, and the word needs our hand. Hi, everyone. It's an honor to present in this panel. This conference has been really interesting presentations. And I'd like to start with 2 questions that seems to echo beneath everything I do, which is, what is writing and who am I? So those 2 questions may seem unrelated, yet they are deeply intertwined. And they have been the driving force behind my evolution as an artist, professional, and thinker. Writing has shaped my identity, just as my identity has shaped my approach to writing. I'm an artist specialized in the action of writing, a writer in the fullest sense of the word. My work extends across paintings, graffiti, calligraphy, both formal and informal, and art performances, exploring writing as a sensory, cognitive, and body experience and questioning its role in contemporary culture. I call this practice interwriting, an interdisciplinary research project and artistic practice that explores writing as a process entangled with a word and not merely with the writer's cognitive state. Interwriting is based on the discipline of writing and its interaction with space, time, rhythm, environment, and interoception. So interoception is a neuroscientific term, is a theory that talks about our perception of signals coming for an interpretation, mainly how we interpret the signals coming both from the inside and the outside. Interwriting approaches writing as a dynamic extension of the body's rhythms, movements, and feelings, situating the writer in relation to the word. This project critically examines the symbolic and cultural erasure of handwriting in the digital age. Advocating for writing as a site of resistance, presence, and human connection. By weaving ancient practices with contemporary research, interwriting opens up new possibilities for understanding writing as a vital and evolving process. Interwriting also challenges the Western conception of writing as a simple tool of transcription of spoken language. And this takes me back to the first question. What is writing? I personally find it limiting to impose a single definition on something with such a vast history, one that has held different meanings across cultures. I see this question not as a destination, but as a journey. Writing emerged independently in various parts of the world, a testament to the profound and universal instincts of our species to express ourselves through a system of symbols. This innate drive reflects a deep-seated need to create, organize, preserve knowledge, and express identity, and is exactly the same instincts that guides my artistic process. The challenge for me has been finding the right language to express it. My life's work revolves around uncovering this language, crafting a system out of the chaos, and identifying patterns that resonate most authentically with my vision and the message I am meant to share with the world. So studying formal calligraphy gave me a platform to learn and practice different scripts and different writing systems. And I'm both interested in the historical developments of them and the form, its own form and aesthetics. Lately, what I've been reflecting a lot about, it's cursive. What does it mean? So the term comes from the late 18th century, from medieval Latin cursivus, from the verb currere, that means to run. So from a Latin alphabet point of view, cursive is often described as a style of penmanship in which characters are written joined in a flowing manner, generally for the purpose of making writing faster, in contrast to block letters. However, this description focuses only on the results of cursive rather than the action itself. Cursive is not merely a way of connecting letters. It is a movement, an embodied gesture that unfolds through time and space. The rhythm of writing, the pressure shift, the subtle hesitation, all of these exist before the letters are formed. And yet, they are absent from the usual definition of cursive. Writing in a flowing manner is not just about efficiency. It's about presence in movement. Across cultures, cursive forms demonstrate a deliberate rhythm that reflects mastery and control. In this society, increasingly driven by uncontrolled acceleration, cursive teaches an important lesson: the importance of intentional movement. So what I've done here is like a little recap of what I think it's cursive, which is rhythm, flow, the fact that it's done by hand, ligature, so how the letters are connected, the freedom in the interpretation of the symbols, and the importance of the line, which is both as a mark and as a line of writing. The invention of a writing system begins with the establishment of a graphic principle, a fundamental idea that governs how language is visually encoded. However, the formal realization of this principle, its translation into actual graphic forms, is a distinct and complex process which has led to different solutions across different cultures. Here there's a page, quite interesting page from the book The Calligraphic Line by Berget, which is a calligrapher from the 20th century, where shows that what we've done with specifically the Latin alphabet, going from the uppercase to the lowercase, is something quite static in a way. And thus it shows like all the possibility that we could have done, where we could apply from the cursive, from the static single letters of the Roman alphabet to the cursive form. So I found it quite interesting to see how we could explore it. So in every tradition, the ongoing cultivation and practice of writing eventually give rise to cursive form. This development is crucial for the emergence of calligraphy. Across cultures, cursive writing tends to appear for similar reasons. As writing became more embedded in society, symbols needed to be more adaptable, serving a wider range of functions. This demanded symbols that could accommodate greater formal variation and allow for faster, more fluid execution. Cursive writing significantly influenced the evolution of the written symbols. As symbol system became more established and widely recognized, writers were increasingly able to introduce variations. Signs took on greater diversity, developed more internal cohesion, and the written line emerged almost organically from the act of writing itself. This marks a profound shift from writing as a series of symbols to writing as a line, a rhythmic continuous gesture. The cursive line so represents not only a stylistic innovation, but the product of a highly developed cultural process. For example, in Islamic calligraphy, cursive forms are infused with spiritual significance, where the act of writing is seen as a devotional practice. Or in Chinese calligraphy, especially in its cursive variants, the expressive potential of the brushstroke is directly tied to the artist's qi, or life force, which animates the line beyond its thematic content. Well, graffiti writing, in my opinion, also aligns with these traditions, as it embraced the line as an expressive force. I find modern graffiti, in fact, a great case study to understand better the evolution of writing. The act of tagging is often performed in motion, in condition of urgency and transgressions. The line is not simply drawn, it's enacted. An inscription that is also a performance. The repetition of a tag across urban space generates a rhythm that is as much about visibility and presence as it's about its aesthetics. Moreover, cursive writing across tradition shares a quality of resistance to the static. It lives in the interval between control and flow. In the graffiti context, this translates into stylistic innovation that push the boundaries of legibility, favoring form, texture, and visual rhythm. Graffiti, often marginalized as vandalism or noise, becomes in this framework a powerful word-disclosing act, a field of presence, rhythm, and spatial negotiation. When a tag appears repeatedly across a cityscape, it enacts an ontological claim. I am here. This ontological dimension is grounded in practice. The gesture of tagging, especially when performed in motion and without the permission of the environment, becomes a confrontation with a built word. Walls, doors, and trains becomes sites not just of inscription, but of resistance and belonging. The hand does not write in space, it writes space into being. Graffiti operates outside of legibility in its traditional terms, often unreadable to the trained eye, a gatekeeping of system, of codes and rhythms. Illegibility here is not failure, it is encryption. This selective visibility performs as a counter publicity, a mode of address not sanctioned by dominant infrastructure. Standardized scripts and institutional calligraphy have historically been used to maintain power, exclude subaltern voice, and enforce uniformity. From the colonial imposition of Latin script over indigenous writing systems to the valorization of Roman type in Western typographic canon, legibility has never been neutral. It has always been tied to authority. Against this backdrop, graffiti and alternative writing forms appear not as outliers, but as deliberate refusals. The illegibility is not a flaw, but a strategy. In fact, as Vamosi, a graffiti artist, philosopher, and visionary, proposed in his essay Gothic Futurism, the alphabet is a weapon that has been used by a system of control to condition thought. For Vamosi, the act of writing must be reclaimed and transformed through wild style that resist being easily read or decoded. He proposed that letters must be armored, breaking free from the linear imposed order and exploding into autonomous forces of meaning. Ramos's iconoclast panzerism positions letters as vehicles of resistance, capable of staging a rebellion against linguistic imperialism and state-sanctioned readability. In this view, writing ceases to be a passive medium and becomes an insurgent act, a material counterforce. This redefinition of scripts as an instrument of liberation rather than control resonates with Interwriting's approach to writing. Both practices dismantle the myth of neutral communication and foreground the political dimension of form. Interwriting converges theory and practice to some performances like Jammigraphy and the Walking Wall, as for writing as a gesture, as a relational process, and a temporal presence. Jammigraphy, which is the mix of jamming and calligraphy, is a practice that brings writing into direct dialogue with music and movement. Rooted in the improvisational logic of jazz and hip-hop culture, it invites participants to write in response to live soundscapes. The aim is not legibility of perfection, but resonance, a gestural improvisation that emerges from the dialogue between sounds and feelings. Rhythm, breath, and pulse dictate the form and the choice of words. Each session is unique, shaped by the interplay of individual somatic states, collective presence, and music. Jammigraphy has operated both as an artistic performance and a workshop. It brings together writers, musicians, participants, and viewers into a collaborative writing event, where roles dissolve and co-creation emerges. This format shifts attention from the written product to the act itself, the act of writing itself. Writing as a live, rhythmic, and embodied event. By relocating the origin of writing to the body's interoceptive experiences, Jammigraphy deconstructs writing's utilitarian function and it opens it to poetic, ritualistic, and healing dimensions. The other performance is called The Walking Wall, where I become a wall. So I wear a white garment and I go out in the world and I invite people to write some words directly on me, on these white garments. It's an art performance where the boundaries between the subjects and objects, artist and audience, self and other, become blurred. Participants gesture, overlay, and interlace, forming a palimpsest of presence, temporality, and marks. The performance itself resists fixity. It changes with each iteration, each city, each participant. It stages writing as a possibility for social engagement. Here we go. That was the last slide here. In inter-writing workshops and performances, participants are encouraged to create marks that do not obey conventional legibility, but instead express inner states and relational rhythms. These gestural writings are ephemeral, non-reproducible, and resistant to capture by algorithmic systems of recognition. They are not read in the traditional sense, but felt. Furthermore, the critique of legibility extends into the digital realm, where fonts, handwriting recognition software impose new standards of readability, tied to surveillance and commodification. To write illegibly, then, becomes a form of resistance against algorithmic legibility. A way to remain human in a machine-readable world. To conclude, to write is to stand in relation to time, to place, to oneself, to others. What I try to offer today is not a definitive theory, but a reorientation from writing just as a system of sign and towards writing as a lived event. Cursive, graffiti, calligraphy, and the practices of inter-writing all reveal a simple but radical idea. That writing is not something we have, but something we do. And in doing it, we inhabit the world differently. We move through it not as detached observers, but as sensing, affecting, responding bodies. Inter-writing invites us to unlearn some of the habits we inherited about clarity, about utility, legibility, and authorship. It asks, what if writing is not only for conveying meanings, but for holding space? What if it's not only about leaving a trace, but about making time for presence, breath, friction, and care? Whether on the page, on the wall, or through the body, writing can become again what it has always been at its core, a way of listening to the world, responding to it, and remaining human within it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. What a great start to the panel. We will move on and come back to questions after the third paper. I'm sure there will be lots of questions building up already. Okay, our second speaker is Pule Kajanolingji, who is conducting research at the University of Cape Town and has interests in endogenous cultural history, ontologies, and linguistic philosophy, amongst many other things. And he's going to speak to us about the semiology of graffiti at a South African site, Eland's Bay Cave. Pule, I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to check. I'm on a different microphone, so I want to check if everyone can hear me properly.
That is
Yes.
good. Yes,
Yep.
good
Okay.
sound.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
Great. Thank you so much. So this is very fortuitous because essentially what I'm going to be presenting is a indigenous Southern African framework, an epistemological framework for interpreting what is interoception, really, when it comes to the interoception of public mark making or graffiti. So the presentation is called I just hope, because sometimes Zoom it removes the clicks from the beginnings of things. I don't know if someone can just tell me that if the clicks are okay. Turn on original sound. Okay,
I think we heard most of them, but please
okay.
do
Let
try.
me try again because
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Yes, we hear them much better that time.
Okay, yeah. Because I think Zoom noise suppression it actually just deletes our consonants at the beginning of our words. So okay, it's called the rock's shadow. The rock's shadow extends over the house.
It's very low
Primordial
sound now.
framework.
I don't know.
Very low sound.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
How is it now?
Yeah, it's
Is it
perfect.
better
It's
now?
perfect. I understand that if
Okay, great.
if you get away a bit from the microphone, we can hear the specific click sounds that you make with your mouth. That's the difference. And
Okay.
what you are saying, and
I
Zoom cleans these click sounds naturally. That's the thing, is it?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it does.
That's interesting
So
to know.
I've turned
also.
on
Thank you.
origin. Yeah. I've written to Zoom about that, but they never responded.
Okay.
Okay, so primordial frameworks and semiology of graffiti at the site of ancient and contemporary mark making. So the language that is the title is Kham language, which is said to be so-called extinct. And it's quite important in South Africa because in South Africa it actually features on the South African coat of arms. As you can see here, it says and I would prefer to spell it like that. I'm hearing a noise. Is everything okay? Can you hear me properly?
I think everything is okay. Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of
Okay.
feedback. I will remove our microphone.
Okay, thank you. Which means literally people that are different meet. But of course, in South Africa, they would translate this as unity in diversity. But the literal translation is people that are different meet. And if we look, there is actually a petroglyph image in the middle of the crest there, and it comes from this linten panel. It was taken from this, it's this whole rock panel now sits in the National Museum. It's not. It was removed from a farm in the Eastern Cape province in the early 1900s, and so this was taken from this petroglyph here. But what's interesting about this petroglyph, first of all, the famous thing about it is that they've removed the phallus from the petroglyph for the coat of arms. And the second important thing is that this is, if you look at the lines going down here, these are what are usually called the threads of light. And the person has a bow, and they are in a context of transformation. They're transforming into another creature, right? And the process by which this kind of transformation happens is essentially what we might call a seance, or what we might call a trance state of connection in the process of writing, or in the process of mark making. So Kamka have said that when you dance around the fire during Wang En, and you die, meaning you fall down in trance, then you can descend into a hole with water under the ground. You travel underneath the earth to another place far away. When you come up, you might see a giraffe that will take you somewhere. You see a beam of light stretching to the sky, but it is like a rope. When you come back into this world, you are lying next to the fire where the others are dancing. Blood is coming from your nose. They have covered you. They have jumped back and forth over your body. The wind from that has woken you up. You stand up. That is how you go to the sky. So this is the kind of context of practice of the mark making that we find here. And the mark making I'm going to talk about is in this area of the west coast here. But the spread of the language in the 19th century was in this region here, Kham language here. But in olden days, it would have spread much further, the speaking of that language. And importantly, it we are focusing on an area which is called in Nama language Ngarimap. Ngarimap is the cold rainfall region. So you can see that the country is divided essentially by rainfall regions. That is really the main way that the different countries in this state of South Africa are actually manifest, and the cold rainfall region is important. Why? Because we are in the extreme south, right? So during winter it's raining and the days are short, right? And then during summer the days are very long and it's dry. So I think the context of the mark making happens in these very long days with lots of visible light for engaging in this practice, and the days are long, they end quite late at night. The site is here, as you can see, on this west coast of South Africa, at a place called Elands Bay. It's a cave there, and the cave looks like that, right? And in the cave, the reason why it's called Elands Bay is because in this cave there are the famous paintings of the eland antelope, which is a very, very large animal. It's very large and quite sacred according to Kham cosmology. It's a rain animal. It's an animal that that needs to be herded in order to bring rain. So this process of creating these marks on the wall, as you can also see, there's a lot of handprints around it. It became, historiographed as this figure of the eland. So the eland has persevered into the naming of this place to this day, right? So this is how the place looks if you actually go there. These are very, very old petroglyphs in the space. But I want you to look at these buildings just down there. See, those buildings is a site of another set of essentially petroglyphs as well. So if we look at the extent of all the things here, we have also quite old marks that are representing, for example, animals that no longer exist, like the Cape horse. I think that it is there. That's a Cape horse. It no longer is, that thing has died out. So this is it is often thought of these kind of things as like a document of the past, but really the research into the interpretations of Kham and other of these petroglyphs is that essentially this is not about the past, it's about the future. It's about seeing something that is coming towards you in space and time, in presence, let's say. It's about being as related to interoception, the interoception of being as something internal. So if we see the down on those buildings, we have all these modern, contemporary marks as well. So it's as if people took the cue from the cave above. It's as if they took the cue and start to make quite specific marks in these on these walls here. Like these are all scratched, So I think it's quite an interesting phenomenon of a communication between these very ancient petroglyphs and these modern petroglyphs in this site. And so what I'm going to do now is try to present to you the way that writing itself and mark making in general could be understood from an indigenous perspective of a Kham cosmology. So this is the cosmogram of the it's interpreted by the artist Salome Jacobs, and these are all the figures in the Kham cosmology. And we have three sisters. The three sisters are the rock, which is the mountain, the cave, and the ear which receives sound, and the rock that receives the paint and the pigments and receives the scratchings. That is the first sister, which is called Qo, which is mountain, and she's a great tortoise. And then there's the second sister, which the second sister is the earth, Qau is the land. And then there's the third sister, which is the water. And then each of these sisters has a spouse. And the spouse of the rock of the mountain is the wind bird. So the wind bird. And so what we have a hard phenomenon and an ephemeral phenomenon. And the child of those two is sound, the experience of sound. So it connects the idea of language, the idea of sight and vision and sound, right? Then the second sister, the spouse, is the fire, who's a dancer. And the fire and the earth have a child, which is the experience of seeing, sight. And then the third sister is water, and the spouse is the eland, or any water animal which brings the rain. The water and the rain have a child, and the child is the snake. Now the snake is the ancestral spirit. The snake is the water from the ground. It is the font of all life. It is the dream. When you dream of a snake in the water, it is a communication from ancestral spirit. This is quite universal belief in the region. It's not particular to any specific culture. That this is quite a universal belief system, even further afield, I would say. So this is a very strong gesture of cosmology, right? So you have these two sides, which is one which is a hard phenomenon, au, and then a ephemeral phenomenon, kwe, which give rise to a phenomenological experience, you know, in as the experience of sound. It's not reducible to these things, but it emanates from them. The same with the fire and the earth and the sight. And the water and the rain comes the experience of social life, the experience of connections with each other. So this is the kind of framework, and it's an epistemological framework that is very durable. It can explain scientific concepts. It's very hardy, I would say, this framework. And the other place we draw it from is the actual Tram. This is Tram language written by Lucy Lloyd, and it is the words of Tabo, also known as Auditorium. And Tabo he was a diviner. He was a person that went into trance and would make marks. He was a person that would go into trance and do these things. And a sage, you know. A sage which I like to compare, for example, to like sages like Aristotle. You know. So in Aristotle we find a description of what is the sign-making process of writing. See, what is in the voice are symbols of affections in the soul, and written marks symbols of spoken words. And just as written marks are not the same for all men, neither are spoken sounds. But what these are in the first place, affections of the soul, are the same for all. And what these affections are, likenesses of actual things. So this is a particular theory of sign that Aristotle is presenting, really. It's a theory of sign and how it relates to writing. And then Tabo himself also has a theory of sign. This theory of sign is a little bit distinct from this. And it says, the letters of Goe, the letters, the signs, the marks of Tram people are inside the body. This is an interoception now. Are inside the body. They are the letters. The letters speak, they move, they make the body move. The people who feel them tell others to be silent. Shh, 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 shh. There's something. I'm feeling something. Something is here. A person is altogether still when they feel their body is tapping inside. A dream, Tabo means dream, it means idea, it means concept, speaks falsely. It is that which deceives. The feeling, that is the interoception, the internal sense, is that which speaks true. So this is a different way of interpreting sign. In this system, you have these two sides. The concept, Tabo, which is the dream. Then you've got the Chweng, which is the thing, the physical thing. Then you've got the Goe, which is the symbol, which is the sign, it's the mark, it's the letter, it's the graph. And the true sign is that which is felt. This is what it's a theory of being as well. The theory of being in the theory of sign. And is this affect. It's the feeling, it's the internal sensation, the tappings inside the body that tell you that your concept and your thing are one. They are one. They are one. Because it can just be a concept in your mind. You just have a fantasy. And it can just be a thing. It's a piece of writing. You don't know what it means. It has no concept to you. Those are things that can happen. But when the thing and the concept are felt internally, that is when it is a true sign. That's the theory of the discursive theory of sign, theory of language, theory of meaning that comes from this Tram cosmology, which is distinct from the Aristotelian one. Because in the Aristotelian one, the link between the idea, the klabo, and the thing, the chweng, is merely they look similar. You see, there is not a sense of internal sensation of presence. It is merely the appearance. It is that they are duplicate. It's like two things. Well, the argument here is that Tram system is saying there is one thing, and is affect. The concept is a lie, the thing is a lie. It is the interoception that is the truth of the sign. So if we look at the quote, the letters, the script, the graffiti of Tram people is inside the body. They speak, they move, they make the body to move. Right? Okay, so I'll end with saying that this can be interpreted. How long do I have left, by the way?
I have lost track slightly. I think you have a few minutes though.
Okay. So this is a way we can situate this framework for how do now we interpret these marks that we find in the cave and the marks that we find in the buildings below the cave. How do we understand them? And how do we understand them not from the Western perspective, which perhaps has some ancestral connection to the Aristotelian perspective? Because the Aristotelian perspective is quite conducive with the Saussurean theory of sign. It is like an early a manifestation of that kind of thing, because we have this kata synteken, which is arbitrariness of sign, which is famous from the Saussure theory of sign, right? And this arbitrary nature of the connection between the sign, which is the sound, and the idea, with the thing is an arbitrary connection. But there is not an arbitrary connection between the idea and the thing, right? The connection in Aristotle is that it is a likeness. It is something that is a double, essentially. Whereas the Tram cosmology is saying it's not a double, it's the same thing. Another way of saying this is, Tabo will say, if there is a springbok, an antelope coming, you will feel the stripe on the fur of the springbok on your side, and that feeling is the same between you and the springbok. It's not a double. It is the presence. It is being. Being is that feeling, and that is the truth of presence. Because the senses can lie. We can lie. We can see something. We can hear something. We can imagine something. But when there is a feeling, when you know, okay, someone is behind me. You haven't heard it, you haven't seen it, you felt it internally, someone is behind you. And this is the kind of sensitivity that is highly, I would say, trained by a diviner in the Tram tradition, for example. And that is the practice of the writing in that context. So that's a discourse which is kum. Kum is language, pu, which is our word for language. Buwa, which means to open the mouth. Buwa is language. Kum is the discourse, right? And the discourse, it removes this illusion of other. What is the other in this case? It's the thing, right? It's the chweng. It's the illusion of self. What is the illusion of self? It is the idea. It's the concept. This is the thing in the mind. And it removes this thing through the regard, which is the snake, which is trau, right? And what is left is the secondary thing, the feeling itself, the awareness of, communication, the awareness of presence of the other as the only thing, which aligns with Sufi thought in Wahdat al-Wujud. It aligns with Zhuangzi in Chinese philosophy. It aligns with Meister Eckhart in Christian, in the German tradition and in Christian mysticism. There are analogues to this epistemological framework around the world, which always make one think, okay, there's something in that. You find analogues around the world. So the objective view of the chweng is the mark itself, right? And then the subjective view is then the idea about what that mark is. But the truth of that mark, the truth of that sign, is the feeling, the internal sensation.
Ule,
This is a
we are
philosophical.
we are
Yeah.
losing a little bit your sound. I don't know if you can speak.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Not so much, but it was. It's just
Okay, so
we can keep
I will
track.
just also just now I'm just going to show you the actual site so you can see. I had it open on Google Earth. Now my Google Earth is gone. Let me reopen it. I'm gonna just open so you can actually see what the site looks like and you can see the proximity of it. I wonder how many minutes are left. I didn't check the time, just so I don't go over.
I think you have about 2 minutes left.
Let me just
Perfect.
end by just showing the. Let me show the site itself. Okay, here we go. So now we're looking at Google, am I right? Okay, so let's go Elands behavior. And let's go 3D. Okay, so we see where this place is here. That the on the mountain itself. Then
I think he's requesting too much of his internet.
Hule, we've lost your sound altogether, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Should be a beautiful place, though.
Beautiful.
Yeah, looks really beautiful. I think we've lost him. I'm not sure. Ule, are you there? Quite intriguing presentation. Full of non-common information, both sound and visual. Lots of stuff to dig there, I think. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. This was so exciting that I lost track of time in the middle.
Yeah, maybe you can move on for
Mhm.
the next speaker, and yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll be able to rejoin us by the time we
Yeah.
get to the questions.
Exactly.
Okay, so I am the next speaker who is down on our list. So let me just share my screen. I won't waste time with too much of an introduction. I'm Pippa. I work at the University of Cambridge and I'm interested in all things related to writing. Today I am going to speak about Mount Imitos. So I'll mostly use modern Greek pronunciations with a bit of ancient Greek thrown in and some anglicized stuff too. It's a bit diverse. Okay, so Mount Imitos is a very special mountain. I want to talk about writing on the mountain, sometimes writing in the mountain, as a sort of interaction between humans and nature. Imitos has often been labelled as the crazy mountain, I Trelovuni, as you can see in the top right here. And there are stories, the mountain attracts stories, and there are stories about how it got this name, which seems to have been perhaps an Ottoman period thing. So one is that it could have been a kind of mishearing in Italian. So Monte Imetto becomes Monte Matto, the crazy mountain. It could have been a kind of mishearing from French, which is the story that's usually told, French très longue. And if you, which would be misheard then as the Greek trelos, which means crazy. And if you look at the landscape from overhead, you'll understand why it gained this French name, because the mountain it's not a typical sort of single high mountain with a high peak. It elevates to just under 1,100 meters at its highest point. But the really key thing is that it's 16 kilometers long. It stretches all the way down the east side of the city of Athens, right down to the Saronic Gulf. And it is a part of the city, but at the same time is kind of removed from the city. It's away from the bustle of the streets. But it's very much part of the landscape. Athens is built into a plain in between mountains, and Imitos takes up the whole of the east side and protects it. Here I've put a ring around the Acropolis, the Acropolis, the center of the ancient city, which is still the center of the city today. And if you look towards the mountain this is taken from the south side of the Acropolis, you can see how Imitos dominates the horizon. Now, I think it's worth thinking about the mountain as an ecosystem and being in a long-term relationship with the human inhabitants of the area. It was a vital water source for the city and still is. In ancient times, it was known particularly for two things. Firstly, for its honey. So ancient writers say that the bees were allowed to roam freely and they fed on the thyme on the mountain and produced the most wonderful honey in the Mediterranean. And the second thing is the marble. So it produced this bluish tinged marble that was highly prized in antiquity. Nowadays, it is home to many radio masts. So in a sense, it kind of keeps the city in touch with the outside world and facilitates a completely different kind of communication. I also want to think of the mountain as a place of sanctity, a place that humans interact with as a holy place, somewhere where they meet and come into contact with higher powers. And it has been for over thousands of years. It's perhaps not easy to tell exactly where the peak of the mountain is. I've marked it here. Evzonas, which now is home to a military installation, so you can't go up there and take pictures. But you can see it a little bit better. This is an old photograph, but you can see it a bit better from slightly along the mountain itself. Now, what is interesting and sort of marks the start of a relationship with writing is that there was a sanctuary to Zeus up on the peak of the mountain. The Greek writer Pausanias tells us that there was a statue to Zeus somewhere on the mountain. We don't know exactly where that was. It hasn't been found. But also there was an altar to Zeus Ombrios, Zeus of the rain. So this is a weather god in a sense. And what's interesting is that while most mountain peak sanctuaries make use of the ability to look out over the wider landscape, at this particular sanctuary, most of the activity seems to have happened within a kind of depression in the landscape. And the activity taking place inside that depression would then be cut off from the wider landscape. From inside it, you can't look out over Athens, but you can look up at the sky, and perhaps that's fitting for the shrine of Zeus, who was the god of the sky, along with many other things. So why have I glossed Zeus Ombrios as Zeus Samios? Well, we have some inscribed pieces of pottery from this site, which date to the 7th century BCE. And they don't name Zeus Ombrios, we have a couple of the dedications naming Zeus Samios, so reading from right to left over here, Samioidi. And so the Samios means of the sign. Sema was the Greek word for a sign. And what is also interesting is that amongst these shards of pottery, which must have been dedications to the god, are many fragments of the alphabetic sequence. So on the left here, I've highlighted alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, also the tail of a digamma just down here, which is the 6th letter in the sequence. These ones over here have a bit of the middle of the sequence, lambda, mu, omicron. And it seems very interesting that the alphabet itself seems to have been a fitting dedication to Zeus of the sign. Not only that, but some of these inscriptions actually place emphasis on the writing itself. It's not rare for Greek inscriptions to contain the word grapho, to write, to signal who wrote the inscription. But this one in the top right says Husper Igrapsen, just as she or he wrote. So really an emphasis there on the process of writing. And at the bottom here, the shard of pottery declares itself. It speaks to us. It's a speaking object. I belong to Zeus, but X wrote me, X being the name of the person, which unfortunately is in a break in the piece of pottery. And it seems that belonging to Zeus and the act of writing are contraposed there by the but, the de in this inscription. Now, although we don't know exactly when the Greek alphabet was first used, our earliest examples are from the 8th century BCE. And these samples from the sanctuary are from the 7th century BCE, so seem to be quite fairly early examples of alphabetic writing, and they're the earliest from Athens, with the exception of one pot from a cemetery in the city. And they seem to fit in with pre-existing practices. The shrine to Zeus had clearly already been there for at least 200, 300 years, from what we can judge from the archaeological remains. And writing fits into a relationship between humans and the divine that is already being experienced by people. Pausanias also tells us of another altar on the mountain to Apollo Proopsios, Apollo the foreseer. And unfortunately, we don't have much epigraphy from that site. There's a church built where the shrine was, which is interesting in itself because many of these sites on the mountain have been consecrated as holy places and continued as such. I want to visit a few other places on the mountain. One in particular I'd like to spend a little time is the Vari cave, the Speleo Nympholeptovaris. So this is the cave of the nympholept. A nympholept is someone who acts under the possession of the nymphs. And we have in this cave a number of inscriptions from a man named Archidamos, who tells us that he acted under the influence of the nymphs, that he was possessed by the nymphs and consecrated the shrine to them in their honor. So he leaves us a number of inscriptions, and it's interesting that the writing on the landscape is not only ancient. If you look at the entrance to the site today, you see modern graffiti. The cave itself has a wonderful interplay between natural features and human interventions. Archidamos, in one of the inscriptions, called it a kypos, a garden. So he consecrated a garden to the nymphs, and that sounds an odd thing to say of a cave. But at the same time, it conjures up ideas of a relationship between humans and nature. And I think that's exactly what he's getting at. You can see here a seated goddess figure carved into the rock. And on the right, a sort of altar area, maybe a place for sacrifices that combines natural features and hand carving and inscriptions too. There are inscriptions all over the cave. Some of them are ancient, like the ones by Archidamos and his followers. Some of them are later, so this became a site of tourism. We know that Lord Byron visited the cave. And here in the bottom middle, you see an 18th century graffito, very boldly carved into the fabric of the cave by a French archaeologist, Fouchereau, leaving his mark there. On the left, this is actually a photo from the 1980s where there was still some spray paint graffiti. I think it's often cleaned these days because of it being a sort of tourist area, but you can see modern graffiti right alongside the ancient graffiti. And on the right, it was my former PhD student, Natalia, who said I could use some of her photos, and you can see her reading one of the inscriptions with a torch. I think it's a nice reminder. This is quite a deep cave. It's quite a precipitous entrance. It's a nice reminder that a cave like this would need light sources. So the experience of writing in the cave is not the same as the experience of writing in daylight. You have to imagine it by flickering candles or torches or whatever was kind of introduced into the cave. So we see a lasting interaction between humans and the very natural habitat. There are many places on the mountain that have attracted legends and attracted writing. I'll just show a few slides with a few more. This is a sort of hut, if that's the word, made of very large stones near a Roman era quarry, which is known as Tar Dracospito to Imitu, so the dragon house of Imitos. And this, again, has many graffiti, including, you can see someone, it's a bit faint, I'm afraid, someone has inscribed Gandalf on the wall. Not that Gandalf ever faced many dragons, but... and then we continue to see sites associated with sanctity in various ways throughout the Christian era. This is, I think, the earliest Christian building on the mountain, which is a Byzantine era church, I think 4th or 5th century CE in its foundations, and the Church of Ios Markos, sometimes known as Fangum Monastiro. And this has historical graffiti, and we see again modern graffiti on the signs too. There are many monasteries dotted around the mountain. It's the perfect place to retreat from the city. The most famous is the Moni Caesarianis, the Caesariani monastery, which has these beautiful painted frescoes, which include writing. And in the bottom right corner here, you see a nearby wall with contemporary graffiti and this beautifully painted elephant. I'm not sure the significance of the elephant. I'd love to know. And this tower, which, as you can see, is sort of isolated in the landscape, is probably late medieval or Ottoman, and people have often spray painted around the back of the tower, and the painted graffiti have been layers, one over another. Occasionally it's cleaned and then more layers. An ongoing conversation. And then the last place I was going to mention is the Spilio Leondari, the Leondari, the lion's cave, associated with a legend of a fearsome lion who terrorized Athens. And here we see, in fact, one of the reasons for putting this last is that this is the place on the mountain where we know of the longest interaction between humans and the mountain, because there are Neolithic remains inside. And there's been some excavation there, but also graffiti spanning again thousands of years. And we can see here scratch graffiti inside and painted graffiti outside. And I managed to find snapshots from 2019 and 2023 where you can see how one graffito is in conversation with the next. So across all of, sorry?
You have 2 minutes, more or less.
Perfect, this is my last slide.
Okay.
So across all of these writings, we see an ongoing conversation between the Athenians and the mountain. So there seem to be some ongoing trends. There's a peculiar association with sacred spaces. Writing seems to not simply be an end in itself, but something that is introduced into sets of relationships that are already there. And it finds its place within ways of thinking and ways of interacting with higher powers that already seem to stretch back for millennia. We see some writing that is carved and some that is painted. And that in itself seems like a nice analogy for subtracting from and adding to the landscape. You know, compare the quarrying and the added built features, for instance. There's a constant relationship of give and take that writing fits into. So writing became a part of these relationships as a mode of interaction between the humans and the landscape, a mode of interaction between humans and nature and the higher powers that exist within it and perhaps control it. So the presence of Zeus Samios is still felt today. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we now have a little time for questions. I realise the programme has sort of shifted a little bit since it was 25 minutes late when we were starting, but we can at least afford 10 minutes of questions. Does that sound okay, Pedro?
Yeah, it sounds perfect. And we have the fact that Christopher is not coming, so in the overall we are well.
That will help. Okay, unfortunately, because it would have been lovely to hear his paper. Right, okay, so people who want to ask questions online, please raise your hand or type in the chat. And Pedro, perhaps you can
yeah, if someone wants
field
to make
anything from the room.
Yeah. I don't know if for the presentations I remember was Alice Mazili. Then we had Pule. I don't know if Pule is around. He managed to come. Sorry.
Yes, I'm
just to
back.
see.
I'm back. I'm
Okay.
back.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm sorry we had to move on right at
No,
the
no
Welcome back.
problem. No problem. Thank you. The connection, you know, it's winter and it's raining and the connection is bad.
end.
Yes. And then Philippa, who with last presentation. So I don't know if anyone has any comment, remark from here. If not, online also. And if there are not, no problem. Also, we can.
I had a small comment for Poulet. If it's okay, I could just jump in.
Yes, please.
I found the presentation wonderful, and I've learned so much and have a lot to think about from there. The one thing I was going to say was about Aristotle and the word pathema. And I think it's really interesting that I mean, it's a verbal derivative, right? Like all of these ma ending nouns in Greek, and it comes from the verb pasco, which means to experience, to suffer. And that
Yes.
seems to me a really nice sort of connection.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And then I guess the word pathos as well from that.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
related. Yeah. Which seems to draw it in even more nicely with the sort of parallels there, even though there are
Yeah.
still obviously differences.
Yeah. Thank you.
I maybe have also I don't know. I have like a question, but it's not it's my own question. It's kind of I'm intrigued. Let's say because Alice, the discourse of Alice, it's the one that makes the bridge. Let's say to the most of the researchers of the conference of the previous days, because as you know, this conference goes on for about 12 years, and we mostly focus on street art and. Okay, it's not only New York graffiti or spray can based graffiti, because there are lots of people that go to previous graffiti, but usually it's not so much. There are some authors that focus on writing and they have very similar takes that Alice made, but from the perspective of more archaeological or the writing per se and the meaning and so on, that's more exotic kind of presentations here, and that's perfect because it's what we want. We want different takes. So just to make it clear, but I'm curious to know if how Alice relates with these more writing as meaning. And the let's say the discourses of both Philippa and Pule. So are you used to dialect with them, or are you more used to dialect with people from visual arts or that are in, let's say, contemporary graffiti?
Well, I come from graffiti. Then I study calligraphy. So for calligraphy, that people use different kind of terminology or different ways of like seeing letters. And then I read a lot. I read philosophy, I read history. So I love like writing conference, all the writing systems. Like for me, since I started knowing more about different writing systems, such as Egyptian hieroglyphs, Aztec, Mayan, I found connection there with graffiti because it's expressing meaning and is a writing system. Also, if it's not our classic alphabetical way of seeing it. So for me, it's been as an artist, as a researcher, it's been crucial like to make these academical connections in order to expand my vision of what means for me writing. And for me, it's really important to bridge everything together because writing it's something that all the culture has been doing independently. So we cannot consider a writing system writing and another writing system not writing. This idea of like, oh no, this is not writing is for me a bit not right. It's a bit strange. So that's exactly what I love to do, is connecting and bridging all these different views. That's for me the most.
Great. That's perfect reply. Tim wanted to step in. Please, Tim. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Pedro, nice to meet you.
Yeah, same.
So one of the other bridges that's going on here that Alice touched on several times is the fact that we're talking about, when we look at writing, we're talking about the union of kind of the intellectual concept of the symbol and the notion of meaning with the physical act of writing and the embodied act of writing. The fact that, for example, graffiti is kind of like a whole body act in which the human experience is represented not in small letters, you know, 1/4 of an inch high, but in, you know, basically as far as you can reach. And I was interested, and I would love to hear what Pule and Pippa have to say about this, in both of these sites they talked about, which fascinating, we have examples of writing in the broadest sense over an extraordinarily long period of time in close proximity. Different conceptions of writing in close proximity. And I'm really interested to know whether in either of those two sites, what we see tells us something about the physical act of writing, as opposed to the intellectual conception of meaning of symbols. So is there a sense in which we can actually see a kind of a line drawn through time about the way in which the wrist is moving, the arm is moving, the body is moving, the weight of the person and the tool is being manifest, because it's really rare to see writing in its broadest sense over such a period of time, literally side by side.
Okay. Pule and or Pippa, I don't know.
Yeah, Pule, do you want to answer first?
Maybe go ahead and then I'll jump in.
Okay, I will. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah. So I think, yeah, what is really interesting about kind of what you see on your mythos is that very little of it is kind of planned writing in the sense of like a formal inscription. And that's not to say that planning doesn't go into it. Of course it does in various ways. There's planning, there's design, and you know, you can see, you know, if you just look at the different inscriptions, you know, some are sort of clearly written more hastily than others, and there's a huge kind of range of visual forms there. I think in the sanctuary of Zeus Samios, where we have this amazing collection of pottery, there's nothing quite like it across the Greek world, actually. This sort of collection of bits of pottery that have bits of alphabet, as well as kind of drawing attention to the act of writing. I think the other thing to mention is that those pieces of pottery are very kind of everyday pots. They're probably cups. In fact, they're certainly cups. But they were probably used kind of in the social activities, whatever was kind of going on at the site of the sanctuary. So probably, you know, archaeologists would label it ritual in some sense and then stop thinking about it. But I think what's interesting is that there is drinking, there is writing. Some of them are probably inscribed after the pot was broken, which suggests again a kind of interplay of the life of the object, maybe the implements that people have to hand. And I'm not sure what they would have used to scratch those inscriptions, because we don't really have much evidence of that. That would be really interesting to kind of know more about. Were they just using a dagger or something they had on hand, because we don't really get like a stylus type that corresponds with that type of inscription. And yeah, I think, I mean, I'm probably not the best person to talk about the kind of embodiedness of the more modern graffiti. I think Alice would be a better person to talk about that. But it feels as though the writing is close, it's personal, it involves people moving and acting in spaces, and it's just a part of their actions. It's not what they came to do, at least kind of particularly in the sort of religious interactions, if that makes sense. I don't know if that fully answers the question, but it's what came to mind.
Got it.
Okay, Tim, could you just restate that question quickly so I can just check if I'm understanding nicely? So, because I
Yeah.
have some, I don't want to.
No. I see. So we talk a lot about the meaning of writing in terms of you know, kind of the conception of symbols, but I'm also interested in writing as a physical act and writing as a manifestation of the body, which obviously is a crucial but often overlooked part of writing as an act and also writing as a product. So in your case, you gave it this example of this extraordinary site where we have writing of various kinds, not only across time, but also across cultures. And I'm interested to know whether there is any kind of anything that suggests about how writing is physically enacted differently or similarly over time.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I think what strikes me about that site there, because you know it's on the west coast. It's you have to go a bit far to get there. It's not like a completely easily accessible place. You have to if you're going to that cave, you're intentionally going to that cave. And if you're going to that cave, you're going to see those buildings below. And the people that were writing inside those buildings, which essentially I'm sure they just picked up a stone and scratched on the wall.
Right.
Those people were there, they had just seen the cave, for sure. Or they were just about to see the cave, but likely they had just seen the cave and then they were exploring and then they found that place and then it became a tradition, a palimpsest of that thing. Whereas the cave itself, it's also palimpsestic because those handprints are going back over many generations. It's many generations of people that are creating those handprints. So it's palimpsestic. And essentially, I think it can be conceived of as one enormous event. The whole thing is one event from the ancient times that those things started to go on that until because it's part of all the same phenomenon of that place. And it has something to do with that place having this tradition where I wouldn't even say it's different cultures. I would say it's one culture. It's that culture of Tramkakre, and that culture is directing the whole discourse. You see, that's why I think it's a powerful site. It's a commanding location of writing in the world, I think.
Right. Where people are literally laying hands on the substrate.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I can say something, I think there was as well like the talk right before lunchtime about Chinese graffiti. That was very interesting. And it was something about it that was talking about it's graffiti in China. So it's like by still graffiti goes through the same kind of rules. And as well for modern graffiti, what I found really interesting is that the place, like that you have to physically move and in order to create that piece. So it's not just what you write on wall, it's the fact that you have to go at night. There's something about the legal, say, side of it that is not something that you can do comfortably. There's always like a way, maybe like the caves, go inside the cave and there's no light. And also like this exists in modern graffiti that you have to plan a lot. It's a lot of planning that people would not take into consideration at all. It seems like an easy thing to do, but it's a lot that you have to risk, because it's a huge risk in order to express something that goes around against the system, like in order for you to be real in a way, to exist. And I think that's a really beautiful thing that often is overlooked even nowadays, because sometimes it becomes an instinct when you do graffiti. You don't really reflect upon this profound action. So the body is so important in this context and the action and like what you do, it's kind of done, as Pule was saying, like as an event. So there's the event of graffiti that you have to go with it, is like a ritual in a way. And that's what I really love and like to reflect upon it. And I found that very similarity with like old writing system because of that. That's why I say that graffiti is writing. Like nowadays there's lots of things, you know, with street art, and which is, I believe, is something very different from graffiti. And also all these mainstream now exhibition of graffiti that are treated in art from a point of view of art. But what's been left out is the fact that it's writing. You know, like it's like, oh yeah, there's graffiti in museums. Yeah, but it's writing. And no one talks about writing, talks about graffiti as art. So I found a bit of strange.
Yes, as a group was very interesting. You made the bridge more in a more evident way, but both Felipe and Pule, they were like talking about, even if with different times, they were both talking about graffiti, of course, and the same, you know, and I agree, and mostly of everyone agrees that graffiti have to do with writing, although there's an internal discussion that I think it's also that goes over times and fields of study that also puts in the iconography not only the letters as letters, but iconography in general, not, or as writing as a more broad aspect of inscribing something. I'm trying to, I'm not fully deep on the terminology that's used in epigraphy and geography and so on, geology, archaeology. But I'm trying to learn, and that's why I've invited Felipe for this. We have a good audience here. I can show you. It's quite injust you're not seeing the audience, but we only have one camera. I can show you. You can say hello to them.
Hello.
Hello.
So I think it's fair for you to have a look to them. But
That's
we
lovely.
only have,
Thank you.
yeah, we have only one camera, and also, yeah. But they are not asking, but they are here, and they are quite interested, it seems like. So
That's great to know. I think Auditorium had a question.
Go for it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That will be a question or comment, if you can use that kind of word. And it's to all the panel, because it's a question that's always burning for me. I mean, you know, the bad guy with terminology problems. For me, from the writing standpoint, graffiti is not very different, especially the form on ostraka, like the Greek shards. That would be very similar for me for claiming space in like old pergamins with the side notes, with unsolicited art forms that are in the manuscripts, which are also a form of claiming space, of very bodily claiming space in something that's going to be shown and reread, because this is the main function of manuscripts, being read. So this is very interesting. And from the other very other place, it's placing your comment on somebody's wall online, which is very mechanical, not non-bodily, not but you know, of course, for me, the most interesting space is that liminal space. So where does the graffiti end? Where does the graffiti form end? And of course, the second border that I find is this legibility. For me, it's a very crucial question. It's like, I'm not going to tell more, but talking about the visual language and language of iconography, I would suggest taking a look into Neil Collins and his language of comics, because those are dialects that he talks about in comics. They would find reflection also in graffiti language of the local of certain places. I think so, at least. Okay,
You-
that's my comment or
You are
question.
you are sharing a reference. Can you write on the chat the author, because
Neil
I
Cohn,
didn't-
yes, yes.
Great. Yes, that's perfect. I
It
don't know,
raises really interesting questions about visibility and display and consumption and all the sorts of terms we
Yeah,
often
yeah.
use for kind of how people interact with the product of the writing as well, which, yeah, I need to think about that more. I think it will play in nicely to what Tim is going to say in the next presentation, actually. If I read his changes of title correctly.
That's perfect. I don't know if anyone else here wants to step in at this moment. No one? No? So I think we can move forward, maybe. No? Yeah?
Okay,
Can
should we move forward and then we'll come back
Yeah.
to that topic, I suspect, in the questions.
Yeah, I imagine, yes. Yeah.
Papers, yeah.
Because this question of the side notes in pergamins, I think it's wonderful also. And if this is graffiti or not, it's beautiful to discuss.
Brilliant. Great, thank you. So we will next be handing over to Tim Brooks, my good friend at Endangered Alphabets, who is a writer about writing and a protector of the world's endangered scripts. And well, I could spend all day introducing him. Instead, we'll see what his title is now.
And the reason why Pippa says we'll see what his title is now is because I'm a great believer in not telling you about what I was thinking about 2 months ago, but what I'm thinking about now. And so things keep changing. And so, yes, I have absolutely benefited and learned greatly from my conversations with Alice. And in fact, she and I are working on a book together right now. But I'm actually going to dangerously disagree with her on a couple of things she just said, which means I'm almost certainly wrong. So with that in mind, we will move forward. Yes, as Pippa says, I'm interested in writing. I'm interested in not only endangered writing systems from around the world, but increasingly interested in the question, what is writing, which is why Alice and I get on so well. And what is handwriting? And so in this manuscript that I've just finished, I came up with this idea that graffiti is writing unleashed. Now, that was going to have been the main theme of my talk, like if I had been giving it 2 months ago, but of course things change. So we'll start with that and move on. So let me explain what I mean by graffiti is writing unleashed. So I was in my secondary education between 1964 and 1971. And obviously at that point, I already knew how to write. But there was a lot that I was taught by my teachers, often very overtly and sometimes even very savagely, about how writing should be understood. So, for example, the very first day in the Worcester Royal Grammar School for Boys, we were taught how to cover our textbooks with brown paper so that they were protected, but how to write our names on them and how to write the titles on them. We were taught that our writing should be neat and orderly, that it should serve some useful purpose. It should be uniform in style, design, and size, to the extent that we were actually told at what point on the covered textbook we should put the title of the book so we would know what it was. So they were so concerned with this that if you put the title of the textbook in the middle of the cover, that was too low. It needed to be higher. It should be distinct but unobtrusive in color. We were told to write in blue, but we would not get punished if we wrote in black. We absolutely would get punished if we wrote in any other color. And in general, we were taught that writing should know its limits and respect its boundaries, such as lines and margins. This was largely reinforced with sarcastic comments, as Pink Floyd say, the dark sarcasm in the classroom. But above all, I think the underlying message was that writing should behave. It should not intrude upon others. It should be private rather than public. We were taught that writing really was one of the aspects of behavior, which was really the central invisible curriculum of the school. And in fact, something that one of my teachers explicitly said, nobody wants to know what you think. And so, as I say, writing was presented as something which not only was formal and needed to behave by the rules of behavior, but it should also be kept to yourself. And so when I started to think about graffiti as being writing unleashed, it was wonderful to start thinking about which of those rules it breaks. And the answer is, of course, all of them, but more than that, rules that we weren't even explicitly taught. And I should say that of all of the rules that we might break with our writing, the most egregious of all of them would be to write on school property. And school property was, in fact, the walls of the schools, clearly, but even our own notebooks. So if you were to write the names of your favorite bands on the cover of your exercise book, that was defacing school property. So when we think about graffiti, we need to think about what it is, what it isn't, and what it is rebelling against. And many of these rules are really part of that rebellion. The other thing I should mention was, of course, this was during the 1960s when there was a great deal of activism and street activism going on, which did involve defacing of public property, and namely, you know, slogans, statements of belief. At the time, writing had not yet gone beyond the rules of the previous page. And in fact, the majority of graffiti that you would see, political graffiti at the time, was actually legible, was relatively neat and orderly. So the act of defiance in terms of use of public space and of using your voice in a public space really superseded the acts of defiance in terms of redefining what writing might be. And my teachers in enforcing this notion of the illegality of writing in a public fashion really had no historical knowledge. They certainly wouldn't have known that all of the major poets and all the minor poets in Tang Dynasty China wrote on walls. And in fact, it was one of the main ways in which their poetry would be disseminated. They wrote on the walls of ale shops, private studios, the walls of courtesans' residences, hermits' lodgings, pass fortifications, religious buildings, private houses, inns, bridges, post stations, and trees. So in some senses, things have changed. In some senses, they haven't. So clearly the relationship between writing and the individual and the public was very different. Also, I was lucky enough to be in Prague in 1989 during the Velvet Revolution. And one of the most striking features of Prague at the time, much less so in the more provincial towns and cities, was that, and this is while the communist government was still at least nominally in charge. I'm quoting from my own book here. The walls were literally papered from about a couple of feet off the ground to as high as a person could reach with what were called testimonials, which were accounts of experiences in prison, narratives by women whose husbands had been taken away in the night and they had never seen them since, experiences of torture, the collective voice of long suppressed outrage, and enforced public silence. So these were mostly typed up. Some of them are handwritten, but it was the streets were literally changed completely. And this was just a wonderful illustration of a different kind of misbehavior in terms of writing as a public rather than a private voice. There were, as I say, hundreds and possibly thousands of these everywhere in central Prague. But I'm actually going to come to something quite different. I'm going to bring you right up to date, and I'm going to talk about the town that I've lived in for much of my adult life. I live right across a lake from it right now, which is Burlington, Vermont. So Burlington is about 45 minutes south of the Canadian border. So it's in the very north of New England. It has been a college and university town since the very, very early 19th century. It's the largest town in the state of Vermont, although it's not the state capital. But one of the really interesting points of change that took place was the election in 1980 of Bernie Sanders, who became the first socialist mayor of Burlington, and in fact, one of the first socialist mayors of any city in the United States. And Bernie's election affected the city in many ways. And at the time, Burlington was a city on the lake, and it was very much an industrial port city. And so the area of the lakeside area was very much committed, and had been for a century and a half, to the transit of trade. And so you have warehouse buildings, you have docks, you have railways, which bring materials to the docks. You have a canal, which brings materials to the docks and from the docks. And the docks were very much an industrial area, a dangerous area, a drinking area, a fighting area, and had been up until quite recently. And one of the questions that Bernie faced was what to do with the dockland, the waterfront. Because by then developers were starting to say, oh, we could run all this down, knock it all down, and build a marina and make tons of money by having condos there. And Bernie insisted that there be public ownership of whatever happened in the dockland area and the industrial south end of Burlington, Vermont. And so what I'm going to do is to show you what the south end of Burlington, Vermont looks like now. And the first series of slides I'm going to show you are actually all from an annual graffiti festival that has taken place since 2017, I believe, organized by Brian Clark, who has an outfit, or basically a gang of friends, called the Ant Hill Collective. And so the first 7 or 8 slides are just essentially snapshots of buildings that were either former or current industrial buildings in the South End, which have become display spaces. And interestingly enough, even though these were called graffiti festivals, he and his friends call themselves muralists. And this is where Alice, who said that she sees street art as being something very different from graffiti, may choose to disagree with me or Brian or all sorts of people. But as you'll see, I'm just going to run through these slides now. These were done by up to 30 invited guests who were not paid, but their transportation, accommodation, and materials were subsidized by a couple of interesting sponsors. One I'll get to in a minute. This particular one is actually right across a courtyard or an industrial courtyard from the ferry dock. And Lake Champlain Transportation runs the ferries that go across the lake, and they became the primary sponsor of the festival. And as you'll see, we have graffiti here in a number of styles, which I'm not going to go into because you all know this much better than I do. But they have become permanent, except in the sense that the artist may choose to repaint them the following year, permanent features of the South End. For those of you having difficulty reading this, it says, "We can't stop here. This is dingbat country." These are obviously pretty elaborate pieces that have been done over the course of several days. And the phrase "above the radar," which you see above the garage doors here, is the kind of theme title for this work that has been done by these invited artists over the course of a festival and then over the course of 8 or 9 years. So what interests me most about this is the context in which you find it. And so what I'm going to do is actually take you on a pictorial tour of the South End of Burlington to show how this fits into the context of the neighborhood. So I'm calling this paleo graffiti. This painting has been there as long as I have known the city. This is actually I believe, disused building on the property of the Burlington Electric Department. I think it may have been an equipment or even a transformer building at some point. And this was painted at least 40 years ago. And the Buddha looks uphill. Burlington is on a hill. And so anybody driving down the hill drives straight toward the face of the Buddha. And that has sort of set a tone for the neighborhood. As I mentioned, this was a very industrial area, and certainly even in my memory, trains would run from the businesses, buildings, factories in the area to the port. And this is, I'm calling this industrial archaeology as graffiti. I'll come back to that in just a second. So a number of the businesses that have since been taken over or have expanded or have kind of gentrified this area have actually kept sections of the track. And in some respects, of course, this is not graffiti at all, but in some respects, it absolutely contributes to the sense that this is a lived environment with a history, and that this is the hand of industrial man on the landscape. What's also interesting about this is that when I was talking to Brian, he was saying that one of the interesting features of Burlington as a city is because it's a college town, there is what he calls a transient graffiti population. In other words, you're getting a steady supply of young people coming in, many of whom want to learn to practice their art around the city. As such, the railway lines and this sense of history sort of serve to anchor the identity of the South End, even as different graffiti styles and different graffiti artists come and go. This is one of the industrial buildings actually right by those railway lines. So this, when I first moved to Burlington, was an industrial plastic filaments factory. When you think of plastic filaments, think of the bristles of toothbrushes, among other things. And so these are essentially large vats that had an industrial purpose involving liquid plastic. When this business left town, it was bought up by, or the site was bought up by dealer.com, which is a business that makes websites for car dealerships. And so you got a wonderful change of business and industry right there, from, you know, literally physical manufacturing to digital products. And one of the first things that they did was to hire an artist to repaint these silos, which she did kind of as if they were giant kaleidoscopes. I actually met her while she was doing this. She would come into the coffee shop where I went to write, and she would have these overalls that were covered with paint. I imagine Alice having overalls exactly like these. A little further down the road is a business called Conant Custom Brass. So Steve Conant, whom I know, when he opened his essentially it's a business that is a retail business. It sells originally all kinds of custom brassware. Now it mostly sells lamps. But from the earliest days, he began to invest in the kind of public art of the area by doing what was common in Elizabethan London, which is to have a sign outside your shop, which is an item that you sell. Because of course, in Elizabethan London, most people couldn't read. And so if you were, if you're a bowyer, for example, selling bows, or a fletcher selling arrows, you would have a sign outside your business or with a bow or an arrow on it. And this is a relatively recent piece where Steve has hired someone to come in and paint this glorious exploded view of some engine possibly, or maybe even something which has no actual function whatsoever. But as a statement about the industrial history of the area or the district, reimagined in modern terms, this, I'm calling this exploded view graffiti. Right next to that is a rocket, is a space rocket. And I think this is, someone has taken the idea that Steve came in of having metal sculptures as kind of part of the identity of the business and the neighborhood. I'm calling this astronautical graffiti. And this has gone up right next door. This rocket is maybe, I would say 7 meters tall, 8 meters, something like that. Is a glorious feature. And because of that, I am just taking a brief pause in honor of Fremont, Seattle. So Fremont is a district of Seattle, which has a similar sense that the public landscape is something for the public to use. And in fact, there is a rocket and a space building in Fremont as well. This is a considerably taller rocket, although frankly, it looks a little flimsy.
Sorry to interrupt, Tim. You just have a couple of minutes left. Sorry.
Got it. Yep. Also, we have this massive troll right under one of the interstate overpasses, and you can go up there and sit in the troll. And you have a bronze statue of Lenin, which is reinterpreted every few weeks. Here, it's being reinterpreted as Lenin, with the glasses and the guitar. Part of living in Fremont is going to see what somebody has done with the Lenin statue now. Where were we? Oh, yes. So this is just the side of an entirely unremarkable retail building in the South End, but it's been painted in this wonderful trompe-l'oeil effect, as if it's a set of cabinets and shelves. Here we have ironical graffiti. So there's the dumpster, which has been painted with graffiti in order to highlight the fact that no dumping is allowed there, and violators will be prosecuted. Burlington was very influenced in the 70s by the agrarian movement the revolutionary agrarian movement in Central and South America. And so what we have here is a different form of graffiti, which I'm calling ideological graffiti, where we have a number of paintings with specific purposes and messages that date back from this period. And so we see this agrarian dream of the workers in the fields who are also sort of following their spiritual guidings in doing so. And right next to it is a sign of how sort of contemporary New York style graffiti really sits literally side by side with these other forms of graffiti that we see there. So one of the thing that I want to get to here is that graffiti isn't just writing unleashed. It occurs to me that really graffiti of this sort encourages an unleashing of boundaries and genres. So what we see in the South End is a seamless merging of writing, art, cartooning, performance art, architectural design, industrial design, propaganda, industrial archaeology, historic preservation. We have the serious and the light-hearted. And interestingly enough, we even have a kind of warfare going on between all of these different practitioners of public art, which comes from a variety of different backgrounds, some of it funded, some of it not funded, and people who still believe that graffiti should be outlaw art, and thus they graffiti the public art. But the point I want to make here is that even though the population of Burlington is only a little over 40,000, every year at the South End Art Hub, more than 8,000 people come to the South End to listen to live music, eat truck food, visit artist studios, support local businesses, and take photos of the graffiti. So what we're having here then is a sense of the possibilities of what happens if graffiti becomes something that is accepted and embraced. And one of the things that happens is that the genre boundaries begin to dissolve. And we're seeing something that is far more ecumenical and all-embracing than our definitions of writing or art. Brief plug for my books on the subject, Atlas of Endangered Alphabets, Writing Beyond Writing, and my most recent one, which I actually quoted by hand, which can be pre-ordered on the endangeredalphabets.com website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. That was a wonderful tour and so many great ideas. So with time being short, we will go straight on to our next speaker, Franz Papazian, who is based at California State University and is the original script keeper and a defender of the Armenian alphabet and minority scripts around the world, and is going to speak to us today about graffiti in Yerevan.
Hello.
Do you want to...
Thank you for the kind intro. Yes, let me share my slide screen. If it's not working, I trust that somebody will let me know.
We see it.
Yeah, Yerevan graffiti.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay. So my domain is normally typeface design. But this talk has been ruminating in my head for over 2 decades, so I'm very thankful to have the opportunity. Some people know, some people don't know about Armenians. I should start by... Okay. We're very dispersed. Not many peoples of this world have a population that's more on the outside than the inside, have a diaspora that's larger than the native population. Largely because of the genocide, that's the case with us, and we're everywhere. And that affects everything, including how we make our fonts, how we do our graffiti. I will reflect upon that a bit more, but this duality is a fundamental aspect of our culture. Our alphabet was invented in the early 5th century by a monk, Mesrop Mashtots, under the commission of our king, Viram Shabu. And it was invented as a political act. We were being squeezed between the Persian Empire and Byzantium, and the king had the foresight to realize that we need our own alphabet. Instead of using Greek to write the Armenian language, we need our own alphabet to survive for centuries. So we're very proud of it. There are at least 3 large-scale monuments to our alphabet in Armenia. This is the biggest one. Each of these sculptures is about 2 meters high. All the letters and sculptures also of Mesro Mashtots and the king. So we're very proud of it. We spend a lot of time making it beautiful. Many buildings in Yerevan that have had notable residents have these engravings. They're kind of like the blue plaques in London, but much more intensive in terms of effort and time. Now, this isn't graffiti. This is technically not graffiti either. This is inside a church. This is kind of extreme, but it's not atypical. This is a church in Armenia where all the walls have been written on. And this was most likely sanctioned, although you can imagine like a board priest doing this, and then his head priest comes and complains, "What did you do to our beautiful church?" But I don't think this was graffiti, but it's bordering on it. And this is a good place to interject the diasporan scene. So LA is no stranger to graffiti. Last year, it wasn't me, but the city residents, 12 taggers, covered 3 abandoned buildings with massive graffiti, and it's still there. They're arguing who's going to clean it up. I hope they don't. But Armenian graffiti in the diaspora almost does not exist. This is not graffiti. This is a mural. You can see the lady. She's being paid to do this, or maybe she got permission from the building owner to do this. So this is a mural. It's writing, yes, but it's not graffiti because in the diaspora, we kind of revere our alphabet as a form of preservation. It's not vernacular. So it's really rare, for better or worse, to find Armenian graffiti in the diaspora. In Yerevan, different story. So do you see that thin diagonal street? That's not a street, that's a tunnel. So, and this is the heart of this talk, that this tunnel is a pedestrian tunnel. It was started during World War II, ostensibly as a bomb shelter, also supposedly for ventilation, which is kind of hard to buy, but it was finished in 1952. And I have seen carts pass through it, but it's 99% pedestrians. And I will show you, of course, pictures of it. But what's interesting is this is a part of the city that very few people use. Certainly not people who have jobs. This is for people to go to the Hrastan Valley Gorge to pass the time, young people out of school. So it's kind of the underbelly of the city. It's very interesting. I realized this on my first visit in the year 2000. And when I realized this, I made it a point to go to that tunnel. Every time I visit, I've been there about 5 or 6 times since then, and observe this underbelly, because this is where the youth feel like they can express themselves in writing. So it's very interesting. The rest of the city is very clean. I'm not being objective here. I've traveled to more than 40 countries. Yerevan is a very clean city. But this tunnel is where the youth releases itself in terms of expressing itself visually. So the park at the bottom right of that image is where you normally would go into the tunnel. This is the entrance. And this is what the entrance looks like. This picture isn't mine. It's by one of my font friends, Garin Gökçen, who visited there with my suggestion earlier this year. And I have one more of her pictures in this presentation. So it looks like this. And the ceiling is nice. It's kind of Soviet style. It's Soviet modernism. I don't know what to call it, but the lighting is not great, but it's always there, and it's not well maintained. There's no good reason to maintain it because the people who would mind don't go there. The youth who are not so interested in cleanliness, let's say. This is part of the nature of this tunnel. And this is a typical section, but it's always changing. And I'm always curious who does anybody clean it? The floors are pretty clean, but does anybody wipe it and start over? Do the calligraphers do it? Does the city do it? I'm not sure. But this is a typical section, and this is an older picture. And one way you can tell it's an older picture is this is in Cyrillic. And this talk is basically about how, because of the aspirations of the youth, the calligraphy and the artwork in the tunnel has shifted over these 25 years to be more Western. Calligraphy, the writing in the tunnel used to be mostly Armenian and Cyrillic. Now I will show that that's not the case, and for better or worse. So this is an older piece, and that cardiogram is actually writing in Armenian. I can't fully read it, but I can tell it's Miain something pa. I mean, I can make out letters, but I can't really read it. And there's some Cyrillic there. It actually says rock music. So, and the right side is Armenian. And one thing I noticed is that anything that's more large and display focused is not as Armenian as the smaller text. The smaller handwritten text used to be always in Armenian, almost always in Armenian. This is, you can tell from the dates, it's interesting to have this. It says 2015, 2017. So this is before a critical time that I want to mention, but this is a famous quote from a famous Armenian author. We are few, but they call us Armenian. It's about Armenian identity, which is nice. In fact, so this is the shift, but I forgot to mention something. I should say that the graffiti, I was lucky to consult a local expert, Aram Kalantarian, who told me that graffiti in the tunnel started in 1991. That's the exact year that Armenia declared independence from the Soviet Union. This is not a coincidence. So in the Soviet times, graffiti was punishable, not okay, socially unacceptable. Maybe the tunnel was used differently, but since independence, the youth have become more expressive. And that's when the graffiti started. This is very interesting. I just found this out a couple of days ago. My first exposure was in 2000. So 2018 was another large political shift. In 2018, there was some people call it revolution. I would call it more like a coup d'etat insurrection, but the government changed. And the Soviet-style, post-Soviet government was replaced with Western-style, let's say, attempted democracy. I don't want to get into the politics of that, but one of the key phrases of this movement was dukhov on the top left, which means with gusto. It was a phrase that movement used. And these four pieces of graffiti are probably from the same hand, from the same person. And dukhov is on the left. Du, which is the first part of dukhov, actually means you. Hima on the right side with the emphasis marks means now. So there's this urgency and the youthful urgency to graffiti this tunnel. Now, I have not seen graffiti like this outside the tunnel. So this is the relevance of the tunnel, that it's a safe place where you can express your views. And this is still in Armenian. This is interesting. This is somebody, it's almost like a language practice lesson. There's two Latin these, two Cyrillic these. Now, the bottom looks like a Georgian letter, but it's not really. I think it's the Armenian letter D, but it's missing a part, which is kind of strange. So here you see the languages shifting. This is interesting. So you see that same letter overlaid on a previous graffiti with Russian and Hangul, Korean. Now, what is that doing there? Was it a Korean tourist? I don't think so. K-pop is big everywhere. So I think it was a young Armenian person in love with K-pop. They learned Korean. I had a former student who actually learned Korean just because of that fandom. So you see a lot of languages pop up. Chinese. You see playfulness with Latin letters, which you didn't before, which is great. This is not so great. This is Armenian language written in the English alphabet. And presumably this is an effect of texting because it's much easier to text with Latin letters. It says, Nelly es kes sirumem, Nelly, I love you. And underneath it says, Esel kes I love you too, my sunshine. And it's the same handwriting. Maybe it's the guy who wrote the answer, but I'm not, but maybe it's the, but so this is disconcerting to somebody who believes that the Armenian alphabet has a survival role for us. Here's another one. This, I swear, this is not me. This is not Hrant. This is not. Plus, I wouldn't date somebody with an American name, so it's definitely not me, Hrant, Natalie. But you start seeing this, and this is kind of symbolic. There's really tasteful Armenian lettering covered by very Western style slayer. Even the names start becoming written in English. And this is an aspiration, and this is normal. Youth rebel, and they want to become something. Lately, since 2018, it's becoming Western, and the Latin alphabet is the script of the West. Every time a friend of mine, a font friend, goes to Yerevan, I make sure they go to the tunnel. This is a font friend of mine, Gorgian, pretending to be an LA gangster, and he's doing the sign. And Galin Gökçen, whom I mentioned, went earlier this year, and she took a lot of pictures. This is an interesting one. Now, this is a shift that I want to bring up. So the larger letters, it's always been normal for them to be not in Armenian, but the smaller handwriting was always in Armenian, but not anymore. Now that's also in English. So there's this shift going on, and it's natural, but it's also has a dark side that our alphabet is losing ground. So especially when nobody's looking, especially in the tunnel. This is something I want to share. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. So this is, Among Us is a cartoon thing in the West. And this is actually not Among Us. This is Amogus. This is, according to a Reddit user, Amogus is a meme of a parody from a sub. That's a reference to another sub for parody meme. Sub means subliminal insult, subliminal criticism. Anyway, I learned that thanks to this, by the way. So this is pretty high level. This is very sophisticated. This is something you would see in LA. And so the youth in Yerevan, thanks to the internet, is very well connected. They're into all of this stuff. Now, when you leave the tunnel, a good way to come out is not back through, it's to go through, I don't know if you can read that, it says the Gond graffiti area. Gond is the oldest part of Yerevan. It predates the Soviet city master planning that Alexander Tamanyan beautifully did. The problem is, this is what you see when you come out. This is 2019, the date is there. I made sure, for irony and contrast, to have an Armenian church in the background, but this is not Armenian, right? Now, versus this, a picture I took in 2000. This is a mural on a main street, a graffiti on a main street. Kes Shadem Sirum, I love you very much. This is really nice. Very rare to see these days. And this is not just, this is more my domain. This is type. So it's not just the young people in hiding. This is pastry shop. Now, you don't know Armenian, you don't know this, but The apostrophe in the top line is a borrowing from English. In the second line, it says Sargsyan's home. It's a possessive apostrophe. We don't use that in Armenian. We have a letter, ini, that we suffix for the possessive. We don't use apostrophe S. But that U shape is our S sound. So this is pretty disconcerting. And some people will react, say, oh, no, you're holding us back. You should let us do these things. But this is problematic in terms of why aren't you using the Armenian possessive? It's not just the alphabet anymore, it's the whole language. All is not lost. You see some cool stuff too. This is a very weird symbol that I saw a few times the last time I went in 2023. And it's actually, it looks like two Armenian letters. I don't know the meaning. Maybe I want to find out, maybe I don't. But Armenian alphabet is still there. It's not like it's going away. But there's this dynamic, and that tunnel is a very powerful place to experience that. This is not graffiti, it's a stencil. This is it says Miatsum, it says unity, which is nice. This would be a good place to finish this talk, but I will not because there's something else. There's a second tunnel that's been sealed off for I don't know how long. So this is a very tantalizing time capsule. I don't know what's in it. I'm hoping to break in one day and see if there's graffiti from a previous generation that I can compare to the new tunnel. That would be amazing. Aram Kalantarian assured me that there's no graffiti in there because it was closed a long time ago, before 91, which would make sense. But there are signs of forced entry there. So I can't be the only Armenian who's thought about going in there and painting something, you know. So this is the next thing I want to do, with some lookouts to help me not get caught, maybe, I don't know. But we'll see how that goes. Thank you very much for attending this talk.
Thank you so much, Rand. We will all volunteer to come and be your lookouts because we want to know what's in the tunnel. That was wonderful. So I think if we got time to say 10 minutes of questions like before. So again, please raise your hands, type in the chat, say hello.
It was a great teaser for the next presentation. I want
okay
to see the tunnel there. It's great news, it seems. I don't know if anyone here have any question at this point. I think everyone is quite tired here. I already said that we have 3 full days and we are getting really to the end. But I don't know, maybe online some questions, or if not, we move forward.
I thought there were nice parallels, Frant, between the sort of the tunnels and the caves that I was talking about, the sort of sense of what you do in enclosed spaces and how they encourage particular kinds of behavior that can be sort of closed or inward looking. And it's quite interesting to sort of think about spaces like that as places where expression is different in some sense.
And the layering. In fact, I've thought of a social experiment. I don't know if there's time to present that here. So what I want to do is I want to go into the tunnel. I don't have the skills. I need an artist. So I want to paint 2 people with speech bubbles that are empty. So I want to paint 2 people, speech bubbles, white speech bubbles, and come back every evening, see what people wrote, to see what these 2 characters are talking about, which is actually, which is them talking. So every night, take a picture, erase. So
find out what language and script they're talking
and
in.
what they're talking about undercover.
One
But
thing
I would have to spend a lot of time there, and usually I only go for a short time.
Yeah, we had a comment here in the auditorium that sounds like animation. There was a presentation about animation already this morning, graffiti animation, and that seems like something that can be done. Yes, for sure.
My question.
Go, Tim.
No, go ahead, Olesh.
No, my question is very simple and very, very easy probably to answer. Would you say that you said that in that tunnel the things are changing all the time? Would you say that in recent years, since the war started, there is more Russian graffiti? Apparently, there is a big flux of Russians in Armenia now.
The only one I noticed was actually pro-Ukraine. It said it wasn't the picture. It was pictures that Garin took, so I don't know. It's almost like the young people have bigger problems their own lives. I don't know. But also the Artsakh war, the war in Nagorno with, I expected more graffiti about that, but there wasn't.
Really?
A little bit.
Even after Artsakh, after the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The last time I went was unfortunately when 120,000 Armenians were forced out of Artsakh and they came to Armenia. Now, maybe those young people are going into the tunnel and writing things. But I haven't had the chance to see that. So, I mean, I grew up in a civil war when I was a kid. And it's weird to say this, but teenagers think they have bigger problems than that. So they have their own personal lives that they want to express themselves. And because they're not soldiers, they don't really, unless they lost a family member or something, it's not on their wavelength, I guess.
It's interesting because if you take a walk around Warsaw, we still have preserved under glass graffiti from the wartime.
Okay.
That actually was made by the teenagers of that time.
Okay, who preserved it? The government?
In 1950s, they were not over-painted because people didn't want to. And after 80s, they started being preserved by the government. After the fall of the communism is 99.
The thing is, I don't see the Armenia government going into the tunnel and preserving. So, and the rest of the city, there isn't much graffiti. So, but interesting to know that, yeah.
Yeah, you were saying, Olgierd, you were saying in Warsaw,
In
Poland.
Warsaw, there are certain,
Okay, capital of
actually,
Poland. Okay.
yeah, the capital of Poland, yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. You were to say something, Tim. Sorry.
Yeah, no. All I wanted to say is I forgot that in my haste to wrap up in time, I forgot to close a point, which is that one of the first things that Bernie Sanders did was to create the Mayor's Arts Council and to make Burlington very much an arts-friendly and arts-vibrant city. And when I started doing researching to try and find out who had done this series of paintings, murals, whatever you want to call them, I went to the Mayor's Arts Council and asked, and they said, we don't know, which I thought was very strange. And eventually I tracked down, as I say, this guy, Brian, and asked him about the Arts Council. And he said that the Arts Council refused to let them do graffiti unless they provided sketches and drawings ahead of time so that they could decide whether this was, more like art or more like vandalism. And it was very ironic that Dealer.com and the ferry company were happy to sponsor them without any restrictions whatsoever. But the Arts Council was obviously afraid of supporting graffiti, which suggests that, there is this kind of middle-class definition of graffiti that is exclusive and wary. And yet what is flourishing, you know, all throughout the South End in particular, is enormously popular. So yeah, the whole notion of the public identity of graffiti is obviously something I'm very interested in. It's something that's obviously very much in transition.
Yeah, that's what team I meant, because we have, you know, you mentioned that, I mean, graffiti and street art. I think that's my point with like street art and graffiti. When you have to present something that's been approved, that goes more into street art. It's been decided. It's not like a spontaneous iteration. So graffiti, you can do it locally, like legally as well, but it's more, you don't have to ask for permission in a way of showing a project of what you're doing to someone, so like some sort of authority.
Right.
I think for me, the main distinction is this.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was also really interesting that the artists who take place in this and who take part in this annual festival do so on the understanding that they won't have to get approval for their particular work. So in that sense, they're kind of straddling that boundary. It's been approved in principle. The space has been approved as an approved space, but what they actually do with it is entirely their own. Sorry, Pedro, you're about to say something.
Yeah. I think this is a really interesting topic and discussion, because actually the frame, let's say, to frame graffiti, I've been doing this for the 12 years, and there's not a conclusive 100% conclusive decision, and it's still an ongoing discussion and fruitful. And but one thing it's clear, there's a cutting line that Alice said, that's the legal and non-legal. That's one thing. But when you remove the legal aspect, so you say that's a legal wall and everyone can go there and do whatever they want, if it's not commissioned and if it's by the will of anyone that goes there and does it, I think it can be interpreted as graffiti. But I'm risking a bit, because this is my personal take, that can be hardliners that say if you are painting on a legalized wall, you are not doing graffiti, or are you doing other thing like mural art or stuff. But it's an open discussion. I think it's not something that's totally closed. But when you enter on the commission side, even if it's no money involved or no brands or whatever, if it's commissioned, if it's authorized, if it's, you know, if you have some kind of engagement, but also some painting techniques tend to being called street art or mural art or muralism, not so much graffiti. Graffiti, it's interesting because it has this New York style connotation and the spray can as a medium, although of course then goes even later, and it's always referred the Pompeii excavations and the first usage of the term as the first moment that the association of the term was made by Garucci. I think it's the name of the archaeologist that made this, that coined, and addressing to Pompeii graffiti that was made from the Roman times, I think. So, but there was an article later on New York graffiti that pulled this name for that kind of scribble. But even inside the practitioners of that time, it's not fully consensual. There are different names that were given, like aerosol art and others. So it's a kind of a really broad discussion and really interesting topic to talk about. But there are some lines that are quite clear and defined, and well, I'm kind of just giving an overview of the thing, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Andrea, you want to talk, you need to talk here because they will not hear your from there. Andrea Baldini will share also some thoughts about this. Come here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So I think that there is an issue that I think stands a little bit in the background. So I think perhaps the first one who mentioned this point was Joe Austin in his piece of 2001. So the writing on the wall is something that's been, again, going on since the very beginning of humanity. But Joe says, well, you know, I'm not sure how much you can illuminate graffiti. I'm talking about graffiti writing. That's what Joe is talking about by looking at other forms of writing on the walls. I mean, there are among the many other issues, there is one issue that never emerged before, which is the commodification public space. So public space has been controlled, okay, it's fine, but it's never been traded and sold as a commodity. This is a very, very modern phenomenon. Now, it is not surprising that a company is capable of creating a situation under which people, so to say, are free to express themselves because they pay for it. And that's the issue of graffiti. So the issue of graffiti, I mean, this is, let's say, a point that was made very clear by Lefebvre already, is that graffiti is an excess insofar as it is free, and it is free insofar as it uses public space not as a commodity. So I think that it is not clear to me why we should put all of these things together, because though they might look very similar, they function in very different ways. So the core of the practice of graffiti writing, which, you know, again, is multifaceted, and, you know, I'm not a big fan of, you know, let's say, diluting everything so that we never understand the distinctions. But of course, it's a complex practice. But the core of the practice is about refusing the very idea of private property, which is a very, very strong statement in a society that is controlled by the idea that the foundation of what we have, of the very foundation of society, is private property. So there is a type of graffiti that refuses that completely, and that constructs a counter imaginary that is actually fixed, not by the multiplicity of styles. And this is something that I think I defended, but in multiple writings, but it's the idea that it's the consistency of style that has made graffiti writing so powerful. In the sense, wherever you are, from Tokyo to Shanghai, to Lisbon, to Johannesburg, Italy, Turin, is that you see a tag and you see a movement that has a consistency. If I see I love John, I can see even more of that kind of what they're called latrinalia. But the point is that they dissipate in the background, because there seem not to be an idea of systematically refusing the idea of private property. Something that, again, the practice of graffiti seems to embrace. Oh, this just
It's interesting that idea moves with the idea of graffiti as a side note. Side note graffiti.
Sure.
In Backfire. So it's not only New York graffiti, but also other kinds of graffiti, because there's this discussion going on these other areas.
the Pichação, you mean that?
Yes, but not only. There are scholars from epigraphy that study the development of writing. Felipe will know better. And they call graffiti to side note graffiti. So you have a document.
Sure. And it's on the.
And for that of text, they call graffiti because it's illegal. It's at the margin.
Oh, sure.
And it's, but it doesn't fit Well, if you call the proper official text private property, it's on the margin of the private property. But it's this kind of, should we call graffiti to all this? It's a kind of question, because what you call graffiti in New York graffiti,
I think
it's a term that was
sure. No, I mean, again, I'm a philosopher, but I refuse to. And perhaps for that, in spite of that, and we never know, I refuse to reduce these issues in terms of semantics. We could call it whatever we want to call it. I mean, graffiti comes from graphene. If I read it one other time, I think I'm going to, because I think it's not relevant. I mean, as long as we understand what we're talking about. I mean, in a sense, graffiti was used for New York graffiti because it's these disparaging terms, and they appear to be scrawling on the walls and whatever. And I mean, we know the debate about the G word, the refusal from the community about calling it graffiti. Then, to some extent, was accepted for one reason or another. I personally think that graffiti writing is that history that comes from New York graffiti is really different, because it targets private property in ways in which other forms of work writings do not. Now, that doesn't mean that other forms of work writings are less interesting or have no meaning. I mean, of course, I'm always fascinated by the history of the Armenian people. I had also friends, and it's always super rich. It's this wonderful culture. I mean, I would never say that those things are not interesting, but they seem to me just different. And again, I think that when we put them together, then we risk to lose the specificity of every single practice. So I talk about phenomenon and distinguish, I introduced this distinction between phenomenon and practice. Phenomenal urban creativity is whatever happens in the public space, and it's whatever, the practices that happen there produce. Then there are different practices, and a practice is a teleonormative way of arranging actions of agents. People that are involved in graffiti writing, as Alice, what's your name? Alice, that I know that she works also in, she's, maybe you're not Tuscan, but I saw you work in Tuscany. Anyway, as Alice was saying, like she says that it's, or maybe it's your website that says graffiti is discipline, graffiti is not chaos. There is a sense in which there are specific, what they're called teleonormative dimensions. So people, they have some specific objectives, they follow certain rules, they follow certain style, they have certain training, and they just go around and about. And I think that is what structures graffiti writing as the movement that emerges from Philadelphia, New York. That's something so powerful that I think is driving all the interest in urban creativity. I mean, I was born in 1980, and for me, it was a world where public space was empty and blank. I mean, there was nothing. Now, today, we have in Italy and everywhere else these festivals or whatever, and again, everything is fine. I'm not trying to claim that there is a hierarchy among these things. I think that there are just differences, and
yeah, but anyway, there's a, sorry to
no, now we start, it's finished.
One thing that is useful to at least realize is that there's a huge group of scholars that use the word graffiti in a totally different way. That's the original way, let's say, that then was appropriated for graffiti in Europe. And sometimes it can be some, maybe in some places there people would need to say, but you are talking about ancient graffiti, or are you talking about New York graffiti? And it's kind of, and maybe it's in this, you need to make always this distinction, but maybe there are common things, and that's what we are trying to find out, and what we are trying to understand. Where are the similarities?
I don't think we should it's not a question of semantics. It's a question about what we mean. I mean, again,
The meaning of.
I am a philosopher. I think the first paper in grad school where I used a subjective and objective, there was a red line. I ran next to it, and nobody knows what subjective and objective means. Write whatever you mean by those, define whatever you want to say by those words, because nobody knows. Once again, what is graffiti? Okay, sure, nobody knows. The problem, again, and there are similarities, of course, there's a spectrum of activities in urban space. There is a phenomenon of urban creativity. It might be my sensibility as a philosopher. I mean, it's Vernunft. I mean, it's the division rather than finding things together. But, and again, I say these from, I'm very emotional about these things. Now, there is this French writer who is in jail in Uzbekistan, and has been in jail, is condemned to 3 years. The problem is that what is common? What can we find in common between the activity of a guy who goes to jail for 3 years and somebody who paints for a business? I'm not sure.
That's a line there.
I mean, it seems to me that if we want to understand, we need to take these things apart. I mean, for the Alicia has heard that story about Chinese graffiti. I mean, this morning that was a little bit the idea. I mean, if we put all together, then we lose what's there.
I think this is really, really interesting because it raises so many questions about terminology and how people in different fields who work on completely different kind of sets of things talk about the commonalities as well as the differences. And I completely agree about treating things in context and really kind of understanding a particular situation for what it is. And at the same time, it's really illuminating to me to kind of see some trends that seem to be linked. And I think, I suppose one of the things about the modern world, so thinking about, what Grant was talking about, for instance, what Tim was talking about, is that not necessarily that we're talking about the same thing, but that people who are engaged in various activities like this, they know about the other scenes or they know something about it. So there's a kind of conversation there, and there is you could trace this back into the ancient world. I fear Pedro may not want us to talk too much longer, but we could just keep going. But yeah, there's lots you could say. I mean, in archaeology, a graffito is sometimes defined as something that is scratched as opposed to a dipinto that is painted. So you can see how kind of terms just sort of get used by different people in different ways. But I completely agree that you have to see to the kind of center of a practice to kind of understand what is happening at the same time. So I think Alice is going to say something. Were you going to say something, Alice? I didn't mean to speak over you.
Sure.
No.
Should I say something else? No, I think it's up to you.
Go on, Alice. Go on.
Okay. Sorry, Alice.
Yeah. I just want to say, obviously, everything I said is like my personal opinion, because for me it was like very instinctive, an instinct to follow graffiti. I was very shy when I was a child, so I was just writing. And then I remember as well, I grew up in the 80s, and I saw this change between like not having anything on walls to having things written on walls. And like all of a sudden I found a connection that was writing. Like for me, like the instincts, the reaction to graffiti was, oh, that's writing. That's something that I do, because the only way I can express myself is through writing. So all my opinion on it comes from that. And I'm very against as well all the definitions and like kind of boxing things. Oh, this is one thing or that's the other. But I think right now there's a bit of like a need for that, because like lots of people tells me, oh, you do street arts, and it's like I feel a bit uncomfortable to when people say that. So but it's not a matter of like not being not considerate. It's just that it's not really known right now what's the difference between graffiti and street art because of the history of it. So it's mainly this, but it's all very interesting to talk about these kind of things in a more philosophical point of view. Yeah, just this. And we can move on.
Thank you so much, Alisa. Alice, sorry. Alice, sorry. My Italian accent, it's deserving practice. So I don't know, Philippa, do you think we can conclude, or there are any other questions?
I don't see any other burning questions, and I feel we've come to a really interesting point there. So
okay. So thank you so much for this session, these two groups. Just to say that this work with Philippa will generate some publications. And I'm quite curious to see the dialogue continue on that format, and hopefully again on this format also, and even eventually sometime even in person. So we will keep in touch and stay there, because we will do just the continuation for the talk, because people are already waiting, and we are. I don't know if you are okay. 5-minute break for the bathroom. Okay, people are asking for 5 minutes, so we'll give 5 minutes for a short break, but don't go away so far, and be there for the rest. It's the last group of presentations from Germany, USA, Canada, and I know some of them, so they are quite interesting. Please stay around. Okay, thank you so much, Philippa, and all of you. And
thank
the
you,
group,
Pedro.
the group
And
who's joined.
thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's been brilliant.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Great. Thanks. I will also do this one. So hello again, everyone. People have already entered again in the room, and we are going to move on with the last panel of the conference. Thank you for being there, and you online and everyone here also in the auditorium. And so, okay, the lineup is first Anna Kurbs from Germany, then Juan Carlos, and then Anna, ending with Julia. Julia, yeah, it's here. So we will start with Anna. I think, Anna, are you there? Yes.
Yes, hello.
Hello, are you fine?
Yes, absolutely. It's a little bit hot, but instead of that, I'm perfect.
Okay, it's hot in Germany?
Yes,
Okay,
week.
so
Yeah.
you are in Bochum. Bochum, it's
Bochum,
a
exactly. Yeah.
Bochum, yeah.
It's 1.5 hours close to Cologne.
Cologne, yeah, great. So Anna, from Universidad Bochum, I'm trying to speak with the German accent, and your title, I placed you as the first talking after the panel from archaeologists. So I think I did well, but your presentation will show it, I think, because your title, your presentation is titled Carved in Stone, Captured on Canvas on the Medieval Transformation of Epigraphic Elements in 15th Century Painting. So the floor is yours. You can go forward.
Thank you. So I first try to share my screen with you.
I will confirm it's showing up and it's full screen now.
Perfect. So, yeah, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the kind introduction and the invitation. I'm very happy to be invited and to present some aspects of my research to you today, which is indeed a little bit different from the talks before. So let's jump directly, very big jump, to the visual culture of the 15th century, in which the frequent and varied presence of script emerged as a defining factor. Writing appeared across a range of pictorial contexts and in diverse locations within panel paintings. Particularly striking is the reference to established epigraphic design traditions, as well as a strong pictorial evocation of materials and writing techniques. The presence of script appears logically integrated into this constructed unity of the pictorial spatiality and temporality. Within this complex relationship between image and inscription, stone assumes a special role as a medium for writing. The interplay between script and stone can be observed both within the pictorial field and along frames of artworks. In many cases, inscriptions appear to be chiseled or carved into stone surfaces, blurring the boundary between illusion and material reference. Frames or architectural elements often feature meticulously painted imitations and fictions of various types of stone and marble, which evoke a range of semantic and symbolic connotations. The aim of my presentation is to analyze the medial transformation of epigraphic elements within the image. How do visual form of writing, the illusion of materiality, and the pictorial context together generate meaning? And what role do such inscriptions play as repositories of knowledge, carriers of identity, and markers of collective memory? First of all, I would like to give you an overview of what I have planned for today. The presentation begins with a historical summary tracing the development of mimetic representations of stone in paintings beginning in the 14th century. This is followed by an examination of several case studies, which may be grouped into distinct categories. The first group focuses on inscriptions with a stone-like appearance that contain statements by the artist or function as invocations. The second group comprises paintings with an explicitly sepulchral character. And the main group introduces works by Jan van Eyck and Andrea Mantegna, which, unlike the precisely discussed examples, demonstrate a heightened diversity in the depiction of different stone materials and writing techniques. These paintings employ the material significance of stone and the deliberate use of language, typeface, and spatial placement to achieve a semantic intensification and precise modulation of meaning. The presentation concludes with a reflection on the inscription as a hybrid medium situated between image and text. So let's begin with a contextualization within the material iconographic meanings of stone, as well as an overview of historical examples of painted stone imitation. Different meanings are attributed to various stones in ancient, late antique, and medieval sources. Across all of them, certain material iconic attributions can be identified. White lichens, marble stands for purity and transcendence, whilst porphyry visualized imperial and later papal power and inexorability. But porphyry also possessed particular symbolic force, as its reddish coloration evoked associations with the blood of Christ. Moreover, the material stone is generally attributed with the properties of permanence, stability, and simultaneously divine authorization. Material mimesis, so the pictorial imitation of materials, in this instance stone, constitutes an historical phenomenon already attested in antiquity. Roman artists developed techniques for marble imitations, so-called faux marble techniques, to simulate costly stone materials. Early examples in the Middle Ages of these faux marbles are found in Carolingian manuscripts, in which diverse painterly representations of marble, gold, or precious stones can be found. In the Trecento, the so-called marmi finti appear. The earliest examples are found already in Giotto's frescoes in the Arena Chapel in Padua. Allegorically, representation of the virtues and the vices are there situated, before and between fade marbled surfaces, which Marcus Rath described as a, quote, complex interplay of colors with paragonal and performative potentials, quote ends. But let's go forward to the first group of case studies with certain artist statements and inscriptions as invocations. Even in the 14th and 15th century, both north and south of the Alps, there is a tendency to imitate different types of stone in the image and to equip these with inscriptions. These inscribed motifs primarily comprise artists' signatures and dates. They are often found on frames or illustrated frames on the pictorial surface. The earliest example of a painted marble frame, which also features a marble black back wall, is found in Pietro Lorenzetti's Christ as Man of Sorrows. Here, a reddish, brown, green, beige, speckled marble with golden inscriptions shows the artist's signature. Most frequently, however, architectural elements and simulated frames or balustrades appear with the pictorial fields. The inscriptions often appear as if engraved into the stone material, creating the illusion of permanence. Alternatively, so-called cartellini appear, so small pieces of paper which seem to be pinned to the stone. This is shown amongst others in works by Petrus Christus, Albrecht Dürer, and Giovanni Bellini, whose Pietà in Milan you see here. Additionally, prayers to or information about depicted saints appear as inscriptions carved in stone, logically integrated into the pictorial composition, as, for example, in Masaccio and Filippo Lippi. All the inscriptions of this first group serve specifically for authorization, temporal localization, and addressing to the viewers. Moving on to the second group with case studies with sepulchral symbolism. A particularly striking group of epigraphic elements is found in connection with sepulchral symbolism. Here, the inscription emerges as a central medium of the memento mori message. Examples of this include Masaccio's Trinity in the Church of Santa Maria Novella in Florence, the outer wings of the triptych by the so-called Master of Frankfurt, and Hans Holbein's Dead Body of Christ in the Tomb in Basel. Due to the time constraints, we move directly on to the main topic, the stone inscriptions by Van Eyck and Mantegna. Before we turn to the two selected words, it should first be noted that both painters show a remarkable quantity and quality in representation of different types of stone. In Van Eyck, this is impressively shown in the frames and reverses, which imitate different marble as well as jasper and porphyry varieties. As, for example, you see here the St. Barbara in Antwerp. Mantegna also shows his particular interest in the imitation of various stones, as we can see, for example, in the circumcision in the Uffizi, where Mantegna contrasts porphyry and serpentine next to each other and next to other marmi finti. So we see here the porphyry, here the serpentine, and other marmi finti over there and over here. That both painters also show his particular interests in the imitation of various stones, as can be seen, for example, sorry, I just jumped. So, both painters also perfect the imitation of scripts, which seems to be logically chiseled or carved into the stone, is particularly shown by these two works. Therefore, Mantegna's Saint Sebastian in Vienna and Van Eyck's so-called Timotheus, or Portrait of a Man in London, shall be examined in relation to their stone inscriptions. Let's begin with the later work by Mantegna, which is dated in a period between 1457 and 1459. On a narrow panel dominated by a reddish marbled column, Saint Sebastian stands in the center of the picture, clothed only in a loincloth. His body is riddled with arrows, and through the S-shape contrapposto position, his pain can be sensed. His gaze is directed towards heaven, distorted with pain. The column stands before a severely damaged arcade, which is broken off on the left. The saint himself stands on a white marble block, around which lie fragments and pieces of stages. Against the rear wall also lean destroyed reliefs against a wall that particularly shows loose stones. Beside the column to which the martyr is bound, the only undestroyed motifs is a representation of victory in a relief which extends the direction of the saint's gaze. To the left of the saint appears a Greek inscription, which seems to be scratched or chiseled into the stone. Written from up to bottom, translated as the work of Andrea, we can read to ergon to Andreu. The last letters, however, are cut off by stone remains. In the earlier work by Jan van Eyck, it is the portrait of an unknown man wearing a dark green chaperon, a typical head covering in the 15th century. In his right hand, he holds a rolled up piece of paper, which is remarkably inscribed on the outside. The figure is situated behind a stone balustrade, which shows clear signs of age. The edges are chipped in many places, and the stone shows cracks and dents. On the balustrade, 3 inscriptions can be deciphered, which were applied to an imitation stone using different evoked techniques. The most conspicuous inscription is located in the center of the balustrade, is larger than the others, and is written in Roman capital letters. 2 words can be read in French, Léal souvenir, which means something like faithful remembrance. Below this, in whitish script, is the painter's signature and date in Latin. The different writing technique is also shown in the legibility of the 2 inscriptions. While the Léal souvenir is clearly readable, the underlining text requires more attention to decipher the words. The legibility becomes even more difficult with the last inscription, which is found above Léal souvenir. Very faintly or very old, 2 words in Greek letters seem to have been scratched into the stone, which the last letter disappeared in a chip of the stone. The Greek words can probably be translated into Latin, a method that Van Eyck used frequently, whereby tum, theos, can be read, which can be translated as then goddess. Jan van Eyck's portrait of a man develops a complex dialectic between permanence and transistence through the depiction of a stone but damaged parapet. While stone traditionally, as we said, stands for eternity and timelessness, Van Eyck's simulated stone shows clear signs of decay, which demonstrate the power of the time over all carriers of memory. The balustrade could thereby conspicuously convey several meanings. It could thus allude to the transience of man and the inconstancy even of stone. The cracks become visual metaphors of the erosion of time, which spares not even the most durable material. The inscription Léal souvenir thus acquires a tragic dimension, since the loyalty of memory is challenged by the materiality. This is also shown in the representation of the inscription itself. A large crack runs between the 2 words. The 2 other inscriptions, by contrast, are greatly subdued. Executed in white paint, they appear only as if scratched into the stone and already weathered. Both the signature and the Greek inscription are thus depicted in a less permanent technique. The depicted spatial depth of the inscriptions thus correspond with the temporal permanence. So what is more deeply encoded in the stone is meant to endure longer. The composition also evokes the character of Asian grave monuments, and thus a specific form of European memorial culture. Panofsky, Campbell, and Jones describe the balustrade in connection with Gallo and Germanistic Roman gravestones. This sepulchral dimension also brings a fundamental temporality into play. Grave monuments are primarily media of memory that are meant to survive death and carry the memory of the decent to the future, as we saw, for example, in the second group of case studies.
Possibility. You are on 3 minutes for the end.
I get 5, then I'm finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, deal.
So, yes, I'm going a little bit farther. So if we have this possibility of a bad body with this inscription, then we can, this is fitting very well with the translation of the first inscription, which said, then God, because then the portrait person and the painter both commend themselves to God and also their memory. In any case, so I jump a little bit farther, Jan van Eyck is doing that often, to use this Greek and humanistic ideas to transport something more deeply. For example, in his device, which can read as ich kann, which means something like as good as I can. So, yeah. Then we jump really fast to Mattia, because Mattia is doing something more deeply, but more or less in the same way, because we have a temporal idea, or a narrative which is happening in this painting, because we see a saint who died in the antique times, but Mantegna is painting him in his own contemporary time, because the ruins are not ruins in Sebastian's time, they're ruins in Mantegna's times. So he is connecting a very long temporal period in one moment. And in this moment, he puts his own signature, which can be read as to ergon to Andreu, and he's mixing that because that's the only time that he's using a Greek one. Normally, he's adding his name in Latin. And in this time, he's doing that in Greek, which is a little bit weird because the whole painting assumes the Roman antiquity and not the Greek one. But with his inscription, he is addressing some stories from other signatures from the antique time. So, for example, the architect from the lighthouse of Alexandria, as well as Phidias, who wrote their names or their images on their works, which are not really visible at the first time. And that is the thing what Mantegna is doing here, because his inscription is on the point where it shouldn't be readable because he's in the this one is in the pillar, and just the decay of the architecture, which is adored by Mantegna, makes his or brings his signature to light. So let's jump to a really fast conclusion. Please, I think that all of these case studies demonstrate that the 15th century painted inscriptions are far from beginning simple information carriers. Rather, they are hybrid media that connect different levels with each other and also take different roles. They serve, on the one hand, as a storage medium, which transport the memory that permanently stores names, dates, prayers, and admonitions. They can also function for communications. They can address the viewer. Inscriptions can also authenticate the work. In summary, it is shown that the imitation of stone gives these inscriptions a strong medial charge, and a function not only as carriers of texts, but as symbols of duration, stability, and authority, which, what I wanted to show, can also be challenged in individual cases. So, and at this point, you see, I can talk a lot more about different ideas, paintings, interpretations, but I will stop now with the clock. I know the clock. I'm really sorry for the long talk, and thank you very much for your attention.
You're welcome. Thank you, Anna.
And the other folks.
Thank you for your contribution. It's interesting to see walls painted as walls with words. So it's a kind of layering of what we are speaking about. Without further ado, we will move for Juan Carlos. Are you there? Yes. And we will have the questions and answers on the end of this group, okay? The 4 speakers and then the questions. So Juan, you can move forward.
Thank you. Give me a second. I will.
Hello. You are in Nevada?
Yes.
So it's morning there.
Morning, yes.
What's the time there?
Right now it's gonna be 10 a.m.
Okay, so great. Here it's almost 6. So go for it.
Okay, thank you. Let me check out. Can you actually see the presentation?
Yeah, yes, it's full screen. We can
Okay.
see you are
Okay.
Artistry
Yeah.
and Design Department from University of Nevada, Reno.
Okay.
I don't know,
Thank you.
if you want, you can introduce yourself a bit. You have 20
Oh,
minutes.
no, I'm gonna go straight to the paper just to make sure
Okay,
that
let's go.
fill the whole
Thank you.
time that I have. So thank you, Pedro Suarez Neves and the Urban Creativity team for organizing this conference. And today I want to share my first approach to actually piece originally produced in Medellin, Colombia, where I'm from. at the beginning of this year. And I describe this piece as a mural graffiti because, among other things, it gives a protagonist role to the text and the actual enunciation. It also has a strong subversive aspect, and the size and the dynamics of this particular piece also resonate with current practices of muralism in Colombia. I will read to make sure that I cover the information within the allotted time. So, the piece produced by several social organizations, it was immediately censored and later repainted in the same spot and replicated in other cities and places in Colombia. The piece contains the phrase "Las cuchas tienen razón," the mothers were right or say the truth, in bold letters, and include a dignifying portrait of a woman and an uncanny representation of a former president. I approached this large piece as a work that subtly and suggestively marks and responds to an extended territorialization of neoliberal and narco-capitalism. In this presentation, I briefly address some aspects of mural graffiti and its challenges in transforming the territory into an ethical network of historical relationships. Since I suspect that many of you are not familiar with the piece and the historical and contemporary context of meaning and production of this mural graffiti in Medellin, I need to go back in time and comment on key aspects of the history of the Commune 13 in Medellin, La Escombrera, and a series of military operations critical for the peace. So Commune 13 is one of the Medellin's administrative areas with a long history of violence. The commune's origins dates back to 1940s and 50s when hundreds of poor peasants fleeing ideological violence in their original territories in the Antioquia department sought refuge in the department's capital city. Many of these fleeing peasants were forced to work at cheap domestic labor in or working factory jobs while Medellin was rising in one of the centers of the textile production and coffee companies on the continent. Others ended up cultivating land for landowners or in unclaimed wastelands surrounding the city, and most of them actually built precarious houses, establishing entire neighborhoods that soon began to overcrowd the city's outskirts. In the late 1960s and 70s, the commune's poorest neighborhoods, like others in main cities in Colombia, became strategic areas for militias affiliated with or belonging to guerrilla groups. But it was in the 1980s when the Commune 13 stood out among others thanks to Pablo Escobar's influence. In the commune's slums, which social and political elites considered to be vast garbage dumps and socially and politically marginalized spaces, Escobar obtained the social support that enabled him to become a politician and later consolidate his power as the most visible head of the Medellin cartel. Escobar paid to build hundreds of houses in different neighborhoods in the city, and especially in this commune and in the slums. He also supported local business, and in addition to building soccer fields and other amenities for the inhabitants. His transformation of those forgotten slums into his territory of influence and sovereignty also included communication networks. He even gave away video recordings and TV sets at the time when satellite dishes and globalization were arriving to Colombia and the city. Finally, he offered teenagers, especially those from this commune, the opportunity to work as members of several groups of hitmen that played a crucial role, locally, and internationally too, in sustaining the cartel's terror and consolidating the growing global neoliberal economy of narco-trafficking, which I shorten here as narco-capitalism. Eduardo Mendieta has stated that without the slave ship and the plantation, there would not be racial capitalism. And without the expropriation and distribution of brown and black bodies and nature, there would be no accumulation of surplus value and therefore no capitalist wealth. I add to his diagnosis, that without forced displacement and the slum, no narco-capitalism could have been possible. If we agree that merchants' capitalist developments related to colonialism, the plantation, and slavery, and if we concede that the trade and commerce of opium in East Asia gave form to the British Empire, we may also recognize that the transnational production and traffic of cocaine since 1980s has nurtured the development of neoliberal capitalism and transnational commerce, carving the US hegemony through the so-called war on drugs. At stake has been the emergence of a neoliberal transnational narco-plantation, which is neither a metaphor nor a label confined to the agricultural enclaves of the coca crops. The narco-plantation names a complex and transnational system of production of cocaine in the late 20th century that involved, for instance, the natural crops in the Andes, the peasants cultivating them, the chemical substances imported for producing cocaine, the peasants cooking and preparing the coca paste, the consumers in Europe and the US, the rise of the gross domestic product of several nations, and the hitmen bands from the commune in charge of securing the transportation of cocaine or the control and assassination of any competition, including the militias mentioned above, as well as public servants and commoners. In the late 20th century, more than 1,000 young members from this commune became part of the dynamics of production and reproduction of cocaine-related labor. The high mortality rate among cartel members meant that the replacement was continuously necessary as part of a plantation system that nurtured and took advantage of social conditions of racialized and classist dispossession in the city while undermining democratic practices. Recognizing themselves as part of such a complex neoliberal narco-plantation and its correlated necropolitics, these young hitmen explicitly acknowledged the short life expectancy by claiming for themselves a motto usually found as graffiti on the walls of the commune, a motto and a piece of urban poetry later used as the title of the first sociological study about young hitmen in Medellin, No nacimos pa semilla, we ain't born to be seed. These young hitmen recognized that reproduction of life instead of death, so to speak, was expected to be found somewhere else, not in their territory, not in the narco plantation, not in their commune. With Escobar's death in 1993, team fighting among diverse armed groups involved in the drug businesses, as well as the so-called war on drugs, reached levels never seen in the commune, while different bands used the graffiti in the streets to threaten and highlight the power and necropolitical logics of territorial control. Far-right paramilitary groups were created by drug cartels, wealthy landowners and entrepreneurs, and politicians as well, aiming to oversee the whole city, regulate the narco traffic, co-opt young people training in arms, and dominate this traditional enclave of Escobar and leftist militias, in addition to controlling the entry of the city and controlling a vantage point of vigilance. As members of the committee have publicly denounced, it was in this context that different armed forces adopted the practice of kidnapping and killing people from the commune. And this practice reached its peak with more than a dozen official operations executed between 2000 and 2002-2003. These operations were ordered by the far-right politician Álvaro Uribe Vélez, who had recently been elected as president of Colombia. Notably, he was included and caricaturized in the mural graffiti. Here is the image. Those operations where the National Army was accompanied and guided by influential paramilitary groups one paramilitary group known as Cacique Nutibara, and the whole action or the whole set of operations aimed to identify and kill anyone believed to be a collaborator of the militias or belong to an antagonist group or intended, and of course, the intention was to grant the Cacique Nutibara territorial control of the city, and in particular of the streets of the commune. Notably, the Cacique Nutibara group functioned as a large terrifying paramilitary group as well as an influential outsourcing office of criminal bands. The most famous set of those operations, more than 30 operations in less than 2 years, is known under the label of Orion and involved tanks and helicopter gunships, arbitrary detentions using the facade of legal requirements from the Attorney General's office, and produced bloody massacres and disappeared people. It is worth noting that this series of operations exacerbated the dynamics of the narco-plantation and its necropolitics. They also tested that what soon became a national secret policy of distributing military and economic areas of control, aiming to create confidence and stability, quote unquote, and attract national and foreign private investments in addition to securing the legal regulation of illicit drug trafficking. The Orion operation, which is the central inspiration of the mural I'm talking about, marked the beginning of the most critical period of extrajudicial assassinations in Colombia. I'm talking about the assassinations of innocent peasants, homeless, disabled people, outcasts, who the army, through paramilitary outsourcing, kidnapped and lured to rural and isolated areas with fictitious vacancies. They were later killed, dressed in military clothes, placed next to old gangs, and presented as leftist militants eliminated in combat. These straight crimes, as euphemistically named false positives, served to prove the success of Uribe Vélez's policy between 2002 and 2010, supported by the US war on drugs, refashioned, by the way, under the label of the war on terror, and part, of course, of a renovated development of outsourcing neoliberalism. And I say this because it is not accidental that the increment of those extrajudicial executions announced with the Orion operations took place with the boom of a large-scale foreign mining projects authorized by the government in the same period, as you can identify in these figures. On your left are the number of mining titles approved. On your right is the number of extrajudicial executions. Noteworthy, the artists and the local and national social organizations behind the mural graffiti that I'm talking about decided to first paint this graffiti on the vast concrete wall in the main intersection in front of the North Bus Terminal in Medellin. The bus terminal that was a critical node of the complex networks of false positives in the Antioquia department, where many victims were deceived and transported to on commercial buses to rural places and therefore killed. In this order of ideas, I propose that this mural graffiti subtly and suggestively mark an extended invisible territorialization of neoliberal and narco-capitalism. The mentioned military operations of the early 2000s in the commune included throwing the corpses in La Escombrera. Inaugurated a few years before the Orion operation, La Escombrera was established as a site for disposing the rubble from the city demolitions and renovations. Located in the upper part of the commune and under the control of a private company, it has restricted access. Nonetheless, testimonies have shown that the army and the perimeter groups had easy access to the site. According to current forensic calculations, more than 40,000 cubic meters of rubble has been disposed on this place since 2002. Layers and layers of debris make La Escombrera less a traditional mass grave and more an anthropogenic territory that surpasses traditional forensic intervention. If we agree with Peter Sloterdijk that in the concept of the Anthropocene is a gesture that in a juridical context would be characterized as a designation of a responsible agency, we may also need to approach the Anthropocene in terms of profound changes and challenges taking place in the territorialization, the writing of history, the marking of memory, and the forensic research of traces and bodies of human and ecological crimes in the context of the neoliberal city. In this regard, it is significant that La Escombrera also includes a stone, gravel, and sand quarry used for new construction projects in the city, as well as the production of concrete. It is also notable that the dump and the quarry sites emerged during a construction boom in Medellin, at a time when real estate and concrete production became practical venues for laundering money from narco-capitalism. So if we agree that the role of concrete in the emergence of humans as a geological force is undeniable, as it is in the construction of the bus terminal and the material and conceptual possibility of the mural graffiti I'm talking about, we should also recognize that the crucial role of the neoliberal city and by extension the urbanocene in the mural graffiti and the dynamics of the narco-plantation and narco-capitalism, we should also recognize the central role of the city. In particular, the neoliberal city may be regarded as a critical facet of the neoliberal plantation at the very corpse embedded in layers of criminal agency and anthropic material on which neoliberal and narco-capitalism feed. When the Orion operation took place, relatives of the victim publicly denounced the killings and dumping of bodies. However, for more than 2 decades, their claims were consistently dismissed by national and municipal administrations, as well as the Attorney General's office. The women seeking the relatives and organized under the flag of the Women Walking for the Truth organization were repeatedly accused of lying. Finally, in 2010, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, which was created as a mechanism of transitional justice, paid attention to the denunciations and granted precautionary measures. Later, it organized a large interdisciplinary team of engineers, geotechnicians, and forensic archaeologists to search in the rubble dump. After removing more than 30,000 tons, they finally found the first 4 corpses. This finding reactivated the action of social groups in the commune, which included the Women Walking for the Truth organization that I mentioned, and also Agroarte Colombia, a community organization led by graffiti artists committed to urban agriculture and mutual support. Those and other organizations have been developing various activities and projects in the commune, including urban farming, communal pots, and murals. In January, a few days after the discovery, these organizations joined forces to paint the mural graffiti that loudly reminded everyone that the mothers had spoken the truth. Significantly, the mural graffiti included an image of the leader Margarita Restrepo holding a picture of her missing daughter.
Juan, you have 5 minutes, okay?
Yes. Unlike the idealizing and medium-sized murals produced within the commune for its inhabitants, this mural graffiti is a substantial piece that deals with L'escombrera outside of the commune. It's the first one that brings this whole issue in substantive, very large size, so to speak, but also outside of the commune. It offers a distinctive statement and, in a sense, evokes, as it were, to what Val Plumwood and Naomi Klein respectively call shadow places forfeited for the sake of sustaining the beloved world lifestyles and sacrifice zones where the life and rights of the inhabitants become expendable. While Plumwood's sites and Klein's places are located in faraway rural regions related to crops and oil fields, L'escombrera is a site endemic to the Urbanocene, as well as to the neoliberal and narco-capitalist organization of the world. The very same capitalist regime that in less than 24 hours rapidly erased the mural graffiti, even if for decades had been permissive of the tourist-attracting murals celebrating Pablo Escobar on many city walls as part of the new branding and territorialization of Medellin. The mural graffiti interrupts and disturbs the aesthetic and territorializing regime of neoliberal narco-capitalism that determines what, where, and how should be visible and invisible, audible and inaudible, meaningful and identitary. It is not a mere coincidence that the current Medellin mayor, known supporter of Uribe Vélez's policies, justified the censorship, stating that, I'm quoting, "One thing is graffiti as an artistic expression, example what has been achieved in the Commune 13 and other areas of Medellin, and another very different thing is disorder and those who simply want to generate chaos," end quote. Unlike that kind of capitalist territorialization, the mural graffiti articulates and performs a commitment to addressing and expanding the understanding of territoriality and territory. Territory is understood as the physical and historical layers of human actions, as well as the place of memory, mutual care, and support within the community, as practiced by the organization mentioned above in response to the plantation system of narco-capitalism. And territory is also expanded beyond the commune and the city to other cities and other physical spaces, and even beyond, into communication and dignity as mediums and materials of a new territoriality, where, paraphrasing the indigenous activities Eluan Potiwara, territory can be reconceived as a genuinely ethical space and life network. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you for the time, effort, and for sharing this complex situation from your home country. We'll move forward still on the American continent, Canada now. Ana Rodriguez, a pleasure having you. It's not the first time you have already participated in the conference, so I'm very happy to have you here again. And please move forward, try to share the screen and make the presentation. The questions, again, I will say that it will happen in the end of the panel. So, Juan, just wait a moment and we will do the questions. So we are already seeing your screen, not
Okay.
full screen, but
Thank you. You can hear me okay?
yes, the sound is also working.
Thank you. Thank you, Pedro, for the invitation to participate as part of this conference. I enjoy doing that. I haven't been around, I think, for a couple of years, but I'm glad that I have an opportunity to present some of the research that I'm looking at. So here's the title. I won't go through it. Oh, let me just start a timer to make sure I end on time. So I'll be checking. I just wanted to do a quick land acknowledgement. The university where I work acknowledges the lands and the people of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. I won't read all of the land acknowledgement, but this is the university where I work at. But I actually live in the township of Cavan Monaghan in Ontario on the ancestral lands of the Michi-Saagiig and Chippewa nations. And I'm covered by the Rice Lake Purchase Treaty number 20. And I just want to acknowledge and honor the Michi-Saagiig and Chippewa nations for being stewards of the lands that I live on and waters as well, and thank them for their care and teachings. So just a little bit about me. I work at Ontario Tech University, which is located in Oshawa in the province of Ontario. So Oshawa is a little town, well, maybe not too little, about 100 and maybe almost 200,000 people. But the university is quite small, and we're about 90 minutes east of Toronto. And I work in the Fraser Faculty of Education because that's currently my background is teaching future teachers and other people that are interested in learning how to become educators in different educational contexts. But about 90% of my students are interested in becoming teachers in high schools and elementary schools. I'm an interdisciplinary researcher because before I was teaching, I actually was a journalist, and therefore I bring in that sort of lens into all that I do, social justice and media studies. But for at least maybe 15 years, I've been looking at art interventions in the public sphere. I look at illegal and legal work. I really love looking at posters that people post illegally. I look at stickers. I look at street art. I look at commissioned work as well. And that actually leads me to my current research interest, which is looking at how public art, so that would be commissioned pieces such as murals, can support learning and teaching in formal educational settings. So I've been taking photos of different types of public art interventions for the past 15 years, and I've noticed that a lot of murals are dedicated to commemorating or highlighting the women's labor movement in Canada. But the same cannot be said in the historical records, including history textbooks. So just some highlights from the women's labor movement in Canada from the early 1800s, or even before that, women were working in the fishing industry in Newfoundland and Labrador. And the historical record shows that without women being part of that industry, it would not exist, and that continues to present day. 30,000 workers that were mostly women went on strike in 1919 in Winnipeg, which is the capital of another province, Manitoba. And it started with women that were telephone operators leaving their jobs. And then it went to retail workers and garment workers, and 30,000 workers were on strike, basically shutting down the city. There was the Montreal dressmakers strike, which many immigrant women from Italy were involved in 1937. So 5,000 women went on strike. And again, they were fighting, just like the Winnipeg general strike, they were fighting for better wages, security, job security, safety, etc. I have a picture there of the women that worked in the secret munitions factories in the just outside of Toronto in an area called Scarborough, also in Ajax, another area just outside of Toronto. About 20,000 women were involved in this work during World War II. It was very dangerous work because they were working with explosive materials and just really dangerous, and it was secretive, etc. But this is probably one of the areas that the women's labor movement gets a little bit more recognition. There's images that are shared. I've shared a mural that has been created to commemorate what is known as the Bomb Girls. There was actually a television show, and there's several books that talk about it, but it's not really highlighted in history textbooks, which is interesting as well. But the sort of role that men had during World War II, Canadian men, is definitely highlighted. The other thing to think about is that the women's labor movement is closely connected to the history of immigration in Canada. If I go to my next slide, most of those contributions are missing from Canadian history. So especially the contributions of immigrant women, those who are racialized, those who peoples that are from the LGBTQ2+ communities. So basically populations that are not the dominant population in Canada, they find those histories are either omitted completely or barely talked about. History textbooks typically focus on narratives associated with nation building, but they are definitely presented through a colonial, Eurocentric, and patriarchal lens. There have been some recent updates to history textbooks to bring to decolonize and bring in Indigenous perspectives on the shared history that settlers, such as myself, and the Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, have a shared history, and that is being brought into textbooks, but still women's contributions are not being included as they should, and definitely the labor movement in Canada, those contributions are not included at all. So a research question that I was looking at in terms of the of public art, which I have an interest in taking photographs, documenting, and analyzing. So again, these are commissioned pieces by a community, by the government, etc. How can we use public art to address these history textbook silences on the women's labor movement in Canada? Because there's much to be shared. And here's a mural that depicts women in the 18th century working as part of salting codfish, and very much the same procedure that I lived in Portugal for a number of years and know this process of salting codfish. This was part of the fishing industry in Newfoundland and Labrador, but yet it's not really talked about in historical records in schools, but yet this mural is talking about and showing the work that would go into the salting of codfish. So that's just an example of how public art is addressing seemingly or commemorating or bringing attention to the labor movement, the women's labor movement in Canada. I draw on theoretical frameworks in all the work that I do, I guess, because of the background in education, doing research in that area. One that I draw on, have been engaging with constantly is public pedagogy. And it's an educational theory that looks to understand how we learn outside of traditional spaces, such as universities and schools, elementary, high schools, etc., and examining how people interact with cultural artifacts, the sort of experiences that they have outside of school that lend to learning. But because I'm looking at public art through a historical lens or through a lens of history, I brought in this framework called historical thinking. It's been around for a while, a few decades, but Seixas, who is a professor at the University of British Columbia, brought a Canadian perspective since the early 2000s, has been working on historical thinking. And it's really about deconstructing and reconstructing historical narratives, but through questioning. Some of those questions might be, why are some histories told and others not? Why are some histories more important than others and they get remembered? Why do they end up in books, etc.? So there's 6 concepts that allow people to develop historical literacy. I won't go through them, you can read them there, but I've borrowed definitely from historical thinking to think about questions that I can use when analyzing public art through a historical lens. So these questions are really kind of high level, looking at the educational and historical significance without analyzing the visual aspects, so iconography, etc. That I think I would have some more questions and provide a deeper analysis. But I wanted to, again, bring in this idea of bringing in this historical lens that also is an educational lens. And those are the questions that I've been using. So very quickly, I'm going to talk about scratching the surface by Vils, who I'm sure many of you will recognize as an artist from Portugal. He created in 2021 this mural called the Cleaners Action Movement mural. It's located in an area of Toronto called Little Portugal. And it really commemorates and brings and highlights the actions of Portuguese women who were known as night cleaners in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And that work continues. But definitely in the 1970s and 80s, many of the people that were cleaning buildings at night, including government buildings, were Portuguese women. In 1975, a group of women were asking just for safer working conditions. They didn't want to be on contracts anymore. They wanted to get out of precarious work. They just wanted to be paid as much as their male counterparts for doing the same work. And when their concerns weren't heard, they went on strike. So they were working for the government of Ontario. And this was the government of Ontario like pushing back, saying, nope, nope, we don't care about this. And they did go on strike. As a result, they did make changes, but it didn't stop there. There were groups of women throughout the decade that went on strike, working for different folks and government, but also private buildings, also asking, for just dignity and being given a fair wage, and also safety was an issue. So they actually made lots of changes. Some things they were unable to do, but as a result of the Cleaners Action Movement, which was a grassroots movement where women who did not know a lot of English were putting together newsletters and informing other people working in these industries about what they were doing. They formed unions. They did a lot. Some of them went to jail when they were protesting. So they did a lot to make changes. But yet, this is something that when even I talk to somebody who's involved in union work, they've never heard of this. They'll say, the Cleaners Action Movement? What is this all about? So definitely this mural that was created in 2021 highlights this particular moment in women's labor history that we're not seeing anywhere else. So very quickly, I see I have about 4 minutes left. I just will show you the framework. Again, bringing those questions, and there's more that I've added in terms of a particular piece of public art, but this is sort of the analysis process that I go through. Critical reflection being one that I've added because I think it's important for folks to not only think superficially about something, basically what they see. So we see the 3 plaques, they have information that's educational, etc. But then what do they like to critically reflect on what they're learning, on what they're seeing? And again, you can see, it challenges different historical narratives. And again, I won't go through that. You can read some of that there, but I just wanted to give you a sort of idea of the way I do this work, and hope to add also some more columns. But again, just kind of figuring out, does a piece of public art, can it be used in the classroom? And that's where I really hope this study will end up being included. Is right now I'm doing this work, I'm analyzing myself, I'm talking to folks that are in different educational contexts, but I'd be really interested in having designing a study where high school teachers actually use the public art to teach about Canadian history that is either omitted from the books or not talked about. So again, using the public art to fill those silences found in history textbooks, and then interview students on their experiences learning about a historical moment using public art. So again, I've left my contact information there just in case we're unable to connect after this talk, and I welcome any feedback and questions that you may have. You can reach me on Instagram as well. So thanks very much. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about this work that I'm currently doing.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. Thank you for.
Thanks.
So we will have one more presentation and then we will go for questions if there are. But now we go for Julia. Territories of Gentrification, a case study of Philadelphia graffiti in areas of urban development.
Thank you so much. Can you hear us okay?
Hello, yes, yes.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to share my screen.
Julia and Benjamin.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, can you see that okay?
Yes, it's full screen. Sound is good. You are ready to go.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having us. This is our first Urban Creativity Conference, so we're really excited to be here and hear all the other presentations. And this is just a paper that we've been developing, so we're in the process of completing this research. But we're both from Philadelphia, and we both have our masters in media studies and production from Temple University. So we'll get right into it. Our paper is titled Territories of Gentrification, a case study of Philadelphia graffiti in areas of urban development. So just to begin, we frame graffiti as citizens media or community-based media. Citizens or community media is defined as media that is created by and for the community which it serves, using resources that are accessible in that community. So this allows members of a community to highlight and create their own social narratives of the neighborhood that they are from using their own means. And what makes this transgressive for communities is that it does not need to align with a mainstream media agenda or any political filtering that may take place on a more mainstream media outlet. And as well with art forms, this doesn't really have any limitations as it is just created by everyday members of a community in their own spaces. There is no profit goal with this type of art form, and it really is just to meet the communication needs of that community in a specific area. And with graffiti specifically, it's based around a shared visual language and unspoken or spoken norms within the group. So we're looking at this specifically in the city of Philadelphia, where we both live. And then these pictures are just of graffiti found in North Philadelphia on a construction site. Just some brief history of why graffiti is so prominent in Philadelphia. The man in this photo here is known as Cornbread, and he's associated as one of the pioneers of modern graffiti, specifically here, which he started in North Philadelphia, pretty close to where we're sitting right now in the 1960s. He does a lot of events still here in the city. This photo is from a bar downtown that has a lot of graffiti and sticker, wheat pasting type events, where he was just meeting some supporters. But yeah, so he is just known as one of the main historical graffiti writers, but he's specifically known for creating a hand style, which you can see in that photo of writing cornbread that he would spray on walls throughout North Philly when he was a teenager in high school to catch the attention of people from a school bus, specifically a girl he was interested in, to try and get her attention and know that cornbread loves her. So in Philadelphia, we specifically are known for having hand styles known as wickeds or wickets. And those are really the main form of graffiti style that you'll see throughout the city. But that really gained prominence throughout the 1960s to the 80s. So that is, I don't have a photo of it here, or actually the one right above cornbread kind of is a Philly hand style where it says Rame. But due to the dominance of graffiti throughout North Philly specifically, in that time period, the Anti-Graffiti Network of Philadelphia was established to kind of combat this on public spaces because it got a lot of people pushing back against it in the urban areas. Now the Anti-Graffiti Network is known as Philadelphia Mural Arts, which you may have heard of before, and they are the organization that funds and curates a lot of the public art throughout the city, and they actually use known graffiti writers as commissioners for their pieces to try and get them into a different art space that is sanctioned by the city.
And here are some more examples of the Philly hand style, mostly elongated vertical pieces and single line, which we'll see a lot of throughout, which we saw a lot of throughout our research, and you'll see some throughout this presentation. So for this research, we were specifically interested in areas that are undergoing gentrification. We looked at 3 different neighborhoods, and we followed our definition of gentrification, which is the process of development and investment in low-income urban areas, which leads to displacement of historic residents and a replacement with a different demographic. Most of the time, this demographic is racial, a different racial demographic, but it is always a different economic demographic or class. The process of gentrification in most areas that are undergoing this gentrification process are low-income areas. And in these areas, you will find a lot of abandoned and vacant buildings. In the respect to graffiti, these areas tend to draw larger pieces where artists have more time to access these spaces and create larger, more complex pieces. As you can see on the image to the right, this is an abandoned apartment complex, which stands directly across the street from a new building for lease. As developers repurpose old structures and build new ones, old graffiti is destroyed. So as these abandoned structures are repurposed and redeveloped, this destroys the historical graffiti that is in the area. But through this destruction, we sometimes can view graffiti that was once internal to these abandoned buildings. As the image all the way to the bottom left shows a piece of a demolished building. This is the interior of the wall where we can see some graffiti that is now open to the public through this demolition process. In the process of gentrification, we see a lot of new construction, and this construction brings in temporary materials such as wood, tarping, temporary fencing, and other traffic materials like traffic barriers, traffic cones, and signs. And these construction materials serve as new surfaces for graffiti artists to develop and showcase their styles. These temporary construction materials inform the types of graffiti which appear on these surfaces. The graffiti artists often use these surfaces because there is, for one, a low property damage, and it is less likely to be buffed, meaning that the owners of this property understand that this material is only temporary. So graffiti writers and the art that they leave behind ends up staying for longer because there's less incentive for it to be covered up due to its temporality. And also some materials like traffic cones and traffic barriers are reused in other construction projects, which then has a multiplying effect for some graffiti tags that may be visible in one location as it's being constructed and then moves to another location as that other location is going under development. We often see hand styles and throwies, two of the most common graffiti styles in Philadelphia, as we referenced earlier, on these types of materials for multiple reasons. But the two main reasons are economic. For one, graffiti writers do not want to use a lot of paint to paint on these surfaces because they are in fact temporary. So artists will often use single line hand styles and quick bubble letters or larger letters, which they call throwies. The other reason behind this is also the efficiency. These tags are created with under much less time than a larger, more complex piece would take. Temporary construction materials create a space for citizens' media during the gentrification process. Although it is temporary, these materials still are able to show the artist's work in new ways and in new places that were not once available to these artists.
Our research is focusing on 3 developing neighborhoods in Philadelphia that are prominent right now, and they've been developed for a very long time, but just that we're observing right now are going through a lot of different phases of gentrification. So I kind of mapped them out here. We will start with Northern Liberties, which is just northeast of Center City. Directly north of that is Fishtown. And then in West Philadelphia is University City, which is where the University of Pennsylvania is, Drexel. There's a lot of schools over there, which is why it's called University City. So we're just going to do a little breakdown of each neighborhood and explain what we're witnessing there. So the first neighborhood that we are looking at is known as Northern Liberties. This area was once filled with lots of factories, very working class and warehouse spaces, but we're now seeing those either being completely renovated into lofty condos and luxury housing buildings, or just demolished entirely, as you can see in this photo, to create an entirely new structure. Pretty much all of these construction sites are for luxury housing and or retail space. But also in Northern Liberties, there is an abundance of city-sanctioned murals, as I mentioned previously, through Philadelphia Mural Arts. So that is a strong visual identity in Northern Liberties. It's definitely an up-and-coming area. And it's a high-value location because it, like I said, is right by Center City. And it's also directly next to all of the major highways and the bridge that takes you to New Jersey, onto New York, and so forth. So this photo is of a construction site that I go past every single day. And it was just a few months ago an empty lot with a fence around it and lots of different tags on that back wall, as you see, and a Black Lives Matter piece that was partially covered up. So now they're in the process of completely destroying that entire wall. This is just another photo of some political graffiti that is found in Northern Liberties, which is pretty common in that area as well. With, as you can see, there's a little sign that says notice of demolition. So an interesting site in Northern Liberties is this wall that you see here with the big roller tags on it. This is an abandoned lot that has been signed off as being a work in progress mixed use lot for, I would say, a few years now. And this wall, it's right by the highway, so you can see it from the highway, and it's constantly changing with huge, intricate pieces. A lot of roller tags, and there's actually, you can see there is an encampment site there for unhoused people that have kind of set up there. So this is a really known like graffiti spot in the city, but in April of this year, the Philadelphia police actually deployed helicopters and dozens of police officers to that site as the artist that was writing the tag in blue there. They were deployed there to arrest that individual, and he was arrested, which was shocking to a lot of people just because this is such a known graffiti spot that is always constantly being tagged. So it was interesting to people that this was suddenly attacked with such force, especially given the high crime rates, violent crime rates that we have in North Philadelphia. A lot of people were upset that so many resources were used to address a nonviolent crime. And in the news coverage, they said that the piece was promptly buffed, which was false because we visited the site about a week later and it was still there. As you can see in the screenshot of the news video, that's the same piece as in the photo. And then you see the sign saying is a residential commercial space. So this is just a rendering of some of the developers' plans of how the space will be used. And for a housing development that's just down the street from here called The Noble, the president of the development company that is also doing this site said, so much of this new tower is inspired by the vibrant arts and culture scene in Philadelphia to create a place where individuality is encouraged, diversity is embraced, and personality is expressed, which is a contradiction, of course, because they're destroying this art site to create this large structure that they have planned to run an arts program on the garage structure on the outside that basically replicates the type of street art that is already found native in Philadelphia by everyday individuals. They are going to commission that to kind of replicate that urban aesthetic where it is already present. And also, yeah, this building was supposed to be completed by next year, but they still have not even started development. So it's just kind of been in a void state where now it's just not being used for anything.
So University City is the neighborhood that we looked at in West Philadelphia. This neighborhood has a long history of tensions between city development and the local, predominantly African-American community, particularly between West Philadelphia Corporation, which was a conglomerate of the different universities, as Julia mentioned, Drexel, University of Pennsylvania, also St. Joseph's University, and the hospitals that are in the area, which worked together in the early or mid 1900s to basically develop or demolish the historic neighborhood once called the Bottom, which was a majority African-American neighborhood. That neighborhood has been completely demolished at this point. Originally, they demolished it to create the University City High School, which now has also been demolished as of 2015 to make way for charter schools and Drexel University's medical building. The historical challenges and the proximity to universities in this area provide an environment for more politically charged graffiti. As you see at the top right, these are wheat pastes or posters that are specifically politically charged, either anti-authoritarian, anarchist, pro-Palestinian, anti-apartheid. The community involvement is very strong in this area, in particular because of the historical conflicts between the locals and the city's developments team. And that is showcased in this mural, which commemorates Martin Luther King Jr., where he gave his speech for the Freedom Now rally back in 1965. Ironically, this was 2 years before the demolition of the Bottom neighborhood. But as you can see in this picture to the left, we have the original mural, which was created back in 2008 on the end of this row home. This overlooks a very busy intersection of 40th, Haverford, and Lancaster Avenue in West Philadelphia. And recently, this new residential building was created. And as you can see, it originally blocked the mural that is to the left. After community pressures with the developers and the property owners, they reached an agreement where they basically repainted the mural so that it is still visible to the public. Although the public can still clearly see that the original was covered up by this development. So we think this speaks to sort of the prominence of mural arts and public art as it relates to community history. And it shows the power of this type of art in the communal efforts to preserve their history, as opposed to graffiti, which is often considered to be not an art form, or at least have less cultural significance. In this area across the street, this is the one graffiti tag that we found. It is just a small hand style on this Texas Wieners restaurant, which is just nudged between a historical property and another new residential property.
4 minutes, okay?
5 minutes, thank you. The edges of gentrification, which is what our research is focusing on, shows relationships between the gentrifying forces and the old neighborhoods or older buildings which they are going up against. So these two buildings are directly across the street from each other. This building being vacant for over 5 years is full of community-centered flyers, advertisements for zine shows, rock concerts, and other community-focused events, as well as politically oriented wheat paste graffiti. Directly across the street, we have a new residential building, which showcases another form of art, these murals. And we have this one piece, which I felt like was really epitomized our research, where it reads, "Institutionalization is incarceration when housing first fucking works." Seen right here on this poll. So these spaces allow for artists to enter the conversation about housing, about affordability, and about their city.
So the last neighborhood that we were looking at is known as Fishtown. This is a really trendy neighborhood known for having bars, fine dining, modern apartments, yoga studios. And the wealth gap between Fishtown and the northern, right north of Fishtown is Kensington, which, if you're not familiar, is known as an open air drug market. There's hundreds of people there, unfortunately, battling addiction and houselessness. So there's a lot of housing encampments there. And then right up against it is these luxury condos being constructed. And there's also a very, very high crime rate in that area. But as you can see, these luxury condos, they keep pressing into that area and further displacing those people. And even if you Google Fishtown, the description that comes up even says the former working class neighborhood, and then notes all the hip bistros, beer gardens, and such that are found there. So again, there's so many construction sites here that are covered in graffiti, as you can see in the picture on the right. The signs that say that it's a construction site are completely covered. The structures surrounding it are covered in graffiti, and then within the construction site itself, all of the walls are tagged. Now, because this area is more art focused, there's a lot of galleries in this area. We've noticed that graffiti artists utilize these gentrified spaces to, quote, legitimize their art in a mainstream setting where urban aesthetics are already being commodified. So there's lots of galleries that highlight Philadelphia graffiti and give wall writers here a platform and a public audience to show their art and also sell it back to the people that are living in these places and that do value there. In Philadelphia, there is a strong art culture where the public art is highly valued. So that is how graffiti artists are reclaiming that space in a sense. These are just two more photos of sites in Fishtown, that same construction site from my first slide. And this is from a gallery that we both attended in Northern Liberties. I actually, once again, Cornbread and a few writers that we both know were featured here. And they were selling merch of their artwork. On the right is a photo of an interactive art piece where visitors to the gallery were welcome to tag the wall, add a sticker, contribute however they wanted. And we thought this was interesting because it introduces this interactive art and public art to that community that is being gentrified. And a lot of the pieces at this gallery sold and for some thousands of dollars. So it just kind of shows that life cycle of gentrification and the relationship that it has with the artists and how they can use that space for their own benefit.
So our key takeaways from our research: one, that gentrification creates unique spaces that reveal the complex relationships between public art development and capitalism. Gentrification highlights the hierarchy of public art, where murals and commission work are valued much higher than their graffiti counterparts. However, we see in certain areas, especially in Fishtown and Kensington, where this commodification of the street art aesthetic comes back in through more legitimate means, through mural art programs, where they sort of capitalize off of the style of graffiti in itself. Styles and process informed by capital ownership and spatial politics. And lastly, that artists reclaim gentrified spaces through illegal graffiti and legitimate venues simultaneously. So,
yeah,
that's, thank you.
Thank you. That is everything.
That's
I think
everything.
That's our time. And there's our.
Thank you so much. It was a great overview of what's going on in your city, historical city for graffiti purposes. So
yes, absolutely.
I think we can open for the questions. It's the last session of questions for the last panel of this event that took 3 days. So we are all pretty tired, at least here, the ones in the auditorium. But you can also online, someone if wants to question the other presenters, you can. I really enjoyed this last presentation. Of course, it was really well structured and very clear, and it's something that's not happening only in Philadelphia. Actually, that formula, that things that you identified, it's happening here also in Lisbon, and I imagine in any other cities that have these urban developments. And it's quite transversal dynamic, both in the terms of how the urban development is happening and how the graffiti is appropriating the space. So I think it's quite common. But thank you, Anna, also for bringing your take on the labor questions of in this case women in Canada, and specifically addressing the Portuguese women work from villas. I didn't know that work, so it was quite interesting to see, although I'm from East City. It's quite curious, and but it was really interesting. Juan, also, I said it was really interesting to see the work you presented, because it's a serious matter, and graffiti is being used in a very good way also there. And of course, the more painting and the relation of writing on the paintings in historical terms made a bit the bridge in my idea for the other part of the epigraphy. But also it's beautiful images from Renaissance and from those beautiful painters. So this is my overview. I don't want to drain every last energy drop, but I don't know if no one else wants to talk from online or cross question. There's someone here in the chat. Okay, you have the mails here. Thank you. You can share emails, links if you want. And well, from my side, it's a wrap. I'm okay. I do not have. Thank you. I do not. Well, then the conversation will continue in publishing format, and some reviews will be made, and some publications will occur with some of these presentations and some new, and we keep in contact, of course. And I think it's everything done, right? And I do not. I'm walking already in the closing remarks, and actually here in Lisbon we have still I'm still moving for a last moment of a second time book launching from Boris. That's launching on the Track Kids store. I'm just going down there, and from there I will rest. But thank you for everything, everyone, again, here and online. And again, I was recording when I have time, and before I will place it online, I will share so you can approve. And that's it. I think it's everything, right? You approve the closing. Online also, you approve the closing. Cool. So thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all, and for being there, here and there and everywhere. Okay. Thank you. See you next time. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.